Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. I got you, sir.
Let me get my shoes. Hold on, your head is bloody.
So we gotta move to the front.
That's not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want to. I work super hard to get them, and they are really special to me, so I'll keep them.
No, you don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
cards.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds earlier.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. No, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. And that's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get these delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? No. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. Message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not. You understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help.
Arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Whew, that's too quiet. What's up, Crod? What's up, peeps? Yeah, man, Panoverse, like, I try not to get into the drama of people that dwarf my fucking channel and can destroy me and all that. But who the fuck said something about hurting your dog? Who brought the dog into it? Because whoever brought your dog into it, like, yo, fuck that person. like who's coming after your dog? Was it just like random people from the Crucible? Or was it like a streamer? And if it was a streamer, like, show me the receipt. Because if someone's like threatening people's dogs over some shit, like, nah, like, I'll disassociate with a motherfucker. Like, I got no loyalty to anybody other than the truth. But if it's just some random chatter, then I mean, you know, whatever. That shit happens. There we go. Hassan needs to be placed in gulag for Collargate. I mean, like, look, man, in terms of like how bad something is, animal abuse as a prop, as a tool, like it's Hassan's property. He has every right to fucking use his property that way. It just shows that he's a shitty person. And like not somebody that like you would want in your society. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going after fucking Andrew over like someone from the crew leaked something or whatever, and then some crazy said some shit about your dog. I mean, it's fucked up. I'm sorry, but you know, I'm not disassociating over some silly shit like that. But I was just like, if it was a streamer, I'd be like, yo, fuck that person. Shot collars are completely useless and unnecessary. I mean, they're not useless and unnecessary if you want to make your dog sit still for 6 hours as a prop. I mean, it worked for a long time. I don't know. I don't know if it hurt him or helped him more, you know? I'm just throwing that out there. Like, it's his property. He can do whatever the fuck he wants with it. I just know that he's a shit human being. Like, despite, like, which I kind of already knew, you know what I mean? It's fucking Hassan. There's like a billion pieces of evidence that he was a shit human being. But yeah, you know, we will ban dog fights and animal abusers from Ancapistan, boys. Don't you worry. At least the one I want to live in isn't going to allow that shit. Wait, so when does doing what you want become animal abuse? I understand it's his, but he abused another life form. But animal abuse isn't a crime against natural law. Yeah, no cockfights. You know what I mean? Like, fuck that shit, dude. It's just barbaric. I don't want it. I don't want it in my community. That's a great opportunity for like a morality clause in you know, in a company. Like, I'm not supporting a company that like lets people that abuse animals hang out in town. Like, if you're a rights enforcement agency and you like it, that should be a part of a morality clause. Like, yeah, we kind of all agree nobody wants this shit around. Yeah, we're not like, I mean, technically we're animals, but like, yeah, again, it's not a violation of the non-aggression principle to abuse your property any more than it is for me to, like, you know, take a hammer to my own car window. Right? Like, if you want to smash your own car window, you're a fucking idiot. I don't know why you're doing that. Maybe it's cathartic, maybe you got money to blow, whatever. Right? But if you're abusing a dog has mirror neurons. And so, like, this is like a really good sign that like that there's something not right with you mentally, and that you may engage in that behavior against other people, right? It's the same thing as, like, you know, serial killers very often abuse animals when they're young, right? It's like, it's a sign that if you lack that empathy or you have some drive that supersedes your empathy to like harm a creature that can't fight back or is not in a position to fight back and cause harm and gain some joy from that suffering, you're a sick fuck. Abuse, more like straight up murder. Yeah, I mean, like, they'll like kill neighborhood, like, you know, pets and shit, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like, that there's something psychologically wrong with you, and so we don't want those people around. It's like, it's not a good sign. Will you cover the Epstein files that were leaked? Look, so all right, let me talk about the Epstein files, right? I'm going to watch the Voidzilla video here in a minute on the leaked Epstein files, because I know people because like it dropped like, I don't know, like 20 hours ago or something, that someone was able to like copy and paste shit. But let me before I do that, let me explain to you why I'm not going deep into the Epstein files. I researched for a debate the Hunter Biden laptop. Right. I researched, I did a bunch of research on the Hunter Biden laptop. So I went online and I looked at everything that was publicly available. Maybe not everything, because there was a ton of photos, but I like skimmed through and tried to find, I went deep into it. And as someone that has a father, coming across some of those images of Hunter Biden very clearly fucking his then 14 or 15-year-old niece, depending on the timeline, and using power and money and control to abuse a child, that shit made me physically ill, right? It was actually like I had to step away. I was really disgusted. I was somewhat disgusted with myself for like continuing to read through some of that stuff, and like, I want that shit public. I want all these people dead. You know, I want Donald Trump alongside everybody else, you know, publicly executed for this. Unless Donald Trump can, you know, prove that there's some 5D chess thing where he was lying about all this shit so that like people will expose themselves more, you know, have more time to put him in jail, which I highly doubt. If you're covering up this shit, all of you need to be publicly executed, Trump as well. But obviously it's not going to happen. But and yeah, there's no 5D chess. I'm just saying like there's always that 1%, you know, or that 0.1%. And so, but I don't want to, like, I've looked at the Finders documents before, and I've looked at the Hunter Biden laptop documents before. And, like, that's just a thing for me that I realize as a father of a daughter. I'm not psychologically doing that to myself again. Like, if a YouTuber or somebody has like a breakdown on like what's going on, I'll watch it. But I'm not personally going through all those documents again. Because that shit, like, I'm just like, that's my line. I'm not crossing it. I couldn't do it. I'm not doing it. It's just too gross, too painful. Is execution the natural law answer to child rape? It's hard to argue that execution is equal to child rape, right? Because even though you're kind of ruining a child's life psychologically and causing a fuck ton of harm, you're not literally taking away the child's life. But the problem is that you need restitution and retribution. And it's really difficult to know, like, if I don't have the perfect answer for that. But restitution and retribution for all of the damage of a child being raped is something like being locked away in prison and like raped a bunch of times. And I feel like most people, if they had to choose between that or just like let me get it over with and get an execution, would probably choose the execution. And so I think the to the best of my knowledge of natural law philosophy, I think the right answer is that person is enslaved for life and forced to work and labor for for as much money as they can give to the victims of their crimes. But I also think that if the family wants it, then it should be afforded to the perpetrator the option to be executed, right? If the family says, I want him dead, I want him hung publicly for the crime, for what he did to me, that's the justice I want. And then we should be able to go to the perpetrator and say, hey man, the option on the table for you to be hung publicly is there, or we can just put you in forced labor and like the worst fucking conditions, and we'll feed you like a North Korean prisoner where you're just getting like fucking rice goulash, and like you're gonna have no joy, and we don't give a fuck if you get beaten or abused because that's what you've done to this girl. Which do you choose? And if they also choose like, nah, let me just end it, then we should allow that to be a thing. Making them pedal bikes to generate electricity. I mean, like, if it actually meaningfully generated electricity, then like, yeah, sure, I don't give a fuck. What should we do about people who beat their kids? That's like got to be an individual basis thing, man. Because like there's varying degrees of like beat your kids. You know what I mean? Like someone that like chains their child up to a fucking radiator and calls them it and makes them live in the basement, and like every time they like do something that fucks up their state of mind, they just beat the living shit out of them and like, potentially break bones and bruise and shit, is like an entirely different scenario than like someone that spanks their kid when they do something really, really bad. Right? Like these are clearly two totally separate things. And it's like, what is the appropriate punishment needs to fit the crime. So I will go over the Epstein video that Voidzilla put out because I trust that he he's on it. He's a bit of a hawk. He seems like he can summarize what's going on. But I'm not digging into the Epstein files, man. I did it with a Hunter Biden laptop. I did it with Finders, and like as a dad with a daughter, like some of those images and some things that pop up in stories just fucking, they're gut wrenching. And like, I don't want to do that to myself. That's crazy, Panelverse. That's the adoption and foster care is fucking crazy, man. The single men in chat will look on my behalf. Sure, man. I just don't want to be a part of that. Who watched Hitler TikTok edits? What? Your kid will marry a groiper who watched Hitler TikTok edits. Sure thing, buddy. Keep telling yourself that. I'm sure it'll be you. I'm sure any day now you'll get a girl. I'm more power to you, man. It's Destiny's Kid? That is Destiny's Kid. Revenge for your Jew denial? Revenge for just not being retarded like you? Something tells me even if my daughter, wants to talk to some, fascist retard, hopefully she'll pick one of the smarter fascist retards because, I don't know. I definitely would have failed as a father if she picks a retard like you as a mate. Guardian rights and NAP violations a gray area still, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of a gray area. I don't know that it's a gray area. I actually disagree with that. I think it's actually fairly black and white. It's just what is the appropriate restitution and retribution, and then what constitutes abandonment of guardianship is going to be on an individual case-by-case basis, not per se that it's a gray area. Right? It's just like when you use words like beat your kids, there's like a large range of behavior that falls in that category. And so like we can call that a gray area, but that just means that the example given wasn't specific enough. Dude, so before we get into this Epstein shit and get into this debate, I need you guys to know that Mark bought me a gift for Christmas. And he was like, I really like licorice. Okay? I can't have certain licorice unless it's like, like there was some licorice candy that I could have. I can't have some of it because it's got like wheat product in it and other stuff, like your cheap licorice. So he's like, I'll buy Scott some really good licorice from Sweden, and that'll be dope. So he bought that for me for Christmas and was like, hey man, do you want it now? And I was like, oh yeah, sure. Whatever it is. Like, and I was like, oh, cool. Thanks. And he bought me Lacrosal or whatever it is. And it's high quality licorice from Sweden. All right. Can't really read the ingredients because they're in Swedish. But I need y'all to know that he was like, try it out. And so I tried it. Guys, when I tell you that this is salted licorice with ammonia in it, and this was like a prank. This is this is worse than a hot sauce challenge. I just threw that bad boy in and chewed it, and it was like eating smelling salts. It's a licorice flavor, salt flavor, and ammonia. It was so intense. Oh God, what are you sending me? Oh, he's sending me the thing so I can see the website or whatever. These small tablets from Holland are for true salmiak lovers. Extra salty and extra strong. Not recommended for those that haven't had salty licorice before. Let me tell you how right that is. Ingredients: sugar, licorice extract, ammonium chloride, anti-caking agents, magnesium salts, and silicon dioxide. bro. That stuff fucked me up for like a good half hour. It's like, Mark knew what he was doing to you? Maybe that little fucker knew what was up. I don't think so, though. All right, let's check out this Epstein release thing so I can know the latest and greatest crimes of Trump before I go into this debate to argue that Trump is the most socialist president of my lifetime. What if I just defined socialism by love of Israel? Which just went like full Groiper mode and was like, I'm defining socialism by who loves Israel the most. Therefore, Trump is the most socialist. Be kind of funny. Love. Do I fear that my children will become commies? No. Like, I mean, like, yeah, I get that school indoctrinates them and shit, but like, you know, like my sister is going to pre-law and she's pretty fucking libertarian. And that was just due to my influence on I like to think that a big part of that was my influence. She certainly heard about libertarianism and read, Anatomy of the State because I gave it to her and things like that. Like, no, not unless my kids are dumb and they're not. So I'll be all right. All right, let me find this video. It was definitely your influence, sure. Oh, hold on, real quick. Before I watch this, this is just like watching the empire fall because no one is accountable for anything. And I saw this and I was like, no way. Is this really happening right now? So apparently Sean Ryan interviewed Hunter Biden and this is like just a small clip from it.
There is no laptop.
There was no laptop.
I have no recollection whatsoever of ever dropping off a laptop to John.
I have no recollection whatsoever. Well, you're a crackhead. And also, just for the record, you sued him for releasing the laptop information.
Paul McIsaac. He says he goes to repair the laptop, but then he starts to read the files. And he reads a file and he sees files about Burisma.
Also, not what he said. The reason he read the files is because you never, like, your contact information that you gave him was busted. And then you like left it there for so long that it became his property. So then he was like, all right, well, what the fuck is this? Who is this? Then he sees shit and he's like, oh shit, this is Hunter Biden, as in like the guy running for president's fucking son. What the fuck? And then he snoops. It's his fucking property at that point.
And he says the only thing that he can think of doing is calling Rudy Giuliani. He's a laptop repair shop.
Yeah, he doesn't say that at all. He reported it to the FBI, and we now know that the FBI had the laptop for like 6 months, and then it was after the FBI didn't do a goddamn thing with the laptop that then he was like, I'm going to get it to somebody that'll actually do something with this.
Owner in Wilmington, Delaware, whose store is 3.5 miles at most from where everybody knows my parents live. So if
yeah, I'm sure that like as soon as he figured out it was you, and even though it was his property, his immediate response was to just return the laptop to the family and try and find out where the Bidens live and then just knock on their door. That makes sense.
He had a laptop that he wanted to return. He thinks that the best thing to do is call Rudy Giuliani's lawyer, Bob Costello, and give it to my sworn enemy.
But there was no laptop, right?
They cobbled together all of this digital material that had been stolen from phones, that had been taken from the dark web, and they made it out to be this thing. Then
They made it out to be this thing. You mean the shit that was you that you're not even denying is you?
this story doesn't become about the laptop at all, because there's nothing in the laptop other than a record of me being a degenerate.
So there's nothing in the laptop except for a record of you being a degenerate, but the laptop doesn't exist. Got it.
At the worst moment in my life, smoking, doing drugs, doing whatever.
Also, you're smoking crack and doing drugs. Maybe you don't remember the details very well. The other guy has receipts. You have, I don't remember that. I sued him for it, but I don't remember that. My mom got turned to soap. My pop got turned into a... What is... Like, dude, stop trolling. Stop being retarded. Like, now you're just being weird, Slope is Dope. All right, let's go.
I just accidentally released 11,000 Jeffrey Epstein files that they hadn't publicly put out yet, but we got access to them. And at the end of this video, I'm going to show you how to access them.
Wait, so hold on. So they accidentally released files? I thought they released some files that were redacted, and then some of them were improperly redacted, so you could just copy and paste them.
Here's what that looks like. It's volume 8 of the files, but you can see right now that they've only released 7 data sets. And so myself, the guys at Jmail, and the guys at DropSite, we've been investigating this. I've partnered with them to kind of look at some of these files, and they got access to volume 8 early. You would just type it in the URL. It wasn't like indexable on search, but you could just type in the specific URL and it would just come up. You could download the entire zip file, and that's what we did. We've been looking through it. I want to go over some of it because I believe...
Never underestimate, right, just how disgusting the government is, how debaucherous they are, how evil the government is. But also, it seems like a paradox when you also say never underestimate how incompetent the government is. But the thing that you need to understand is that so much incompetence can be tolerated when you can just steal more money and you have the guns and the power to do so. So the government is doing all kinds of secret evil shit and is also extremely incompetent at it.
Believe some of what we've seen directly contradicts the FBI's earlier statement that, oh, there's no evidence, or we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. That's what they told us, right? They said, we've already looked through the files. You don't need to see the files back in July. Of course, all the pressure has...
We've already looked at the files. You don't need to see the files. And then it was the files don't exist. The files are a Democratic hoax. It was only Jeffrey Epstein. He worked alone. We're going to release a video outside of his cell that clearly shows that someone went into Jeffrey Epstein's cell like a couple hours before he was discovered dead, and doesn't show anybody coming out because that doesn't like pop up on the cameras. But that was probably laundry or something. So that proves Jeffrey Epstein killed himself or something.
Made them now start releasing some of this stuff. And we believe that this was slated for release, but...
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That proves that Jeffrey Epstein left his cell when he wasn't supposed to leave his cell. The video that you're talking about was a fake. The one that they released?
Remember, they weren't going to release all the files yet. They had to hold some back. Well, we believe that these 11,000 files are part of what they held back, because clearly they aren't out, and clearly they were ready, because a lot of these are redacted. I mean, already you can see we found several files that were, once again, over 100 pages of redacted information.
No, I'm not talking about the one from inside his cell. I don't even know about that one. I'm talking about the one that Cash put out from outside his cell that's like a really bad angle that just like kind of in the corner shows his cell, and there's like a like laundry lady dropping off shit or something, and it's just like you can barely see a little flash of orange, and it was like, oh, Epstein probably got out of his cell to go do something, and it's like, fucking, I'm sorry, what? Like they gave like 3 different excuses, and they were like, but anyways, this proves that Epstein killed himself.
So it was all ready to be released. It's unclear why it wasn't. But let me caveat before we get into the material that this is a breaking story. And as such, I'm sure there's going to be some pieces of information that we are interpreting or trying to interpret live. And because of that, I want to warn you to withhold your judgment on some of this stuff until we get more evidence. I'm sure the president's going to be asked about some of this stuff.
Yeah, there was like an edit.
Sure, Todd Blanche, Pam Bondi, they're going to get asked about this because it is extremely damning, I think, what we see in some of this. Specifically, I want to draw your attention immediately to the 10 co-conspirators that are mentioned in some of these emails in 2019. Now, this is just...
10 co-conspirators? There are no co-conspirators, man. It was just him and Ghislaine Maxwell. And all of this sex trafficking occurred all by them. Like, Ghislaine Maxwell, you don't know this, but she was actually like a champion rodeo girl, and she would just go out into the streets and she would just lasso random victims by herself and fucking and then she would just sell these girls for $1,000 a pop to Jeffrey Epstein, and everything was great. she became, you know, absurdly wealthy off of this $1,000 a pop, you know, girl business.
Alarming stuff, because prior to this, remember that all we
I wanna
really
know
had
what her
was Jeffrey
overheads are.
Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the only people who have ever faced any charges.
This is the problem with having an audience of autistic people, right? Is like they will literally get upset with you for pronouncing the S in her name.
At all. Ghislaine Maxwell, the only one who actually faced consequences, right? But in 2019, apparently there were 10 co-conspirators. Now, the people who were sending this to and from have been blacked out, but at the bottom we see that this is the violent crimes.
No, the co-conspirator is just another word for victim, and we have to protect the victims by blacking out their names. Come on, man.
Section, crimes against human trafficking unit. And we can see that of the 10 co-conspirators.
I love Slope is Dope. It's the Jews. Read the Finder's documents, man. Like, like, in what world are you living in where like the Jews are like the most powerful? They're blackmailing everyone, and it's just the Jews. Yeah, the Jews are doing it, and by the Jews, Mossad, and so is the CIA. Epstein is a Mossad agent. You have no proof that Epstein is a Mossad agent. You have proof that Epstein had contacts with Mossad. He had contacts with American intelligence too. But you just want it to be the Jews, which is so like, I have such a hard time with this because it's like Groypers are actually far more retarded than flat earthers, because like at least flat earthers have like difficult to understand math that they grapple with, and they can be tricked into like believing dumb shit. But like with Groypers, you can just show them all kinds of evidence that it just obviously proves that their insane conspiracy theory is not true. And then they'll be like, and then they can't see it. They have to have the world's simplest, most retarded explanation for how the entire world operates.
3 have been located in Florida, served grand jury subpoenas. 1 in Boston, 1 in New York City, 1 in Connecticut were served. 4 out of the 10 are outstanding with attempts having been made. What is a wealthy businessman in Ohio? A lead is being sent to CV, and the remaining 3 are currently out of pocket. This is stunning stuff. Previously,
I mean, obviously Obama was in Ohio at the time. You know what I mean? Like, duh.
We did not know how many co-conspirators were suspected of, or I'm not aware of anything like that.
Obama needed to order some hot dogs. He needed to make sure they were ethnic hot dogs, okay? Young, supple, ethnic hot dogs.
And additionally, some of the details on this are revealed later, because we see this subject line. It says co-conspirators at the top, and it says blank does not need to head out. We made contact with blank last night in New York City. Blank last night in New York. Contact was made with blank, blank, and blank. By the way, I love how these potential co-conspirators are people who are being blacked out. Like, why? I thought the whole point of this was you couldn't redact people for personal information reasons or for public embarrassment. You could only redact on the basis of it being a victim.
You remember that shit from like Pizzagate, where like the entire media tried to make Pizzagate like a conspiracy by changing the venue that was supposedly occurring, and by trying to attach it to like one conspiracy that there was like a basement underground to this pizza parlor, even though that wasn't even the place they were talking about. And so therefore all of the evidence of like emails and exchanges that are clearly referencing sex trafficking within, you know, like from the Obamas and the Clintons and things like that, and, you know, connected senators, and all of that evidence of people like in, you know, that none of that was real because the pizza parlor doesn't have a thing in the basement, therefore debunked.
And I'm not sure how these people could possibly be victims here.
Epstein Files Transparency Act prohibits redactions, quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. Has anything been redacted on that basis?
Absolutely, positively not.
But anyways, you can see that it says attempts were made to blank.
It's the deputy. That's the deputy director of DOJ, I think.
And Brunel, that's Jean-Luc Brunel, the famous who's now dead. Blank is confirmed to live in New York, was away for the holiday weekend. We did not have a good address, but an attempt was made in New York. Attempts are made to Maxwell today. Blank, you get it. Like, it's all the people they suspected this whole time are redacted, of course. And they say, I do not know about Ohio contacting Wexner. Now, that's a reference to Les Wexner, the former CEO of Victoria's Secret. This is huge. We've long suspected that he was, of course, one of the co-conspirators. And obviously, the fact the FBI suspected it isn't a 100% proof confirmation. But clearly they were serving grand jury subpoenas. I mean, that must be who they're talking about, one wealthy businessman.
Well, I mean, who knows what was in the grand jury? My favorite part about the document so far is like, it just says like where there's like 40 pages that are 100% blacked out, and it just says grand jury. And you're like, oh, this is to protect the victims, huh? All right, cool.
in Ohio, because later it's confirmed by this whole idea of Ohio contacting Wexner. And you can see at the bottom, this is from the FBI New York. When you get a chance, give me an update on the status of the 10 co-conspirators. This is really bad to know that we knew as early as 2019 the right people to target.
We knew, brother, the American government has been in on this the entire time. We knew in the 1990s when this shit was popping off. What do you mean we knew as early as 2019? Dog, we knew this shit in 96. Like how much of this does a person need? I mean, I understand that he's trying to be like not get into conspiracy zone at all and only deal with like the most verifiable of facts, right? So that like he's not called a crazy conspiracy theorist or something. Like I get that this is an attack on him, but it's just like, dude, the government clearly has been involved in this in the 90s, and we were doing this shit in the 70s and 80s. Go read the Finders documents. The CIA had fucking children sex trafficked near at a site near Langley in Virginia, and was trafficking like a whole group of kids down to Mexico for some fucking reason. And then the FBI stepped in and stopped the Tennessee Police Department from investigating any further. And then when they released those documents, it was all, sorry, we lost all the original documents in a flood. So all we have is the digitized blacked out files. We're sorry.
And yet our FBI, who's had evidence of this the entire time, or leads on it, has declined to prosecute, right? Because this is what the FBI now tells us. Oh, don't bother. Don't worry about it. That's what they wanted us to believe in July. Fast forward to December, we find out there's 10 guys that they knew about since like 6 years ago. It's insane. Even over here, we see that in one of the lawsuits, I believe this is with Maxwell, the government actually wanted to refer to people at trial as...
Literally, this is how the system functions. You give the state unilateral authority and the monopoly on justice and on espionage, and then you give them the ability to make whatever dealings they deem when they investigate themselves secret. Of course, that's going to lead to all kinds of horrific crimes against humanity. Duh. That's just what it means to have an intelligence agency that has a monopoly and is allowed to tell you whatever they want about what they're doing and keep secret whatever they want. And they go, oh, but we have oversight committees and but those are secret. We have courts, but those are also secret courts. Like, come on, man.
Co-conspirators of the defendant, aka Maxwell, for the purposes of a rule, and then they say Jeffrey Epstein, and then there are two names.
No, I don't think there's a Jewish internationalist cabal. I think that's retarded.
Names listed there who are going to be listed as co-conspirators. Again, who are those people? We were told that the only co-conspirator now is Maxwell, and if you don't believe that, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist. But back in 2020, this was an idea not just promulgated by wackos, it was promulgated by who? The FBI themselves, the Department of Justice. Look at this. Co-conspirator question transcript. This is from USA NYS. They say,
seriously, Slobozo, you're annoying me because you're just like, it's too much. Like, just, dude, go get help. You genuinely need help. You need mental health treatment. Check yourself into a fucking facility or something, dude. Like, it does not matter what evidence is presented to you. You still think there's a secret cabal running the world of Jews, and for some reason, like that's psycho. Go get help. It's perfectly reasonable to say that Jews are nepotistic, that the Jewish faith leads towards left-wing philosophy, and that wealthy individuals and intelligence agencies and nation states engage in this behavior. But the idea that it's a Jewish specific thing, Slope, you need help. You need to go get help.
Question, when Jeffrey Epstein died, a lot of people asked, who's next? Is the government going to hold people who are accused of helping him recruit these girls? Are they going to hold them accountable? And then the answer is, well, I'll note that the original charges against Jeffrey Epstein contained a conspiracy charge, and we allege that there were conspirators involved. Jeffrey Epstein couldn't have done what he did without the assistance of others, and I can assure you that our investigation is moving forward, except
it sounds like your assurances were wrong.
Guess not. Against everyone except for Ghislaine Maxwell, it got killed. Like, Ghislaine Maxwell was the only one who faced justice, right? Except then she got moved to Club Fed, to this nice prison, right? And by the way, that a whole interesting interview we saw happen with Todd Blanche, which is Trump's former defense lawyer. So he got grilled on Meet the Press about his relationship. Like, why did Ghislaine Maxwell go to this nicer prison immediately afterwards? And while he declines to comment on it, he says something very interesting.
Why was she moved just days after you interviewed her, Mr. Blanche?
So that's a Bureau of Prison security issue that I will not talk about.
Did you have
But I think
anything
it's
to
fair
do with
say
it? Did
that-
you have anything to do with it?
Let me finish. First of all, I am responsible for the Bureau of Prisons. So every decision that they make lands on my desk to the extent it needs to. But just let me talk about the security issue. At the time that I met Miss Maxwell, there was there's a tremendous amount of scrutiny and publicity towards her, and the institution she was in, she was suffering numerous threats against her life. So the BOP is not only responsible for putting people in jail and making sure they stay in jail, but also for their safety.
All right, so he's like, yeah, that's crazy. No, I'm not going to talk about that, but every decision lands on my desk. I mean, eventually he goes on to say that, oh, she was in so much danger. We were worried about her safety as a prisoner. I just got to say, there's a lot of concern about Ghislaine Maxwell. All of a sudden, I don't know where
Yeah, like, I don't give a fuck. Like, what? Like, why?
That came from. There's not a lot of concern.
I mean, I get that, like, you know, they have to keep up pretenses that they give a fuck, but, you know, still, it's funny.
About these conspirators that I guess we've swept under the rug, that we don't care about anymore since 2019. I guess we knew about them and didn't care. What's even more concerning is our president also seems concerned with the wrong people. Like, while Todd Blanche is concerned about Ghislaine Maxwell's safety and well-being, you've got Trump concerned about the people who are going to be unfairly implicated in the Jeffrey Epstein files, rather than worrying about how to catch the people that we obviously let go through the cracks.
The victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, you know, but I think it's terrible. Look, I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's
I do love how they're just trying to make this story about Bill Clinton and nobody cares.
been nice to me.
It's like, yeah, we know Bill Clinton is a psycho and a murderer, and we know that you're not going to do anything about it. It's like, oh, you're going to talk about all these pictures of Bill Clinton. Or are you going to charge him with anything? No, you're just going to release photos and then like have your press secretary be like, oh my, like just tweet out random nonsense like, this is bad. Anyways, he's going to stay super wealthy.
I've always gotten along, respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they're giving their photos of me too. Everybody was friendly with this guy. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can handle it, but you probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years ago.
Now, I'll be honest, he gets off track from here, but the point he was making is that those poor, innocent, bankers who were meeting with Epstein, the poor lawyers who were meeting with Epstein, like all of Epstein's friends are just caught up in this unfortunate thing. And it's just such a reversal of what previously the DOJ and FBI believed. In fact, they believed it so much that they got a federal search warrant for the SDNY, and they got it, and part of the seizable data, part of the stuff that they commanded them to seize as part of the search warrant, which, by the way, I think you need some kind of like standard of evidence for. I'm not a lawyer, you guys can chime in, but you can't just get a search warrant without some kind of evidence that you believe there's a crime that's been committed. And part of it says evidence concerning the identity or location of co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein, including blank and Ghislaine Maxwell. So again, who is blank? Well, they keep redacting the names of these co-conspirators uncharged, remember, and now they're saying we have no evidence to charge anybody. Clearly, they had evidence for a search warrant, and it's just...
Yeah, I mean, I don't, like... People are like, hey, like, I know, like, to be fair, right? People wanted me to cover it. I appreciate you. Was it Shungite? I'm trying to look at stream. There we go. Shungite, it's like, hey, you're going to recover this? You mentioned it in the Discord as well. It's just like, is anybody else just numb to this? Like at a certain point, it's just like, yeah, they're all pedophiles. They're all protecting each other. They all deserve to burn. But like, we all know nothing's going to come from it. And we're just going to get this circus. And it's just like, I have a hard time being like, oh my, a new document showed that there was a co-conspirator, but we don't know who it is. And it's just like, yeah, man, like we've known this for like 15 years. Like, the public has known about this for 15 years. And yeah, it's been a few people trying to shout, but now we all know. Everybody knows. And like MAGA is pretending it's a Democrat only thing. Democrats are pretending it's a MAGA only thing. And neither of them seem to give any real fuck that none of these people are going to jail. So it's just like, you know what I mean? Like at a certain point, TOS violations on YouTube is like, you know, the only outcome that's probably going to fix anything. I'm not saying you should do it. I'm not saying it's a good strategy in the long term for liberty, but like, that's probably going to be the only thing that actually punishes anybody is vigilantism. Not fucking the state. The state is going to do what the state always does. We investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing.
It's completely ridiculous.
And then they're going to find a scapegoat. They already have them. They have the scapegoat number one, Jeffrey Epstein, who was always designed to be a scapegoat, and then he kills himself. And then we have, you know, that wasn't enough, so we have Ghislaine Maxwell. And maybe the public clamoring will force them to, like, grab another scapegoat. Some people, maybe a couple people get fired, right? Like, you know, Dan Bongino steps down and, you know, gets to make a couple YouTube videos and maybe write a book that is within the right words. Make sure you don't say too many bad things or you'll die from a suicide. But if you just say just enough, you can get rich getting a bunch of normies to be like, see, I'm so angry. Do I think Kash Patel will step down? I highly doubt Kash Patel will make it to 2028. Highly doubt that. Is he going to step down right now? Probably not, you know, but like once people are sufficiently mad, he'll step down and then he'll get a book deal and he'll go do the circuit, and there'll be a whole bunch of right-wing grifters, you know what I mean? Like he'll go talk to Steven Crowder or, you know, some fucking, you know, like, you know, pretend news organization or something and be like, I tried to do the right thing. And there was so many people holding my hands. You know, my hands were tied behind my back or some bullshit. And then they won't give any real information. And then, you know, it'll continue. It'll continue until the state dissolves, revolution occurs, or somebody, you know, grabs a gun and blows somebody's brains out. And like, then it will still continue if you do that. It's just that whoever that one person is will get justice, but all the other people involved won't get justice. And like, and it won't help the cause for liberty. So it'll just be another day.
That some of this stuff is redacted and that we're viewing the rich and powerful people who are mentioned as the victims here. Now, that's all I want to talk about for now. Remember, this is a developing story, so there's, I'm sure, going to be more evidence that comes out. I will try to keep you updated. I'm probably going to cover more of this stuff in the future because there's so much here, but I had to get this out while it was basically not public yet. I mean, I think it's...
Yeah, I feel like this more accurately hits my vibe on the Jeffrey Epstein situation right now.
Jeffrey Epstein? I don't know who that man is.
But I would love to get a photo with him.
I'm sorry, who's here? Jeffrey Epstein? The man with the evil island? I've heard some very bad things.
Would he take a photo with me, though?
No, sorry, I can't make it tonight. I have dinner with this...
mysterious man who I've never heard of before, yet I'm giving my time to.
Jeffrey Epstein. Have you heard of him?
We will be taking a photo together.
We will be taking a photo together.
Yes, I do run a giant tech corporation, and I take it very seriously. But if 90% of my time is not spent taking photos with Jeffrey Epstein...
then what is it all for?
I just want to make it clear, though, that I do not know... No one knows who this man is. But we all...
If being a normie means not being a fucking retard, then, like, yeah, this is a normie moment.
Need to get a photo with him for some goddamn reason. I'm sorry, what's her name?
Ghislaine Maxwell?
I don't know who that is, but her name starts with Jizz, so...
Get her in the photo op.
I got in a fight with my
What the
co-
fuck? Hey, fucking stop. I tried to pause the video. Didn't work out. All right. Like I told you guys, Christmas is coming up, right? So I'm not doing like 2-hour stream before the main event. We just hang out a little bit. People wanted me to watch that video, so I did. Well, I mean, just kind of see what's coming out of the Jeffrey Epstein situation, so I did. But what we are going to do now is go ahead and hop in the StreamYards and get this show on the road and have this debate. Should be fun. And we unmute it and we allow my microphone again for some reason. All right. Now that's working. Word. Got all that. I see somebody. Oh, gifted membership. I will thank you and just. Oh, thank you 420 TV. I thought it might have been a super chat, so I was like, waiting a second. Thank you so much. Let me move this over here. Boom. Why is this not automatically dark mode? Oh, that's why. Brother is breathing on his microphone. Hey, man, I can hear you breathing hardcore. Yo, what is happening? Bro, I can hear you.
You had a crazy stream yesterday. You hear the breathing?
Yeah, like loud, like bassy and loud as fuck.
Yeah, I was here and there.
I'm just gonna have to take it away from my mouth when I'm not talking.
Yeah, I think if you have it like instead of curved in, just like straight out, you should be good.
Does it sound all right?
Yeah, you sound
fine.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, this is not my normal setup, so.
Yeah. I mean, looks dope though with the Christmas tree in the back and shit. That's what's up.
Yeah, man, you got the holiday spirit.
That's what's up. But yeah, it was a crazy stream yesterday.
Oh,
man. That was
just for the record, I'm already streaming.
Yeah, no problem.
I mean, I didn't think it would be a problem. I'm just letting people know because
Yeah, just in
the
case
courtesy.
so we don't say nothing crazy. Yeah, I feel that.
People tell me that all the time, and I'm like, dude, I just assume no matter what, I'm being recorded at this point. Like if I'm in a
Right, if
Discord,
you're
like a
talking on
private
the
Discord,
internet,
like
yeah, you might as
yeah,
well.
I'm just like,
assume
you know what I
it's
mean? Like
going
I'm not gonna say anything wild and then be like, we caught him on a Discord VC. It's like, yeah, no, if I'm on the internet, I assume someone might find it.
That's right. No, the only thing I always like make sure of is like because I know on YouTube there's certain words we're not allowed to say, so I keep it clean when it's on YouTube or whatever. But like, I could
Twitch
give a
is
shit.
worse.
Yeah, I heard that. Twitch is I don't know how I've survived this whole time on Twitch. It's probably because I don't have a following at all over there. But I go live on Twitch all the time.
Yeah, so like the thing is during COVID, YouTube was worse about the COVID stuff. Right?
Yeah, they were
but
big
like
on that.
right, but like after they, finally, decided that they weren't going to ruin people's lives over information that went against, the narrative. Like YouTube kind of like went back to the way it was. And the thing with Twitch is Twitch has this like YouTube has a TOS and like the AI bots kind of follow the TOS. They get a little ridiculous. Sometimes they delete a channel randomly and then like you have to talk to your rep and get your shit back, right? But for the most part, they follow their own TOS. Twitch, on the other hand, has a TOS, and that's just like a maybe thing they use. Because like depending if you're a nobody,
Didn't Hassan just recently like wish death on a bunch of people and they still let him have his?
Hassan has done that like 10 different times, right? Like and like
Yes.
meanwhile, Destiny got like banned for like a anti-trans comment because it was too right wing. And then like if you're a nobody, you can basically do anything you want on Twitch and nobody will give a fuck unless like you get mass reported because like you piss off a certain person. Whereas but once you get somewhere, if you have the wrong opinions, they will take the most crazy interpretation of their own TOS to get rid of you. But if you have the right opinions, man, you'll get like a 1 week ban on the weekend that you weren't going to stream anyways, and then they'll do a news article being like they got banned, so they can be like they did something, and then they'll undo their own ban like right before you were going to go live anyways.
Yeah, if you're some chick and your tits come out on stream, you just get a week off and they'll let you come back.
And they'll let you come back 2 days later after your 1 week ban.
Crazy,
I mean,
man.
Nina Lynn committed sexual assault live on Twitch, not once, but twice in the same month, and they still didn't give her more than 48 hours. The only time she got maybe permanently banned, we don't know if she's coming back or not because she's denying it was a permanent ban, was when she got caught stealing at Target multiple times on camera.
It's a man's world that Simps built for women.
Yeah, right?
But okay, real quick before we get started, just make sure everyone's good with the each of you get a 10-minute opening, 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttals, then an hour of open back and forth, and then a 5-minute closing statement, and then the 30-minute Q&A.
I should have wrote a speech, man. I had no idea it was 10 minutes until you sent that, and I was like, good God, all right.
Well, yeah, it's
I'm not
going to
need the
right?
10 minutes.
Some people, yeah, you don't have to use it, of course. Some people, though, right? Like me, when I write openings, I think they're going to be like 4 minutes, and it ends up being like 8 or 9. And I'm like, oh.
I time myself when I write my openings, but I mean, JS has kind of already seen the opening I had on the same topic, so it's like there's not really a need for all that.
Word. All right, so that's good. And then after we do an open panel, that's optional for you guys if you guys want to stay for that.
Someone in chat just goes, does it hurt to blink, bro? I love this guy. You were going back and forth with oh god, was it Dusty or something? And you were like, does it hurt to blink, bro? That was that was a zinger.
Yeah, that was the he looks like he hurts to blink. He does like a it looks like he's hurting when he blinks.
It was funny. I don't take sides. I just, I'm for the truth, and the truth is that was fucking hilarious.
That's what's up. All right, and then for the opening, it does my warning and disclaimer, and then my opening song and intro. So it takes about like 3 minutes, and then when we open up, I'll give an intro to the show, intro to the prompt, intro to you guys. And then, let me put the for and against here, because the chat loves when I do that. It was recommended by the chat one day, and I still, to this day, get compliments for doing it. So, you got to make them happy.
What, in the title?
Pardon?
In the title? What do you mean?
Like, see how I just put for before Fabian's name, and then I put against on yours. Yeah. One day, because I didn't do that in the first couple episodes, and then the chat started telling me you should put the for and against so we know who's saying what.
Right.
I was like, oh, so you don't want to listen? You want to just
I mean, like, I feel like that's really good, though, if you come into a debate late.
That's true. That is
true.
What
I mean? Like, if you come in like 20 minutes later, and then you're like, okay, who's arguing what? And you immediately are locked in on like what's going on.
That is true. All righty. So you guys both good to go? Ready?
Yeah, I'm going to be reading off my phone, but I'm not going to be Googling in the middle.
That's all good. That's all good.
I don't give a fuck Google, bro. I fuck IP and fuck people that are anti-AI, right? Like, if you want to fact check something I say or something, fucking Google the shit. I hate when people are like, oh, you use Google. It's like, is my argument right or is my argument wrong? Fuck off.
Yeah. Fact checking is totally...
I'll tell you and the whole audience, sometimes I grok shit in the middle of a debate. Ooh, come after me. I want to know if the fucking thing's right. And I don't have the time in a debate to read a fucking research paper. Like, what are you, fucking retarded?
Yeah. No, that makes sense. It makes sense. All right. You guys both good to go. Again, thank you both for being here, and good luck to you both, gentlemen, tonight. And let's get this rocking and rolling. Start that.
Warning. The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content.
Yeah, I'm about to be like, this is my explicit legal advice.
Any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act, Section 29, allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as a mashup, and to post the new work online on a website like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Step up, step up! Yeah! We clash! We clash! We clash! We clash! Yeah! Step in the arena, mind locked and loaded. Truth on my blade, every line's exploded. You swing your words, I counter with precision. Battle of reason, this is my mission. Raise your fist, let them know. No. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo!
Man can't be using the Elder Scrolls Online fucking video.
Ain't no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreat. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Copyright law jump scare,
Step
yeah.
back, I'm a scholar and a fighter. Every claim you throw, I strike tighter. Logic and power, I never fold. In the war of words, I'm solid gold. Raise your fist, let them know. Raise your voice, let it blow. Woo! We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
I kind of like the Crucibles one, like the first time I heard it, but like, yeah, this is a little, this sounds like AI music or something.
In the war of minds, we bring the light. Step in, feel the heat. Truth is my weapon, never beat. Raise them high, break the ceiling. With a fire, with a feeling. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through like no retreating. No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. We clash our swords of reason.
I can't say shit when I have an 8-minute intro, but like, you know, it starts at the very beginning of the show before I say anything, which I think that's kind of like his thing to get people in. It's just that I'm on his show.
No fear, no chain, no treason. We clash our swords of reason.
Welcome, everybody, to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, and this is where logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statements, followed by a 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. After that, we enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments can clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And then finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. And when that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop a live Q&A there in the chat, but keep in mind the super chats, PayPals, and Cash App questions, they do get priority. And if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, the free chat questions may not get answered. So if there's something you want to guarantee an answer for or guarantee to be read, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. And once the formal debate wraps up, we open the floors for a chaos and chill panel. This is where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, or ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But this is always where things get wild and fun. All right. Today's debate prompt: Trump is the most socialist president in the last 33 years. And today's debaters on the affirmative tonight, new to the Swords of Reason arena, but not new to debating, we have Fabian Liberty, the libertarian GOAT, a Twitch veteran turned YouTuber. You can find his channel in the description, where he's known for sharp, hot news coverage, political debates, and engaging commentary. He also runs a dedicated gaming channel as well. So make sure you guys all go sub up and show some support, okay? And for the negative, we have JS Urban Adventures, a lifestyle streaming channel known for showcasing his wide range of hobbies, interests, breaking down hot news, and sharing political, philosophical, and theological views. He's also recognized for his UFC fight reviews, spot on character impersonations, and what many call the coolest Bible study on YouTube. All right. With that, we are going to get into opening statements. We are going to start with you, the affirmative, Fabian. And whenever you are ready for your opening, I will start the timer up with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I I appreciate it. It should be fun. I'm ready for you. You can start whenever. Yeah. Yeah, so I kind of did this debate before, JS watched, and I still I want to get it out to more people because I think it's an important message. So I appreciate JS Urban Adventures for being here, and I appreciate you for hosting it. And I was sick and I had to reschedule, so I appreciate both of you for stepping in and doing this so close to Christmas. Merry Christmas to everyone. I guess happy holidays if you're, I don't know, a Jew or you're a time traveler from the 1990s and you still celebrate Kwanzaa, then happy Kwanzaa or whatever. Yeah, so I'm not going to do that whole speech that I did before. I just want to kind of go over a few things. I think the inspiration behind this topic really started with the fact that Donald Trump came out in a tweet and was just absolutely glazing FDR as one of the greatest presidents, despite being, FDR being one of the worst presidents and an extreme socialist. And he was saying, just like him coming in with the 30-year mortgage, I'm going to get behind the 50-year mortgage, which was essentially him saying that he wanted to make sure that all of you guys were in eternal generational debt and that, home prices could continue to rise to the point where you would never be able to meaningfully own a home in this country. And that's the dream, glazing and sucking the dick of, former socialists that ruined this country and talking about he's just like them and he wants even more socialism. I think the most important place to start with this conversation is to define what I mean when I say socialism. Because socialism has a lot of definitions historically. It means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. Hopefully we can agree to my definition. If not, maybe we can have some back and forth about that. What I would say socialism is when the state engages in attempting to fix market externalities or to fix problems under the belief that the state can fix the inherent contradictions of capitalism. It is when you believe that capitalism is contradictory, that it cannot provide certain things, or that it's failing to provide certain things, and that the government can step in and fix those things, against what the market wishes and against the liberty of the individuals in that belief. Obviously, socialism originally was against the monarchy, then it was taken up by Marx, but, Marx never really gave a clear definition, but Engels kind of did. In this, historical movement of Marxist dialectics, there's no policy positions that are defined, by socialism, either by Engels or Marx. They actually say that nationalism is anti-socialist, but then they support nationalism in Ireland and Poland. And the reason they do that is because it's against capitalism. It's moving towards the kind of the communist utopia. It isn't until Stalin that we get this idea that socialism is when the state takes over industry for the people, right? At the behest of the people. And that we get that new definition of socialism. And then later we get, democratic socialists and, critical theorists' new definition. So hopefully my definition is up to stuff. Unfortunately, I would say that since World War II, really, the denazification that we went through, alongside the Soviet Union, we have really watered down what capitalism is, what free markets are, what the rights and liberties of people are, and we've bled in socialism as this mixed market economy, and we have turned any idea of free market capitalism into this evil, and we have watched the conservatives, move alongside the Democrats, at least here in America, further and further, more and more socialist. So I kind of have two goals tonight. Obviously, the first one is to, establish the prompt, which is that Trump is the most socialist in the way that I'm defining socialism and what I think is meaningfully socialist. If you're reading Marx and Engels and Marxist theory, but my second goal is to break this brainwashing that the right wing has, that socialism means lefty, and therefore, if my guy, whoever he is against abortion and says some base things about immigration or whatever it may be, that he's not a socialist because those other people are the real socialists. So I just want to go through some of the things. I'm sure we'll get into a back and forth, in the open, I don't want to get too much, but we'll just go through some of the things as to why I think Donald Trump is the most socialist president. So some of the policies and prescriptions that Donald Trump has put forward. Obviously, tariffs are a massive tax on people, a massive intervention in the market, a massive anti-capitalist measure, and he has done it to a degree and increased taxes more than any other president in the last 33 years. His immigration policy has been deeply socialist. It is this belief that the state can come and instead of fixing welfare and fixing all of the reasons that we have all of these people here that we don't want here, instead what he's going to do is he's going to deport a bunch of people. But don't worry, we're going to increase H-1B visas for those people that need them. And don't worry, we're absolutely going to get rid of all the brown people that you don't like. But at the same time, we're going to make sure the hospitality industry and agricultural industry, get the kickbacks that they need because, those corporations that are my friends, we got to make sure they're protected. Obviously, in his first administration, he had steel tariffs and started wars on that, which I think is kind of a portion of that. The farming subsidies that he's blaming foreign intervention or blaming, them reacting to his tariffs that have increased by billions and billions of dollars. The CARES Act and PPP loans and the COVID relief funds. Obviously, one of the major reasons you're spending so much money at the grocery store is it's Trump's fault. And it's the massive inflation that he had by his extreme socialist policy of, allowing states to lock people down and then attempting to fix that and even incentivize the lockdowns by giving out funds to different businesses, to his friends and the crony friends, as well as giving out checks that have done so many of those things. I think obviously Project Warp Speed being a big one. I'll just kind of, spit through some of these last ones. We can go into more detail. Obviously, he supported the CHIPS Act, 10% of Intel. I can't think of anything closer to Stalin than just taking over Intel completely. This is a move towards socialism that we haven't seen from any administration in my lifetime, nationalizing industry. The export controls on NVIDIA and AMD, the Nippon Steel merger and acquisition of U.S. Steel, where he got the federal government to have veto control over Nippon Steel Corporation so that we can protect American interests. This is a form of national, kind of right-wing form of socialism. Obviously, you have threatening of price controls of Walmart and Amazon, the massive expansion of the debt ceiling under the big, beautiful bill, buy American executive orders and hire American executive orders, privileging certain companies through government contracts, the 2016 carrier deal, where he tried to keep businesses in America by promising special, state regulations and special tax incentives to corporations because, he's going to fix the market incentives here. 2017, Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 certainly has some socialist policies with the opportunity zones, antitrust actions against Google when he sued Google, and then of course massive subsidies towards coal industry and gas industry, whilst getting rid of the subsidies, which I think is a good thing for EV, wind, and solar. And these are just some of the insane socialist policies of Donald Trump. I'll finish by simply saying this, that, my opponent is in an unenviable position of having to defend Donald Trump, right as Donald Trump is protecting all of the pedophiles and, doing everything he can to lie about the Epstein situation. And I respect him doing that. And, and I think that there's a lot of argument of socialist policies from other presidents, right? It's absolutely true that Obama was, very socialist in many of his policies, and so was Biden, and to an even bigger degree than Obama was in many ways. But if you are going to bring up those policies, I think I would challenge you to prove that Donald Trump did anything meaningful to undo those policies. Because if you say that a policy is put forward by another president, and then he comes after that president and he doesn't do anything meaningful with his power to get rid of those policies, then those policies are Donald Trump's policies too. That is a summation of why I think Donald Trump is the most socialist president in the last 33 years. I said in my lifetime, but unfortunately, there's 2 years of another president that I barely remember as a baby. Thank you. I see my 30 seconds.
All right. Thank you for that. Sorry. Thank you for that opening statement, Fabian. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to JS. And JS, whenever you are ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. Thank you, Fabian, for showing up here so close to Christmas. Merry Christmas, Adam, everybody. So I found this topic odd when I first heard it. But after listening to my opponent argue it and doing some light research, I discovered that I guess I do have to defend President Trump from claims that he is the most socialist president in our lifetime. After doing some light YouTube research, I heard David Pakman 5 years ago, and MSNBC and the Young Turks in the last 3 months, all making similar arguments to my opponent. I'll spend the first half of my opening statement defending Trump against the most likely arguments I predict Scott will make, or has already made, since this is a pre-written opening. The second half of my opening will be used to offer a superior choice for most socialist president. But before I do that, we have to establish my definition of socialism because it differs from Scott's. I've heard my opponent use the definition, and this is paraphrasing, and you did it in your opening, that socialism is when the state intervenes in the market to fix the presumed contradictions of capitalism. I will argue that this is only a small aspect of socialism and is basically just cherry picking socialism to make Trump fit into it, using mostly weak arguments. My definition of socialism will be the Oxford definition, a political and economic theory of social organization, which advocates that the means of production, distribution, and exchange should be owned or regulated by the community as a whole. I would add that this is usually done through the state to the end of that. I also agree with another part of the Oxford definition that states, in Marxist theory, socialism is a transitional social state between the overthrow of capitalism and the realization of communism. It's going to be hard to convince me that Trump is pro-overthrowing capitalism. These definitions will be important because there may be a lot of, but that's not socialism in this debate. With that said, I'm going to lay out some of the popular claims from the Trump is a socialist crowd and give my short rebuttal for each, and we can expand more on any of them in the open dialogue if need be. Claim one, and Scott made most of these claims, so I'll just get to them now. Claim one, the most common and weakest claim, relates to Trump's CARES Act being the largest stimulus package in U.S. history, arguably redistributing $2.2 trillion as a social safety net. I would rebut that COVID was an anomaly far different than America had ever seen, and Trump did the best he could with the hand he was dealt, but it was not socialism. Not to mention, it was quickly followed by Joe Biden's American Rescue Plan, which added $1.9 trillion of much less necessary money to the stimulus redistribution of wealth. Although it was $0.3 trillion less dollars, I believe Biden's plan was more detrimental and less of a necessary reaction to a pandemic and more rooted in socialist ideology. Claim two, Trump interacts heavily with private American companies. Examples of this will be things like Trump threatening to regulate Harley Davidson or Walmart, keyword threatening, the acquisition of 10% of Intel using grant money from Biden's CHIPS Act, taking government equity in strategic industries like defense contractors, propping up the coal industry, and the expansion of direct farm aid by $11 billion, which my opponent may argue is socializing agriculture. I will put forth a simple counter to all of these claims. These are all at the worst examples of crony capitalism, or an economic system characterized by close, mutually advantageous relationships between business leaders and government officials. I may not be a huge fan of crony capitalism compared to the free market, but my preference is irrelevant. The point stands that these are not examples of socialism outside of Scott's narrow proprietary definition. Claim three, and this is what I believe is the best argument for the positive side, and where I believe most of the debate lies, the tariffs. My opponent will likely argue that Trump's tariffs are examples of government overreach or a form of protectionism for domestic industry workers. I would agree the tariffs are a form of protectionism, but that this is a cultural and national economic protectionism, not a socialist protection. Socialism typically supports international workers' unity, which tariffs inherently do not, and even Marx looked at tariffs as a tool of the state. Recently, Trump's proposed potential tariff rebate checks have been called socialist redistribution while being compared to past stimulus plans. This comparison is faulty. A rebate is not just fiscal stimulus. A rebate turns households and families into beneficiaries rather than mere victims. Tariffs create a production economy rather than a consumer economy, thus leading to a stronger nation. We tariff to protect our families in our nation that we hope to conserve. This is economic nationalism and leans far more toward capital rather than social policy. There are a handful of other claims that I've heard, some as outlandish as claiming Trump is the most atheist president, therefore also the most socialist. But we'll stick to these three because they're, in my opinion, the most compelling. Now I'll present my counterclaim. I understand that as the negative position in this debate, I don't have to offer a better choice for most socialist president in the last 33 years. I just have to demonstrate that whoever it isn't Donald Trump. But I don't play the strictly defensive game. So I can easily submit and prove that two presidents in the last 33 years were more socialist than Trump, those being Barack Obama and Joe Biden. But which was the most socialist? First, let's consider Obama. Obama's Affordable Care Act, or Obamacare, greatly expanded the government's role in healthcare and covered about 20 million uninsured people. This move towards socialized medicine is the closest we've come to redistributive welfare in the last 33 years. Obama's Dodd-Frank Act imposed regulatory burdens on banks, insurance companies, investment banking firms, mortgage lenders, and credit rating agencies, making them less competitive with their foreign counterparts. And many of the Dodd-Frank reforms were rolled back in 2018 under Trump. So that answers one of your questions that you asked. Obama redistributed $800 billion in stimulus after the 2008 financial crisis through the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, and his auto industry bailouts enabled serious government overreach into companies like GM and Chrysler, even going as far as forcing the resignation of the CEO of GM. Biden's socialist tendencies were no less and arguably more prevalent than Obama's. His American Rescue Plan distributed $1.9 trillion in stimulus, and I would argue unnecessarily after Trump had already stimulated the economy and COVID was trending down. Biden's Inflation Reduction Act not only capped drug prices, restricting the free trade in the medical industry, but also made investments in climate change reduction and green initiatives, which would also play a part in his infrastructure bill, which was no less socialist. Biden pushed for student debt relief and is considered the most pro-union president in the last 33 years, and many would say has done the most for LGBTQ rights in the last 33 years. Unions and diversity initiatives are relevant because these causes both fall under the socialist umbrella. All of this considered, although I could be convinced that Biden is the most socialist president in our lifetime, I would put forward that all of Biden's actions were actually building on a foundation laid by Barack Obama. For example, even though Biden reversed Trump's transgender military ban, Obama set the precedent for the woke left by repealing Don't Ask, Don't Tell. I could be wrong here, but I don't think Biden was even cognizant of what he was doing while in the White House, but was instead merely a continuation of the Obama plan. Even if I am wrong and Biden was actually more socialist than Obama, I still don't lose the debate because Trump is nowhere near as socialist as either one of them. In conclusion, I find it foolish to claim that Donald J. Trump is the most socialist president in any period of time, much less the last 33 years. Trump stands for ideas that point toward capitalism at best, crony capitalism at worst. Values like you'd find in 2 Thessalonians 3:10 that says, if any will not work, neither shall he eat. Trump's big, beautiful bill significantly lowered U.S. corporate and personal income taxes. He is constantly focused on deregulation, which is a hallmark of free market capitalism and classical liberal economic theory. And his repatriation incentives encourage U.S. companies to bring foreign profits back to America. At a press conference in 2020, Trump proclaimed, America will never be a socialist or communist country. And he has proven this through his actions, which is why I rank him equally with Bush Sr. as the least socialist president in the past 33 years. And I rank Barack Obama as the most socialist in the same time period, with Biden getting an honorable mention for close second. And with that, I'll cede my time.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement. And with that, we are going to get into the 5 minute uninterrupted rebuttal. So this will be 5 minutes, no interruptions, just 5 minutes to answer anything they've heard directly or anything they've wanted to bring up in their opening statements they may have forgotten. So we'll hand the mic back to Fabian Liberty. And whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Thank you. Merry Christmas again. Yeah, so a couple things. You mentioned, in the very beginning, David Pakman and other left wing people claiming him as a socialist. I think that's mostly tongue in cheek. I think you know that as well. I feel like that's a bit of a cheap shot to try and tie me like I might be some kind of lefty or something. I am more against socialism than anybody. So let's get into the definition of socialism. Even by the definitions that you give, there's a little caveat there from Oxford, which is or regulated, right? So when the state wishes to regulate capitalism by usage of market externalities, that's covered even in your definition. Yeah, the only thing that's not covered under my definition, which is more broad, not per se proprietary, as you claimed, is that it is not a quote unquote political or economic theory movement, right? That is being defined in that way. And I think I gave a good reason as to why socialism has meant many different things and had many different definitions, and explained why Marx was for things that even things that he was against. And that is because of that inherent belief that we're moving towards, communism. But I mean, this is also, if you look at, the Frankfurt School and many of those people that you would obviously say are socialists, right? They're the founders of critical theory and all the woke left stuff that you're talking about now. You have, them talking about the liberal state and the liberal order of like fixing contradictions through the will of the people in voting, and this form of socialism being a good thing. So I think trying to and then bringing it into like just because Trump isn't a Marxist and doesn't believe in Marxism in the exact ways that Marx put it, doesn't mean that he isn't in effect a part of that. That doesn't mean that his ideas aren't stemming from the same place, which is that the state needs to step in and fix the things that capitalism can't do, and that the state is justified in getting away from the free market to solve those externalities for the will of the people. I do think it was funny that you brought up the Bible quote, those who do not work shall not eat, because that was in Lenin's opening speech as well, as his argument for communism, that those that do not work shall not eat. Just a couple other things, the grant money to Intel is I'm not going to claim that it's like misinformation or anything, but just to add a little bit, you are correct that 5.7 billion of the total 11.1 billion is grant. 2.2 coming from the CHIPS Act, which is a holdover from the Biden administration, but there is still 3.2 billion in promised DoD contracts. So he's specifically stating that in order to acquire nationalize 10% of Intel, we're going to have a corrupt monopoly that is going to, that we're going to utilize and favor Intel over the competition like AMD or something in government contracts. Also, crony capitalism is socialism. I'll just leave it at that. Like that's a distinction without a difference. The idea that because tariffs are nationalist, they're like not socialist. I maybe you could expound upon that more on your rebuttal or something, because I'm not convinced. Right, like national socialist policies were like like a thing. You know what I mean? Like that's what it is. In terms of like looking at Obama and Biden. You did say some of the things were rolled back by Dodd. Some of the Dodd-Frank things were rolled back. And I agree, right? Like Trump certainly has come in and said there are some inefficiencies in the way that the state handles regulations. But he's not coming from a place of, we need to unleash the market, we need capitalism. He's trying to clean up or make it his version of socialism more efficient. And we can see this even in the one example that you gave, that he actually rolled back some of Dodd-Frank, which is that he maintained the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the Financial Stability Council. He raised the where the regulations cut in from 50 million to 250 million in assets, but he didn't get rid of any of the regulations. He just exempted some of the smaller startup banks and things of that nature, because he still thinks that Dodd-Frank was a good idea. He still thinks that those regulations, those socialist regulations, are good and we need socialism. He just thinks that it wasn't quite efficient enough. And he kept in, his administration kept in all of the derivatives trading regulations and the credit rating bureau regulations. So the meat of what was Dodd-Frank was maintained by Donald Trump. So if that makes Obama socialist, then that makes Trump socialist too.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back over to JS for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. And whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
All right. So you said that in this opening, and you said it in the opening at the DebateCon event, that Trump said FDR was the greatest president. What was your quote? I wrote it down on this other page, but
I think I just said great president.
Okay, well, you said he called him the greatest president ever, and he never said that. I tried to find that. He said he was a great president. He said he was intelligent. He complimented his 4-term presidency, and he compares the way that FDR dealt with the Great Depression to what he had to deal with COVID. So he's making comparisons, and he's saying, yeah, he was a smart guy. He was a great president. But he never said he was the great. Like, I think you're kind of over exaggerating the glazing that's happening, unless there's some more recent.
I have my written. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I interrupted. My bad.
Yeah, you can. I don't know. Show it to me or whatever after. But you said communism and Marxism, they don't make policy prescriptions. They don't specifically make policy prescriptions. But, like, for example, the Communist Manifesto talks about how we shouldn't have private schools because now people are treating their children as property. We shouldn't even have marriages because then husbands are making their wives into property, and that we shouldn't have this private property idea. So they do make prescriptions. Maybe it's not specifically called a policy prescription, but we see the policies that come as a result of that belief system in the world. And that's what we're arguing about, is what do we mean by socialist? Because I'll grant you, Trump has done some things that you could say kind of lean socialist. He's a populist. So he's going to, if it's popular to have socialized medicine, maybe he'll edge us towards that, but he's not doing it as radically as Obama. And then you brought up warp speed in both openings, the one that I heard you do before and this one. I'm curious, once we get into the open, that's one of the big things I want to ask you is, what is socialist about Operation Warp Speed? To me, Operation Warp Speed is very capitalist. And so I'm wondering, we'll see. We'll talk more about that but cutting regulation in order to get a dangerous experimental vaccine out to quell people's anxiety about a virus so that they'll leave their house and get the economy going again, pushing out a possibly dangerous Vaseline, cutting that red tape, that's and then the companies like Pfizer and stuff marketing everywhere this new potentially dangerous thing that we've pushed out real fast. That sounds like free market capitalism. Capitalism loves the medical industry. Tariffs can be socialist, but they're not always socialist. So I'm saying that economic nationalism and protectionism of American industry and not letting our work be outsourced to other companies and doing things to stop that from happening is it's a form of capital. It's a national capital more so than a national socialism. He's not restricting the way that it's punishing our neighbors rather than restricting us. So it's an economic nationalism and a protectionism, but not necessarily socialism. And then I don't know a lot about the Nippon Steel thing, so maybe you'd have to tell me more about that. And the CHIPS Act, I could have been wrong on my numbers there when you were going over the numbers just now, but the way I understood it, he used a big chunk of the money from the CHIPS Act and from grants to pay for that. So the $5 billion that you said is left over or whatever, they're going to profit that every year after 2 years. So that's an investment into a company using grant money for a program that we made to help American companies produce more chips. They took some of the money from that program, invested it into an American company to make more chips. I just don't see how this is socialist. And crony capitalism, to say crony capitalism is socialism, that's kind of a cop out. Like, it's called crony capitalism. Like it's a capitalist idea. It's not so much for the society's benefit. In fact, it often wreaks havoc on societies. It leans more towards Lenin's highest stage of imperialism, the highest stage of capital, where basically we tend towards oligopolies and monopolies and things like that. But anyway, I'm out of time.
All right. Thank you for that rebuttal. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open floor, just want to talk to the audience real quick. If you are watching right now, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, subscribe to tonight's debaters. Okay, their links are in the description. And we host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reason: politics, culture, ethics, internet, random topics, video games, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. We do it here. So if you enjoy this, make sure you stay locked in because we got lots more coming. Also, a reminder for the live chat. After closing statements, we'll be doing a 30-minute Q&A. So I have the live Q&A in the chat there for you so you can put your questions in. But remember, super chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these questions will get priority. So if those fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the Q&A. So if you want to make sure you get something really wanted answered, send it in through one of those priority options. And finally, thank you to both our debaters for coming out tonight and bringing their perspectives to the arena. And whenever one of you is ready to start the open floor, I will start the timer up with your voice. And again, thank you both for being here.
I appreciate it. I guess maybe this will help us figure out some things. Do you think the Nazis were socialist? Yes or no? I mean, you can explain. I'm not trying to pin you to the wall.
Economically, yeah.
Okay, so if the Nazis are socialist, but they're maintaining markets and they're maintaining the concept of private ownership of industry, but they're just heavily regulated by the state towards national interests, why are all of these things not socialist? Because they don't strictly meet the ideological position or philosophy of Marx and Engels. Like why can you apply it and say the Nazis were, but Trump, when he's doing similar things, right? Maybe obviously not to the same vein or the same degree, right? Like where's the breakdown there?
But those things that you just mentioned were their nationalist policies, and they were national socialists. So they had nationalist policies. The reasons why I would say that the Nazis were socialists is because of Hitler's ideologies and his writings and his foundations and what he believed in, and their lack of he didn't want the private property. He didn't want them to have private property and things like this. He was against that. And so those policies that you mentioned, those are nationalist policies. And then, so if a socialist is doing a thing that is like typically a nationalist policy, then it's socialist. But if a capitalist is doing it, then it's national capitalism.
Hold on. So if Trump believes he's a capitalist, could he do anything and he would not be a socialist because he believes he's a capitalist?
He could do some things that lean towards socialism. Yeah.
Okay. So it's not whether or not he believes it's socialist. It's whether or not the policy is motivated by an ideology, which I would argue is one that believes that capitalism has failed and the state needs to intervene on behalf of the people for the best interests of the nation or the people. Like I'm trying to figure out how you I'm trying to square this circle, because you have a critique that you believe that, and I'm not trying to straw man you, right? You have a critique that you believe that my definition is too broad. You also maybe said it was too narrow.
No, it's too narrow.
Okay. So what you're saying, it requires
It's focusing
a belief,
on one.
but there's a contradiction here, right? It requires a belief in the socialist ideal as put forward by Marx and Engels, and yet at the same time it doesn't. That there's a problem there, right? Like either it's one or the other, or the definition doesn't work, right?
So if the government meddles in any sort of business at any time, that's socialist.
I would say if they meddle in business at any time and they are motivated by the concept that the market cannot handle these things or will not handle these things, and that the state has a right to intervene on the contradictions of capital, right? The inability of capitalism to solve these issues for the interest of the people, then yes, that is going to be socialist policy.
So what we're doing here is we're going to have like scales of socialism, and we're going to have to weigh. Okay, so he did. I'm going to grant you that some of the things Trump has did, that may be considered socialist by your definition or by any definition. That could be slightly socialist. And I think would we both agree that neither Trump or Obama are actual socialists? Like,
no, I would say they're both socialists.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, because I would say neither of them are true socialists. They're just the most socialist.
No, I would say that they're full blown socialists. I would say that I would say that it's a Democrat in name only and a Republican in name only that you're comparing. They're both socialist. They're both motivated. They're both motivated by the philosophy.
But Trump is more.
Neither one of them is a free market capitalist. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, you said something like that in your rebuttal or in your opening, I think, about we're not really in a free market capitalist system.
But would you? Well, no, I'm saying, would you agree that both Obama and Trump and Biden, since these are kind of seem to be the three we're talking about, doesn't seem like you're arguing that Clinton is the most socialist. We can like leave it out, right?
No.
That these people, right, like Clinton, the guy that got rid of Glass-Steagall, Clinton's policies are very similar to Trump's in economics. So would you argue that any of these people that we're talking about is a true capitalist? That they believe that the government should be,
I think Trump is a capitalist, yeah.
So
but he may not be a free market capitalist.
Okay, so what is the difference between a free market capitalist and a capitalist by your definition?
Well, more restrictions and stuff. It's gonna, as the government gets involved in it, it's gonna tend more left-leaning capitalism.
Right, there's a term for this.
Tend toward the left.
It's they
crony
both
capitalism. Well, that's an example.
There's another term, which is a mixed market economy, right? They both believe in a mixed market economy. And a mixed market economy is some elements of socialism and some elements of capitalism, right? So they both believe that some socialism is good and should be done. So they're both believers in socialism, at least in part. That doesn't mean that they are believers in like state socialism in the Leninist variety. That doesn't mean that they both believe that we need to usher in the revolution, because like neither of them have grabbed their guns to do a revolution or anything. You know what I mean? Like they're not revolutionaries.
That's why I would say,
I'm not making the
that's
argument.
Why I would say neither of them are true socialists. You're saying neither of them are true capitalists because they're not full free market. I'm saying neither of them are true socialists.
I'm saying contradictions don't exist in reality, and if you think that they do, you have to check your premises, right? I'm saying that you can't
What's
be
the
both.
Contradiction?
The contradiction is the belief that some socialism is good, but I'm not a true socialist. Well, you are a true socialist if you believe some socialism is good.
It's not true that's a contradiction. Like the Scandinavian countries. No, because it's not a contradiction if I say, I don't think people should get food stamps, but I do think people should get free healthcare.
But correct, that is not a contradiction, right?
Okay,
well, if I say,
it's not a contradiction if I say I want strong borders and no immigration, but
if I say
want the American people to have their school pay, something like that.
If I say this bottle of green tea, right? Sorry, the green screen, so it might be hard to see, right? This bottle of green tea has some tea in it, and then I say also this bottle of green tea has zero tea in it. That's a contradiction. If you say Trump and Obama and Biden want some socialism, but then you also say they are not socialist, even though they are advocating for socialism. That's the contradiction that I'm saying. They're not advocating for capitalism. I'm saying it is a binary. Either you believe in free market capitalism and you are a capitalist, or you believe that the state needs to intervene where markets fail on behalf of the will of the people, because capitalism has an inability to solve certain problems, and that what we need is a state that intervenes in the market and takes away some of our liberty so that we can have, be protected, or national security, or so that companies don't get too much money, or so that one company doesn't get too big, whatever it is. In this instance, you think that capitalism needs to be regulated and restrained by the state for the will of the people, because capitalism has inherent contradictions. And I would say that philosophy is socialism.
Okay, so let me grant to you that Obama and Trump are both socialists. That's what you're saying. They're both socialists, and we're trying to figure out which one of them is more socialist.
Agreed. That's where I'm at. Yeah.
So if regulate, and your definition of socialism is anytime the government interferes with the market. So,
well, I didn't say
would say
I've been pretty specific, and I'm not trying to be a dick. I know you're just trying to shorten it up, but I think the intention is purpose, right? Like, it's not just regulate in some capacity, but regulate under the belief
when the state intervenes in the market to fix the presumed contradictions of capitalism.
Yeah, that works. Yeah, that's a little different because yes, I'm saying like that. The state might intervene to protect liberty, right? Like the state, like if a company was committing fraud, that'd be a state intervention to stop fraud, but that's a violation of somebody's rights. That's not socialist to stop fraud.
Okay, well then I would say that Trump does more regulation cutting and cutting of red tape. So they're both intervening in the market. Trump is pulling that back. Trump's trying to have less regulation, less red tape. His one of his biggest touted achievements in his first term was freedom to try, which that's free market capitalism in the medical industry. To people have the freedom to try new experimental medications that haven't been through all the FDA and all the drug testing and all that stuff.
Yeah, I agree to that.
Try that.
I would agree that is a more capitalist. I wouldn't say it's motivated by like a capitalist sense, but it's motivated by a sense of liberty.
I think making money was probably a big motivator for that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like
warp speed.
Well, okay, warp speed is obviously a deeply socialist policy. I don't know where you're getting. Okay, so it's taxpayer funded, right? So it's stealing money from people to give to corporations of his choosing, $10 to $18 billion, depending on like how you look at the money. It is with the promise of procuring government contracts, so state monopoly on the sale of and distribution of these. It's classic fascism, actually, right? Which is a form of socialism.
Wait, how's it? He didn't force people to take the vaccine. He didn't mandate anything.
That's not what fascism. Like if we're talking about fascism as a merger of the corporation and the state working together, and the state granting monopolies and granting power from your paycheck, right, to give to Pfizer, so that Pfizer can make this what you call it a Vaseline, right? So that he took your money, your hard-earned money, gave it to Pfizer, and then promised Pfizer, after giving them billions of dollars, that they would then secure contracts with other countries and other things. So he's giving them money and giving them a monopoly. There couldn't be anything more anti-capitalistic than saying I'm going to privilege certain companies and then grant them a monopoly. That's as socialist as it gets.
Capital. No, that is capital. Monopolies are the extreme of capitalism. Oligarchies and monopolies.
Capitalism cannot create monopolies. Only the state can.
Okay, well, this is what Lenin writes about. He says that the dangerous end of capitalism, you get to oligarchies, monopolies, and imperialism.
Yeah, I hate socialism. I'm here to debate why I hate socialism. So, of course, I don't agree with Lenin, the socialist. He's wrong.
Okay, well... It's a pretty
are you arguing from Lenin's framework? Like, because it doesn't seem like you're doing an internal critique of me. You're using Lenin as justification for an internal critique against me to defend Trump. Sounds pretty fucking socialist.
He was the socialist, and he was criticizing capitalism, and his criticisms were true. That is a dangerous end of capitalism.
I disagree. I'm not a socialist.
How can you say monopolies forming is not capitalist? That's what happens
it's
under
true.
because with capital, there's going to be a Pareto distribution and a hierarchy when somebody's going to rise to the top, and that person's going to form monopolies. That's why we have Walmart and McDonald's who stay open during a pandemic.
So this is
that's capitalism, baby.
So this is a complete redefinition and misunderstanding of what a monopoly is. So historically, a monopoly starts with wealth of nations, right? And that's where he describes one type of monopoly, which is a natural monopoly, right? And the natural monopoly, I also think, is a bit of a myth, but not in the way that Adam Smith is using it. The way that he is using it is that, and he explicitly states that it is the state that creates the monopoly by giving the privilege of one company to be able to operate in the market against other companies. Now, there's another type of monopoly, a natural monopoly. Like, let's say, I'm in Colorado, right? And I'm a miner, and then I find some new mineral on the, that is undiscovered mineral. That's like, we have to add it to the periodic table of elements. And turns out it's really good at doing something in tech, right? Maybe it's like, it makes quantum computers like 10 times easier to produce. Okay. I have a quote unquote natural monopoly in the sense that I have a product that I own because I own the mine that no one else on earth has discovered. And so I am the only person that has the right to sell or distribute this. Now that can happen naturally without the state's intervention. But
socialism would come in there and take your mine and distribute it to everybody and say, we all got to share that mine. Whereas capital, that's your mine. You're in charge now. You run the mine.
So here's the problem, right? Is that even with having 100% market share, because that's what you're talking about. You're not talking about a monopoly. You're talking about a majority market share, right? Walmart is not a monopoly. It has a majority market share in like poor people's, grocery shopping.
I know it's not a monopoly, but it's
right.
Well, it's close. It's, what
you'd call it monopolistic is what economists might call it, right? Or you might even call it cartel if they're engaged in price fixing,
Like Nvidia doesn't really have a monopoly on graphics cards, but they kind of do. Like,
well, they're
the best game in town, and nobody can.
They have a majority market share, but AMD exists, and AMD competes with them on a price to performance ratio, but obviously not on the top end of cards. In the AI market, right? They're obviously getting a much larger market share than AMD. But again, the problem is like we can look at this historically, right? So Alcoa was the American aluminum company, and during Alcoa's tenure, they had 100% of the control of the market on the selling of aluminum in America. And this was when aluminum was a precious metal. Aluminum was such a precious metal that the Empire State Building actually has a pyramid of aluminum at the top because that was seen as like this huge flex, even though we all know aluminum's cheap as fuck now. Now, during that time, no, it has aluminum because that was more precious than gold at the time. And so during the tenure of Alcoa's majority market share, they never made more than a 12% profit, and prices constantly fell. And you have to go, well, how can you like that doesn't make sense? Wouldn't they just like sell it for a bunch? And the problem is that even with their 100% control over aluminum, they don't have control over the market in terms of what they're competing against. So they're competing against two different things in a free market. They're competing against one, all of the other minerals that can do the same thing as aluminum. When aluminum was a precious metal, you wouldn't make pots and pans out of aluminum. You wouldn't make aluminum foil to go over your food to put in the fridge. There's a ton of things that other things are competing against aluminum, despite even them having 100% control of aluminum. The second thing that they're competing against is other capitalists. If they start making 100% profit, then another capitalist goes, well, what if I invest in a company to sell aluminum and procure aluminum from like Argentina or some shit, and I'm going to cut the price by half, and I'm still going to make 40% profit, which is insane profit margins compared to like, just putting money in the stock market. So they're still in competition with potential investors and capitalists, and they're in competition with other markets. The only way you get a true monopoly is under the state intervening and saying this company has the legal authority to sell this product and nobody else does. And we see this constantly in America, for example, with your power companies, right? If you live in Tennessee, the Tennessee Valley Authority has the legal monopoly on selling electricity. A new power company can't come in and start to compete against them. So no, monopolies are not created by capitalism. Prices are held down by a free market capitalism, and monopolies are impossible to maintain. And even then, even if you have a majority of market share, you're still in competition under capitalism. And it's only under socialism, and it's only under the state authority that you get monopolies.
Well, there was a lot there.
Yeah, I know I'm long-winded. I'm sorry. I'll let you get in a few digs and whatnot. I'll let you go, brother.
I don't know. That sounds like an interesting theory, but I don't see how this automatically, as soon as the state gets involved in a business, I'm not going to concede that crony capitalism is socialism. If the government is getting involved in this aluminum mine and and then they're helping build it up and it becomes a monopoly, that could still be capitalism. That's not necessarily socialism just because the government got involved. And that's why I was bringing up the regulation earlier. And when regulation is being cut and things are getting pushed out faster, even if they're unsafe, that's more capital than social.
Okay, what is crony capitalism? You keep using this and saying this is crony capitalism, not socialism. Can you define crony capitalism for me? And why you're differentiating it from socialism?
I gave the definition.
Yeah, I might have missed it or glazed over. I was writing notes.
It's when the government gets involved with mutually beneficial. Government gets involved in corporations or companies, and it's mutually beneficial to them. Cronies, like your cronies, is like your homeboys. Here, I'll find the exact definition that I used, but an economic system characterized by close, mutually advantageous relationships between business leaders and government officials.
So the merger of the corporation and the state, and isn't that just fascism? Isn't that just kind of another word for fascism?
Okay, well, fascism's not socialism.
But you already said that Nazism is, so why is fascism not socialism?
Well, Mussolini was a fascist. I don't even...
And where did fascism come from? Anarcho-syndicalism, which is a form of socialism. And every single fascist leader and author in classical fascism in Italy was either a former member of the Socialist Party or claimed that they were socialists at a certain point, and then they adopted more nationalist policies to go along with their socialism to create fascism. So, why is fascism not socialism, but Nazism is socialism? What's the big distinction here?
I didn't say Nazism is socialism.
You did earlier.
Nazis were probably socialists. The things are not mutually exclusive. These are separate things. You can be two things at once.
Okay,
you can be a national socialist or a fascist capitalist.
So is Nazism, is National Socialism a form of socialism? That ideology, is it socialist?
Is it a form of socialism? Okay, if you want to call it that, then sure, it's a form of socialism. But I don't know. I think it's also a form of nationalism.
Yeah, I don't disagree that it's socialism with different characteristics. It's the same thing with mixed market economy under Trump. There's socialists under different characteristics, just like critical theorists are socialists with different characteristics, just like Labour Party in the UK is socialism with different characteristics, right? I put forward, right, that there have been many definitions and many different forms of socialism. Luxemburgism is different than Stalinism. Leninism is different than Stalinism. Maoism is different than Stalin-Leninism, right? These are all different forms of and expressions of varying degrees of the socialist mentality. My argument is that there is a binary between socialism and capitalism, and that if you believe that the state is a necessary and justified means of intervening in the market because capitalism fails, and therefore capitalism alone cannot be the economic policy, Well, if you're intervening and regulating to fix a problem that you're calling a market externality, then you're claiming that capitalism
No,
is
this
failed.
is fine. Yeah. So what Obama did with his $800 billion bailout for the auto industry, when he got involved in the auto market, because in the Frank Dodd thing with the banks and the loaners, they screwed up. Those companies screwed up. They should have been free to fail. That's not comparable. That's not comparable to Trump sending out stimulus checks because people aren't going to work and our whole system is collapsing. That wasn't a fault of capitalism. That wasn't a fault of an attack by China. They attacked us.
Okay.
People were losing their mind.
Let's, maybe they attacked us. Maybe we were funding the Wuhan Institute of Virology fucking too. Maybe we attacked us along with them attacking us. Regardless, setting the origin of the virus aside, whether or not the chocolate virus came from Hershey, Pennsylvania was the fault of Hershey or not, right? Setting that aside, right? There's two problems here. Number one, the idea that an emergency justifies market interventions.
Stimulus?
Stimulus would be one of the many market interventions that Donald Trump engaged in.
What, if anything, if anything justifies it, that justifies it. Not some auto companies going under.
Right, but this is arbitrary, right? So for example, there's an emergency happening in Africa where there are starving kids. Therefore, we need to spend more money on U.S. aid. Right. Like I can make anything an emergency, right? Like people's lives are constantly at risk. If you're using an emergency as justification for stealing people's money and redistributing that money, and that's socialism, right? Like you're saying the market can't fix this. The state must come in and use its authority to fix the problem that capitalism can't solve.
I didn't get any money stolen from me that I don't already it's not like I paid extra taxes that year. I just got checks.
You absolutely did. And the way that you paid extra taxes is that there's two ways that the government can, if the government is spending money, you're being taxed one way or the other. Just because they didn't raise your taxes, if money printer go burr and we go into this situation where we now spend more money on interest payments on our debt than we do towards the entire defense budget, which is like more than like the next 22 nations combined, right? If that's how much money we're spending because of debt and inflation is occurring because we've pumped money into the money supply, then you have been taxed. And the way that you've been taxed is that the fiat currency that was used to put that money out there, the chicken comes home to roost. That is why we got massive inflation in the early years of the Biden administration. Biden didn't do anything to fucking fix it because he's a socialist too. And that's why, the price of eggs and the price of everything goes up is the inflation caused by shutting down the economy and spending trillions of dollars. I mean, yes, they were absolutely killing chickens, but that's the fault. That's the fault of socialism too, right? Both under the Trump administration and Biden.
No, that was Biden. And
this is mostly a state-based policy and things that are set up in the CDC, where if you are a farmer and you get a zoonotic virus, right? So a virus like a bird flu that can move from like an avian to a human, what you have two options. Either option A, if you're a big corporation, you can pay the CDC and you can pay inspectors to come in and go through a whole bunch of red tape and socialist bureaucracy, and then you can only kill a portion of your population. Or you can cull like the entire area, and then you get a check from the U.S. taxpayers for the chickens that you were forced to cull, which causes inflation of the money supply because of the taxation that's taken out of the market, and causes inflation of the price of eggs because more chickens are killed. And this was both under Trump and Biden. This was under Trump and Biden.
It popped off under Biden. That bird flu thing was going around, and I don't even know about that. But
the policies in place were not gotten rid of by Trump, right? And there was still issues with the price of eggs to a certain degree in the end of the end of the Trump administration. You're correct that most of that occurred during the Biden administration, but the policies that were in place, I think, from like Clinton or like Bush Sr., and Trump didn't get rid of them.
Well, it's probably something he had never even dealt with, a bird flu where you got to cull all the chickens. He probably just hadn't been.
Yeah, I mean,
it didn't happen.
That's fair, but then
it's
not a knock against
Biden's in office.
It's not a knock against Biden. Trump didn't get rid of it. Biden didn't get rid of it. And guess what? Trump's been a president for almost a year now, and he still hasn't gotten rid of that thing that he's now aware of is a problem.
Okay, well maybe he should, but so I'll give you COVID. COVID was a giant shit show, and it was we had never dealt with anything like this, and people were afraid to go outside. Our economy was collapsing. People weren't going to go back to work. They were scared. They needed something to placate them. Trump gets Operation Warp Speed, gets the vaccine out, and then he does some stimulus. He says, I'm going to put some money in your pocket. Maybe it wasn't the best decisions, but I see why he did it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see why when Biden gets in, we keep it going, and then we do the American Recovery Plan and we send another 1 trillion out. Like that first 2.2 trillion might have been enough just to keep us balanced.
It's the same
but then
justification, right?
when you drop another 2 trillion on top of it, no, it doubles it. I mean, it's the same justification, but it's double the impact.
I agree. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and defend fucking Biden, right? I'm not David Packman.
Well, you have
right?
to.
Right?
'Cause
No, I
I'm
don't.
posing that Biden is more socialist than Trump.
I don't have to defend Biden as
You have to defend that he's less socialist than Trump. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not defending Biden though, right? Like obviously. So here's a problem, right? So I think it actually has the opposite effect, and I think that you're engaged in the same thinking that the Trump administration was engaged in, which is coming at it from a socialist mindset. You're saying that an emergency has occurred. People need this money. We need to, like, this is, there's this big problem. The market can't fix this. Capitalism can't fix this. So what we're going to do is we're going to borrow against future generations, and we're going to borrow against Gen Z. We're going to fuck over Gen Z even more, and we're going to make it even harder for Gen Z and young millennials to be able to survive in this economy by giving out the money now to fix this emergency problem. When in reality, what I think it does is it incentivizes the lockdowns. It absolutely incentivizes lockdowns. The PPP loans and the promise of wealth redistribution made it so that people were more comfortable not calling their boss and going, hey man, I got to pay my fucking rent. Like, we need to open back up, like figure out whatever we need to do, get some HEPA filters, do whatever we got to do. But like, I can't be sitting at home for 6 months not working, man. And the same thing is true of all of these businesses that took out these PPP loans, and a lot of fucking politicians and wealthy people, maybe you call that crony capitalism, I call it socialism, right? That took advantage of these situations. Is that I would say that that it's unequivocally just absolutely true that when you promise aid and you promise money towards people, that you incentivize them to be more likely to not re-enter the job market, and for businesses to stay closed longer. You borrow against future generations by causing inflation, and that this deeply socialist policy is harming us right now every time you go to the fucking grocery store.
Yeah, and that's why this is so the CARES Act and the COVID stuff.
Mm-hmm.
If this is one I kind of have to concede, yeah, there's some socialist stuff there. There were some mistakes there.
Even if I don't convince you tonight that Trump is the most socialist president, if I can just convince you and a portion of the audience that many of these policies are socialist policies and they're harming us, I will consider this, even if I lose this debate, I will consider that a win, because that is so much more important to me, is that people recognize that socialism is bad and that Trump can do socialism too, and he's doing a lot of it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'll give you that, because again, he's a populist, and he's gonna do things that, might lean towards socialism, and especially when there's a pandemic going on. And that's why I'm saying that the COVID stuff is an anomaly. It's kind of not fair to throw this in, because it was a crazy situation and he did the best he could. But
I think Biden used the same rationale, and because you're arguing that Biden is the most socialist president, I think that it's fair. I disagree with your assertion of emergency, because I think philosophically anything can be made into an emergency and can be rationale that. But I think specifically because Biden did it too and gave the same reasoning, albeit it was later, and you make the argument that it was less of an emergency, but he gives the same argument, and he does it to a slightly
so if my
less
house is on fire and I call 911 and they're like, is this emergency? I'm not going to say, well, philosophically anything could be an emergency. We know what emergency is. It's like, so
yeah, I'll give you that. But again, It's an emergency if is it an emergency if your child is starving to death?
Yeah.
Okay. What if you're in Africa?
Yeah, sure. It's still an emergency.
Well, then
Is it our job
therefore, U.S. aid is fixing an emergency.
But it's a national. I'm talking about national emergencies. I'm talking about the home. I'm talking about this nation is our home, and it's not like we sent.
So it has to be a nationalist-based emergency. Okay. So let's change the analogy to a nationalist-based emergency.
America first, baby.
Is it an emergency if your child is starving? Yes or no?
Yeah.
What if you live in the projects in the inner city and you can't find a job? Is it still an emergency if your child is starving?
Well, first off, children aren't starving in America. They're fat.
Let's say the child is starving. There's children starve in America. It's still lesser degree than in other countries, but children starve. Absolutely, children starve.
There's food insecurity, which means they don't know where the next meal is coming from. But that's because there's so many places that give free meals. They always have a place to go get a meal. And that's not always socialism. Sometimes that's charity.
I agree. Charity is great. But if children are okay, so let's say you're a good parent, right? And you're not letting your child starve, and you're gonna find a way to get to the church to get food, but you have food insecurity. Is food insecurity an emergency? Kid is not getting enough calories to be able to learn in school. They have hunger pangs.
Okay.
Is that an emergency?
Okay. Do you want me to use a different word? I'm talking about a national pandemic. Yeah, I know, but
I'm saying you could make the argument very easily that temporary assistance for needy families, right, is absolutely an emergency because of food insecurity, because there are children that are going to grow up to be our nation's leader. Is that socialism? Is that a socialist policy? Is wealth redistribution socialist?
Well, is people starving a socialist policy?
No. Is temporary assistance for needy families a socialist policy? Yes or no?
It depends. If it's the government doing it and they're taking it out of my tax dollars,
that's TANF. That's TANF. Yeah. Right. So TANF is an emergency. So we have to have socialism because it's an emergency.
No, because there's community coalitions, there's churches, there's people.
I agree. If Trump wasn't a socialist, he would abolish TANF, he would abolish Social Security, he would abolish all of these welfare programs. Instead of trying to blame immigrants as the major reason why welfare is a problem, he would recognize that we have $1.4 trillion being spent on welfare, and then if we simply redistributed that wealth without any government oversight whatsoever, other than just writing out a check to the 19.8 million people that are defined as poor in this country, they would each get $70,000 a year. That's according to a recent Washington Post article, because there's so much fraud and bullshit and fucking red tape and nonsense within these socialist programs. But if he wasn't a socialist, he'd get rid of these programs and he'd allow churches, he'd allow us all to have more money, and we'd be able to fucking donate more to charity and help these kids.
Trump took a bigger step towards that than any other president has done. By doing Doge and trying to reduce government spending and clear out a lot of this fluff and a lot of the fraud in the government.
To what degree has Doge cut government spending?
Whether or not it was effective, he's the only one that took a step to actually do something about it. And he made, I would say he made some progress in it.
That program already existed and was created by the Obama administration. He renamed
Doge?
Yes, Doge was a program created under Obama. He just renamed it.
Whatever, they weren't doing shit.
Neither has Doge.
Doge did stuff.
Hold on, I'll give you this. I don't want to be too much.
We're working on the Department of Education. We shut down USAID.
Well, we didn't shut it down because Trump got stopped reports and things like that.
We're not funding
he did some attempts.
Sesame Street in Guatemala anymore. So
yeah, I mean that's how the State Department does counter insurgency and counterintelligence, is they fund academic institutions and NGOs in other countries to overthrow dictators and shit. That's what they did in Ukraine.
Well, I don't think our government should be destabilizing Guatemalan children with.
I agree. I don't think our government should be talking about going to war with Venezuela any day either. But Trump thinks that's okay because fentanyl or something.
Yep. It's killing 100,000 people a year. It's a weapon of mass destruction.
Is that a national emergency?
Yeah, and it's not socialist to bomb a drug boat.
So it's not. So what would we do? So we can go to war with other nations because they're selling drugs?
If they're smuggling drugs into America, and they're right off our coast. They're outside of our gates. Yeah.
All right, so going to war,
it's like the Cuban Missile
because
Crisis.
people
If Cuba's got nukes right on our border, yeah, we're going to do something about it.
Hold on. You're not.
What?
Are we defending the Cuban Missile Crisis that we should have nuked Cuba? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, well, we handled it.
Man, thank God. I never thought I'd say this, but thank God for JFK. For fucking being a voice of reason. Luckily, JS Urban Adventures wasn't in charge, because we would have had a World War III. Listen, so I want to move on, because you had another critique, right? You're critiquing my argument, right? I made the initial argument that I think one of the biggest kind of obvious leaps towards socialism is the nationalization of industry, right? I mean, that's kind of textbook socialism. Doesn't really get more socialist than, saying the government is going to own percentages and have control over the industry for the interests of the people. Would you agree or disagree?
No, I think this is protectivism and it's economic nationalism.
Okay, so what makes it economic nationalism and protection, not socialism?
We're focusing on the economy of our nation rather than, so that's with the tariffs and the coal mines and the Intel thing. We're boosting up our nation's economy, which protects our families, it protects our American jobs, it protects our communities through the profit, through the capital that we gain through these things. And so it's protectivism, but it's not unionization and socialized protectivism. It's conservative protectivism, preserving our capital, our family, our nation. And that's not socialist.
Preserving our money, our people, our nation. And what we're doing is we're saying the free market has failed us, so we need the state to step in and stop capitalism and protect it for the will of our people, and so that we can, have more manufacturing and more industry. I'm having a really hard time, again, squaring this circle. It seems like you're just talking about socialism, but then you're saying because right-wingers are doing it, it's magically not socialism because they use a different word. It feels like a word concept fallacy, calling it crony capitalism instead of socialism.
If socialism's here and free market capitalism is here, I'm saying we're more like here. We're slightly to the left of total free market capitalism, which is the mixed market economy, the crony capitalism that I'm talking about, where the government is boosting up certain businesses.
Socialism. So this comes from a profound misunderstanding of socialism. Socialism doesn't sit anywhere in that landscape, right? Policies
That's
can
not
be
true.
It's absolutely true. And I'll
on
explain.
any political compass that you look at, socialism lies slightly to the right of communism and slightly to the left of the center line.
The political compass is nonsense, right?
No, the political compass test might be nonsense, but the political compass is pretty sound.
What Marxist literature have you read? I'm not trying to be like, ooh, you don't read. I'm just trying to figure out what you've read.
I've read the Communist Manifesto and I've read some of Das Kapital.
Okay, that's fair. I feel like everybody should have read Communist Manifesto. And Das Kapital, it's like, what part is it? Right, it contradicts itself in part 1 and part 3.
It's been years.
So what I would suggest to anyone trying to understand socialism is there's a much easier read, right? Which is Engels' Socialism, Scientific and Utopic, right? And if you read this, you can, and especially in the first half where he goes over the historical narrative, right? You'll understand why you're looking at socialism as if it's a set of government policies. That's not what socialism is under Marxist theory. What socialism is a recognition that there are inherent contradictions in capitalism, and that capitalism is just one stage of the inevitable communist utopia at the end state, and that socialism is the ideology or the praxis of moving us as quickly as we can towards that end state, moving us more towards that end state. And so the belief is, for example, when like of historical analysis or historical materialism or dialectical materialism, whichever kind of version you want to look at, is that capitalism arose because the landed gentry and the nobility were as technology increased, the inherent contradiction between serfdom was unable to maintain itself because there was a burgeoning merchant class, and these people had real attainable power, and so their existence was going to have to cause a new system to occur. And so capitalism was the means of the dialectical process of recognizing the contradiction and then synthesizing it into a new economic system, which is capitalism. And their belief is that capitalism is contradictory all the way down. And so when you say socialism sits somewhere in this thing, it is, like Marx himself said that communism or socialism, I can't remember if it was socialism or communism, so forgive me if I'm paraphrasing
Doesn't
the quote.
exist.
Right. Well, he says it is the movement of people through time. Right? Like that's what it is. It's a constant process of praxis to get us away from capitalism and to get us away from the inherent contradictions or the failures of capitalism towards a system that benefits all people towards communism. And again,
I
that's
don't
why
see
brought
what
up
all of this. I mean, what you just said sounds to me like if capitalism is here, they're trying to move away from it. So communism would be here, socialism would be here, social democrats would be here. And then you have your.
No, what I'm saying is that socialism sits anywhere in that domain, so long as it is a process of undergirding capital. Or sorry, not undergirding. Subverting.
Yeah, this is what I said in my opening. Yeah, that's what the Oxford Dictionary says, is that socialism is the social movement in between the destruction of capitalism and the creation of a communist society. So socialism is the movement towards that.
Right. So it doesn't sit in this like nice, even like spot in a political spectrum between, communism and capitalism. What it is it's a process of undermining capitalism. And so when you are a politician and you are constantly moving, like, Michael Malice has this phrase where he says Republicans are just Democrats going the speed limit, right? When you are in the process of saying capitalism has failed us in some way, we need some regulation, we need some oversight, we need some control over Nippon Steel, we need to have a little percentage of Intel so we can protect our interests for the people. You were talking about an ideology that is motivated against free market capitalism for the will of the people, against the concepts and the contradictions of capitalism. You're talking about socialism.
Yeah, so you're saying all these slight movements away from capitalism are socialism or are socialist because they're moving us further and further away from free market capitalism. I agree.
So long as they're motivated by the concept that the government can fix things and that capitalism fails to do so.
Yeah, I'll agree to that. But I'm arguing that they all do this. And you even said that Obama and Trump are both socialists. So they're both moving away from that total free market, ideal, perfect free market system. And so they're both doing socialist things, but Obama did a lot more.
So here's maybe I can put it this way. What I'm looking at is maybe even in a sense of anxiety for my position, right? Of like watching the world become more and more socialist, is that in many ways I'm looking at a continuum. And my biggest problem is like maybe Obama, I don't concede this because of things like the Intel acquisition and AMD regulation and increased subsidies and things that I don't find
the Intel, and the Young Turks thing that I brought up, Jank agreed with me when I watched it. It was the other guy saying, yeah, Trump is a socialist. And Jank came in and they were talking about the Intel thing. And even Jank was like, this is not socialist. This is capitalism. When you're taking money from a grant, from a program that your predecessor set up, and you're using it to invest.
Yeah, that's how a socialist views capitalism, right? Socialist.
After 2 years, it's going to be a $5 billion a year profit. So
and
it helps.
You're right. Socialists or communists, especially, right, view any existence of capital, right, which is a necessary condition for production, by the way, right? One of the three necessary ports of production is, land, labor, and capital. They believe that insofar as capital exists and private property exists, whatever is done is the natural function of capitalism. That's why you brought up the socialist talking point earlier, that monopolies are created under capitalism when they're actually created under the state, because this is a socialist worldview that you're embodying as you argue to defend Trump's socialism.
I've never had anybody call me a socialist this much. Damn.
Well, it's a unique thing to me. I understand that my ideas are radical, but my ideas are right.
Yeah. And you brought up in your opening that I kind of made a low blow with the Pacman thing. You made a low blow saying that I was defending Trump, who's defending pedophiles and stuff like that. So
that's not a low blow. That's not a low blow. I said that you have the unenviable position of having to defend Trump in a tumultuous time when Trump is doing all of these things. I don't think that Trump's
you said he was
position.
sweeping for. You said he was sweeping for PDF files.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Let me make this very clear, since we're like bringing it back up, right? And I brought it up initially. I think Trump should be publicly executed in front of everyone for what he is doing in protecting some of the most wealthy and pernicious child molesters, and protecting, Mossad and CIA.
Were you always
and Five Eyes
Trumper?
program. I would say I've never been a never Trumper because I've never been a Republican. Right. So I've never been like 16, 19
Were you always
Project,
anti-Trump?
Lincoln Project. In 2016, I was cautiously optimistic about Trump. And I was still cautiously optimistic throughout his presidency, but I became more libertarian over time. Right. I was a minarchist, right? In his first presidency. But at the end of his presidency, when he still had not pardoned Edward Snowden or Julian Assange, I said that I would never support Trump again, because it just goes to show that he's a lying sack of shit at the very least. But now that we know that he's covering for pedophiles and protecting the wealthy elite and his buddies, and lying back and forth about all these things, I think he should be publicly executed.
Okay, well, that's a different topic for a different day, but I don't think he's covering anybody.
Do you got kids?
I think he's done. I just did an Epstein debate the other day. He's done more to release more Epstein files and done more to go after Epstein and the people working with him than anybody else has. So that's just crazy. But
the documents on his desk and then they don't exist and they're a Democrat hoax. Come on, man. He's covering for pedophiles.
He just released 300,000 files. Then he released 25,000 2 weeks before that.
I mean, it's 300,000 files, but then you get to sections where there's 80 pages and it just says grand jury redacted, and it's so heavily redacted. And then they accidentally release part 8 of the files, and it just happens to show that they knew since at least
this is off topic. We could do
that
this.
There was 10 co-conspirators. Well, you said it was a low blow. I don't think it's a low blow. I think it's absolutely an unenviable position for you to defend Trump in this, because as of right now, we all should want to fucking put a bullet in the man's brain through a legal system, of course.
Yeah, I don't think so. But anyway, that's a different topic. But if you stay on the after panel, we can talk about that. But
that's fair. That's fair. I'm distracting, but you were like, it's a low blow. I'm just saying, like,
I just want to throw that out because you're like, you said you kind of tried to throw me in with Pacman and the Young Turks and MSNBC. They're using all the same talking points you're using. That's all I'm saying.
I would bet all of the money in my bank account that we are not using the same talking points.
All right, we're getting a little meta here. Let's bring it back into the topic.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Well, let's go back to Intel. Let's go back to Intel.
Intel?
Yeah, you were making the claim that Intel
I
is
want to get
not
to the big beautiful bill.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, we can do that. That's fine. Yeah, I've controlled the conversation up to this point.
But no, I think
so go
we
ahead,
already
you
did
go.
the Intel thing. I don't think using grant money to invest into an American company to produce American chips to get us less dependent on Taiwan is a socialist thing. It's a economic nationalist protectorist thing.
I'll try and be brief because I know I've done so much. Very briefly, the biggest problem, even if all of the money came from Biden, and it is taxpayer money we're talking about, $11 billion in taxpayer money. right, to nationalize it for our own interests. Even if I give you all that and that's somehow not socialist, you have to recognize that Intel being given billions of dollars in exclusive contracts with the DoD gives them a massive competitive advantage against other people. And when we look at how Intel has been failing and has been making shit chips in comparison to what AMD has been doing in the CPU market, I think that there's something really fucked up about us swooping in to save them as a company and give them a bunch of crony capitalists or socialist monopoly contracts that give them an advantage in the market and allow their stock to rise, because we know now they're too big to fail. So AMD, good luck competing against too big to fail and government contracts and monopolies.
I think Intel has been the choice processor for most people. You know, Intel's better than AMD. But
well, not Xbox doesn't think so.
Have an AMD,
Netflix doesn't think so. PlayStation doesn't think so. A lot of server companies doesn't think so. Price to performance ratio that they don't match AMD.
They will.
Over and over and over again. They've been crushing Intel because Intel has refused to innovate. But I guess you don't have to innovate when Trump bails you out.
Yeah, well, they're going to be at the top of the game now. Anyway,
I'm be pumping out chips for Sam Altman and OpenAI. I mean, Palantir's got to have all of your medical data, right?
Big Beautiful Bill, Chapter 1, no tax on tips, no overtime, tax cuts for small business owners. Chapter 4, my favorite, the most antisocial chapter in the Big Beautiful Bill, work requirements for food stamps and Medicaid, effectively getting rid of ABODs so we don't have able-bodied zero dependents hanging around. That's anti-socialist. That's capitalist saying, if you don't work, you don't eat. You're going to go to work and you're going to prove you're working and we'll help you out a little bit. And you're not going to be able to stay on this forever. Restrictions to student loans, the amount of student loans people can take. So while Biden is trying to pay off student debt, Trump is restricting the amount of student loans that people can take. I think one of those is more socialist than the other.
Sorry, I'm looking up the exact figure. Was it the OBBA? Nobody calls it the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, right? So it raises the national debt by 4.1 trillion. I think it's a really important thing here because you can implement all the tax cuts that you want, and I'm all for tax cuts. Don't get me wrong, right? I fucking love tax cuts. And that is without a doubt not socialism to cut taxes, right? But when you take this bill as a whole, it also, we also kind of forced in some other things. But Medicare reform, right? Requirements to work. I'm all for those things. I do think that is a better thing. But when you raise the debt ceiling, right? That's taxation. That's the most meaningful taxation. Right? Because if I tax you more or I tax you less, obviously there's the Laffer curve, right? So if you believe that we're overtaxed, which I also do believe we're overtaxed, right? Then you might increase economic productivity and then the state might gain more money in taxation by taxing less, right? Because there's more economic transactions to tax. But at the end of the day, if you're increasing the debt ceiling, then what you are doing is you are increasing our taxes. All of these tax cuts are essentially meaningless if you are not doing something about the national debt, because it doesn't matter if, we have if the Federal Reserve steps in and does some form of like economic stimulus or does like an increase in the money supply, which you're not even tracking the M2 supply anymore, or does quantitative easing and buys up assets and increases the price of homes like they did under the Obama administration, right? If you're not actually if you're going to raise how much debt we can go into, then that is a tax increase. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act or the Big Beautiful Bill is a tax increase, period.
Not if we can recoup those through tariffs.
Which is what? A tax increase?
Recoup those losses through tariffs. We can reduce the taxes, tariff foreign goods, and thereby reducing the national debt without raising the taxes on the people. That's the plan. That's what he's doing.
But tariffs are a tax. So you're saying, actually, it's not a tax increase if we can tax elsewhere.
Yeah,
It's a tax on American citizens.
Yeah,
The largest tax increase in my lifetime,
No.
which is
A tariff is not a tax on. It's a
so
tax
he has
on.
increased taxes more than any other president in the last 33 years. And he's increased the deficit more than any other president in the last 33 years.
You're playing fast and loose with increased taxes. You're saying because he increased our debt, he somehow inherently increased taxes.
I'm not playing fast and loose. It's a really important economic thing to understand that taxation isn't necessarily like if your property taxes go up, you feel that in the immediacy. But if the property taxes don't go up and the government spends more money, then it has to get that money from somewhere. And so that money means maybe it came from tariffs, maybe it came from inflation, maybe it came from somebody else's property taxes going up, something. But money is coming out of the economy and being taxed if the government is spending it. So increasing the debt ceiling and giving permission for more debt to incur is a tax increase, without a doubt. The money's coming from somewhere, and as you just so pointed out, well, it's going to come. The plan is for that money to come from those other new taxes he created, this whole new industry of taxation and this whole external revenue service. And he promised he was going to downscale the IRS, and it turns out he's reneging on that entire thing and is hiring more IRS employees because he's not downscaling the IRS. He just increased the amount of employees that are and people that are involved in our day-to-day life and has created an entirely new institution to tax us. One of the major reasons why he's the most socialist president.
Well, shoot, what else? We're almost out of time. The 40 and 50-year mortgage proposal is just something he flew out there. He hasn't.
I
done
hope it's
that.
a meme. Yeah, I hope it's a meme.
Yeah. For the time being, it's irrelevant because he hasn't done it yet. And actually, Biden has been more compared to FDR than Trump ever was. His infrastructure bill and his Inflation Reduction Act were both compared to FDR. The only reason Trump is compared is because he says he wants to do another term and the COVID versus the Great Depression thing. But shoot, you got anything last to say? Obama's the most socialist.
We have 5 minutes.
We didn't even get into the don't ask, don't tell, and all the LGBT stuff. I think that's socialist.
I think it's socialist inspired. I will agree with you that that's socialist inspired. But if you talk to a communist, they won't agree.
Sorry, I didn't have that muted. I usually have the alarm part muted.
We're gonna wake up for work.
I'm gonna say here, so that wraps up the hour of open floor. But what we've been doing recently is because like the conversation still feels like there may be some iron left to sharpen. So just keeping in mind, we still have to do the 30-minute Q&A. Would you both be open to another 30 minutes of open floor to finish off the last of the arguments, or are you guys good there?
I feel like I'm good. I feel like I made my point.
Yeah.
I don't need another 30
I
minutes.
like the
and
open
I'll
panel
stay
and
for
the
the Q&A. Well, I mean, I'm still going to stay for the Q&A and a little bit of the open panel because I'm not doing anything Christmas Eve or Christmas, so I can go late.
Okay. No problem then. No problem. So that'll wrap up the back and forth and excellent exchange from both sides tonight. We're now going to enter into the closing statements. And a quick reminder for you guys in the chat, okay? The Q&A is there for you guys to put your questions in. And if you got a question for either debater, make sure you drop them in now so that when we get to the Q&A, we can ask them. But remember, the Super Chats, PayPal, and Cash App questions will take priority. So if those fill up the 30 minutes, not all of the Q&A questions, or if any, can get to them. So if you want it guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. And with that being said, we'll move into the closing statements. And we're going to start with you, Fabian. That way JS will have the last word because I like one to have the last and one to have the first. So let me get the correct timer up here for you first. Whenever you are ready, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah. So in summation, I think that socialism has to be clearly defined, and it is difficult to clearly define socialism because, the main popularization of it, put it into a Hegelian framework that is anti-truth.
And so it becomes very difficult to define something that is based upon a philosophy that is against definitions, against reality, and against truth. But that's why I put forward that broader definition, and the motivation behind it in this argumentation throughout this. I still think I remain unconvinced that because the policies are for the nation's people, that this is somehow not socialist. Marx, as I said in my opening, Marx and Engels both supported nationalism in both Ireland and in Poland because they believed that was a socialist movement away from certain powers. And so even though they were against nationalism, they were for nationalism in those industries, so long as it was a means of subverting capitalism. And I gave tons and tons of examples of why I think Trump is obviously a socialist, engaged in many socialist policies, from the largest tax increases of anybody in the last 33 years, from shutting down, I'm not going to blame him for the lockdowns, but he certainly incentivized it with Operation Warp Speed and with, CARES and with the PP loan scandals. And much of the inflation and the grocery store prices that you're facing now are directly tied to Trump, in combination with Biden, obviously. That nationalization of Intel and getting rid of the free market economy and that, and going attacking AMD and Nvidia's ability to sell their products in the name of national security, the golden share rule in Nippon, and having veto power over capitalist industry to protect American jobs and American interests. Over and over and over again, Donald Trump has shown that he's engaged in policies that, if they were done by a Democrat, every single Republican on Twitter would be losing their shit, calling them a communist red. Right? If Kamala Harris was elected president instead of Trump, and she nationalized 10% of AMD and Intel, and she put on export taxes, and she created the largest tax increase in the last, in my lifetime, people would be losing their fucking minds. If she came out and she threatened Walmart and Amazon with price controls, people would be losing their fucking minds. But because Trump has a cult of personality and he's a nationalist, and because the right wing, unfortunately, is slowly embracing socialism, Trump gets a pass and he gets treated like he's not a giant socialist and a giant problem. Now, I brought up the 50-year mortgage thing. And it is a meme, right? It's not a policy that he's done. I gave you a fuck ton of policies that he's done that I think show actual socialism in action. But the reason that I think it's important is to look at the mindset of the individual that is proposing these policies. Is the individual thinking that the government can solve problems when the market fails, and that the free market is incapable of solving certain problems? Or is the individual engaged in some regulation to try and free the market or stop fraud or things of that nature? And I think that Truth Social post, where he, compares himself to the great FDR and glazes how FDR was a great American president, and talks about how he instituted the 30-year mortgage, which is one of the major reasons that we have such a horrific housing market that is fucking over millennials and Gen Z from being able to own a home, is because of government-backed protection on the ability to protect their ability to loan out homes over a 30-year mortgage, and says, hey, I'll do the 50-year mortgage. Isn't that a great idea? And you realize that the average first-time home buyer right now just went to 40, and under a 50-year mortgage, that would mean that you'd be done paying off your mortgage when you're 90 years old. Now you can pass it on to your kids, and your house needs $20,000 of work. Congratulations, that's generational debt. And so I think it speaks to his mindset about why he's enacting these policies. He's doing it because it's popular, and socialism is becoming popular. Look at New York and Zohran Mamdani. Look at all of these people. He is a populist president, and by virtue of that, he is clutching on to socialism. And that's why he's the most socialist president in the last 33 years.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And with that, we're going to hand the mic over to JS. Whenever you are ready for your closing statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
All right. Thanks again, Scott. This was fun. I'm kind of out of my league here. You're like an economics expert, and I had to do a lot of cramming for this debate, but it was fun. I liked it. I'm just gonna reiterate again why Obama was the most socialist president. The Affordable Care Act, the biggest move towards socialized medicine. He was praised by the International Review, the International Socialist Review. Obama was praised for doing that. The Dodd-Frank thing made them less competitive with foreign countries, and it restricted how these banks and loan mortgage lenders and all these things could do what they want to do. He did more restrictions, whereas Trump was cutting red tape and getting rid of restrictions. Obama was increasing them. The auto bailout, $800 billion to bail out companies who screwed up is more socialist than $2.2 trillion in stimulus because of a pandemic where people are losing their minds and they're not going to go to work. So again, maybe Trump has done some things that lead socialists, because I agree with you. He is a populist and socialism is becoming popular. Everybody wants free healthcare. Everybody wants free school. And he might do things that tend that way, but other presidents have done it more. Obama's auto bails, they had a task force that was involved in the day-to-day operations of these auto companies. They pushed CAF, corporate average fuel economies, GHG, greenhouse gas emission regulations. Obama ended Don't Ask, Don't Tell. He stopped the defense for the Defense of Marriage Act, basically gay marriage. He started all that. And that's a lot of the socialism we didn't get into, is not just the economic socialist, but the social socialism, like the social things we see. And I believe Obama and Biden were way more influential on that stuff than Trump. That's when we saw BLM come up, all these things. And maybe Biden did some of it worse, but like I said in my opening, he was just continuing what Obama started. And he was auto pinning all his documents. He didn't even know what he was doing. So that's why I say Obama was more socialist. Obama did the Hate Crimes Prevention Act. And I think I already said this, his stimulus. Yeah, I already said that. But so Trump, not a socialist. Trump getting involved in Intel, again, that's using government grant money to do what he promised voters that he would do, which is to bring chip manufacturing to America. So he got behind a company and he invested in them, and we're going to profit off of that. So it's a good investment. He did not get interact with Harley Davidson or Walmart. He just threatened them. He threatened Walmart. He said, he didn't even threaten them. He just said, I'm going to be watching and you're going to eat the cost, Walmart, of the tariffs. I'm going to be watching you. He didn't actually do anything. And Walmart has been keeping prices, at least compared to Biden, way down. So what else? Do I have anything else? Cash for clunkers, weaponization of the IRS to attack conservative organizations. Those are two more socialist things that Obama did. I think as many examples you gave of why Trump was socialist that we could quarrel over, is that socialist or is that nationalist? Is it economic nationalism? Is it socialist? And we could argue about all these things, but if we're weighing the scales of socialism, Obama did things that were clearly more socialist and more blatantly socialist, even as far as openly calling himself a democratic socialist. So, that's why I believe Obama is the more socialist. You didn't change my mind, but you know your stuff more than I do. So it was I had fun, but that's all I got.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. And that will conclude the closing statements. Great work from both debaters tonight. Again, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on Swords of Reason. Like I said, we do all kinds of matchups. It could be political, cultural, social, internet beefs, trending topics, video games. Okay, literally anything that a conversation is worth clashing over, we bring it into the arena. And also, don't forget to subscribe to both of tonight's debaters as well. Their links are in the description. And whether you agreed or disagreed, okay, it takes more than you know to come in front of a live audience and do all of this. So make sure you show them support for stepping into the arena and sharpening some iron tonight. All right. Before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two for each side based on things I've heard. Either it'll be something like want clarified, or points maybe I think got kind of passed, or things like this, right? So once those questions are done, we'll begin the 30-minute Q&A from the chat. So first one will be we'll start on the negative side, because last night I started on the positive. I think you've answered this, right? But so in the last 33 years, would you argue, or who, sorry, would you argue was more socialist than Trump? And then what policies make that case stronger than things like the COVID spending, Trump's tariffs, things like this that were mentioned?
The question's for me. Yeah, it's Obama, and it's
and like, what would you say the policy that makes that case stronger than Trump's policies?
His Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, first and foremost, and then the bank bailouts, the auto bailouts, and then the social policy that he had, like he pushed socialist policies, which is like Marxist policies, like equity, diversity, equity, and inclusion, egalitarianism, feminist policies, gay policies, LGBT policies. Those are all the reasons I think he's far more socialist than Trump.
All right. And did you have anything to answer for that, Fabian?
Well, I would just say that, like, the problem is that if we understand socialism as the movement of history through time, from the Marxian perspective, right, doing a little bit of an internal critique here, then we understand that it's a continuum. And so if Trump doesn't do anything as the current president, or does very little to undo those policies, then, you know, like maybe you have, maybe like with the AC.
What about
right?
culturally?
Culturally? I think.
What if he's culturally moving us away from those policies? Like, people, you see Gen Z, they're just more based. Like, culturally, Trump is moving us away towards that soft, woke, socialist.
I mean,
socialist Democrat. We got to save everybody.
I think
culturally,
he's a populist.
he's steering us away from that.
I think he's a populist that sometimes says base stuff, and like people are excited that he'll call a reporter piggy or whatever, right? But and, you know, it's funny, you know what I mean? But the problem, right? The problem is like, so when we look at polling from Gen Z, right? There was a poll that came out that like CNN completely couldn't understand. It was really funny because it showed that a large portion of Gen Z white men supported Trump in 2024. And now his approval rating with Gen Z white men is completely tanked. Gen Z white men do not support Trump overwhelmingly. And like, they're like, see, they're back on our side. And it's like, no, they're all groypers now, man. They're all watching
going
Hitler.
farther right.
Like they're
not
their
supporting
generation.
Trump 'cause they're more radical.
Well, they're more culturally right wing, but they're more socialist than Trump as well in many ways, right? Like Nick Fuentes is a hardcore socialist, right? Like you talk to any white nationalist, they're hardcore socialist, right?
But Nick Fuentes doesn't like Trump because he's not socialist enough. He was going to vote for Kamala.
He also likes he can't stand JD Vance because of his brown wife or some shit, and thinks Newsom, who's like one of the most like who's the purveyor of all the things he hates, is somehow good because he's a white Chad or something, right? So Gen Z is a little cooked in that. So I mean, like the cultural shift is occurring. I don't know to what degree Trump is doing that. What I would say is if you really wanted to strengthen your argument again in another debate, is the first thing you should have mentioned was his pushback against diversity, equity, and inclusion, his executive orders against diversity, equity, inclusion, and getting rid of the EEO mandates on those things and freeing up the market to be able to engage in hiring practices not supported by the state. Setting that aside, I'm only saying that because the debate's over. We're in a Q&A portion.
Right. Well, I mentioned
was just
Obama
saying,
and Biden doing those types of things, and I didn't mention Trump's pushback on them. I should have. You're right.
That's something he actually curtailed, right? So in that domain, you absolutely have an argument. But I would say when you talk about like Dodd-Frank, right? It's like he did a couple of meaningless things to make like the cap on like the new regulations on asset management from 50 million to 250 million. Right? Like he kept all of the elements of Dodd-Frank. So it's like, how can we say like Obama's so fucking socialist for that when Trump maintains it? Right? That's the problem, is that we have this continuum. And so if we don't have a guy that comes in and destroys all the shit that the last guy did, but instead goes like, oh, I'll clean it up a little bit, and then does shit like take on Nippon and, take Intel shares and does other socialist shit, then like by definition, he has to be more socialist than Obama because he's maintaining most of the socialism that you're arguing makes him more socialist are also essentially Trump policies if he doesn't do everything he can to fight against them.
Yeah. And this is kind of where I thought you might go with this, is that for example, if 1 year we give welfare to 100 million people, and then every year we give it to 10 million more people, you could say whoever's the most current president is the most socialist because they're giving out the most welfare to the most number of people.
Right. Instead of cutting it. You know what I mean? Like it's like, and to be fair, Trump did in the big beautiful bill cut some of those things and tries to clean it up. But I mean, it's when that comes with 4.1 trillion and raising the debt, it's like,
dude, I don't even believe in the debt. That's funny money.
I don't even believe it. Well, let me go into my next question for JS here. My next question for you, JS, is so even if Trump's intent is nationalist or populist rather than socialist, like even if that's his intent, how do you respond to the claims that the outcomes of his policies, it still expands government controls in ways that would be consistent with socialism?
Because, so socialism would be if the people collectively utilize the state to take over businesses. If the state just says, I'm taking over this business, I don't see that as socialist. That's like anti-social. That's like against the people. It actually, it boosts up the company owners. That's what the crony capitalism. It boosts up the corporation owners. It boosts up the politicians. Doesn't do anything for the people socially. And
so you're saying it's not true socialism because it didn't work out the way the socialists wanted it?
Well,
are you saying that's not true socialism? I mean, like you admitted that that's that Nazis were socialists, and the thing you're describing is absolutely what the Nazis did.
But and Hitler, the Nazis are a weird exception. They're it's kind of like
third positionists. They're a form of socialism.
You're trying to get me to say, are they a form of socialism? And it's like, I don't know, because they're actually kind of their own thing. But what I'm saying is the people did not vote for Trump to take over Intel or to buy 10% of Intel, right? He just did that. If the people collectivized and said, we're going to use the state to make everything,
redistribute
everything.
You made the exact opposite argument in the debate, right? You said that Trump was doing it at the behest of the people because he was voted in to protect national security and get more chip manufacturing.
Tariffs. I was talking about tariffs. Well,
you were talking about the CHIPS Act.
No, I'm saying
and the continuation of it.
It benefits. Okay, yeah, whatever.
You know what I mean? Like you said that, you said that Trump did that for the people under national protection, and that's why you're saying it's a nationalist policy. Yeah, it's socialism. It was the will of the people.
So we'll go to my questions for you, Fabian. So first question would be, so this was one of the things I kind of just want repeated, and then this like kind of a two-part question. So like, how are you defining socialism for the debate? And then why does Trump fit that definition more than like presidents who expanded like a welfare program or healthcare or government regulation?
Yeah.
Like, why does Trump fit it more than them? Yeah.
So there's this I did a stream with this guy Nicola. Great stream. Hopefully he cleans up the presentation a little bit, but he has this theory called arrow of regression, and it's a libertarian analysis of how a government is moving either towards capitalism or towards socialism. And essentially the argument is that if the motivation behind the policy is that the government can fix problems in a way that the market can't, then you are promoting and promulgating a philosophy of socialism. And if the motivation behind the governmental policy is that the government shouldn't step in and that the market has the capacity to solve these problems and that we should unregulate and unleash the market to fix problems, then you're moving in an asymptote towards capitalism. And so my definition of socialism is where the state intervenes as part of that movement of history through time, as defined by Engels and Marx, to interrupt or to fix the inherent contradictions of capitalism as laid out by socialist theory. And so when the reason that Trump is more so is two-part. One part, it's that continuum argument I made, right? Where you're continuing many of the socialist policies of the previous administrations. And the second is further action that is designed for the people to protect them from the failures of the free market or globalism or, like whatever capitalist measure this is. And this includes all of those things like, getting Intel, bullying AMD and NVIDIA or going after Walmart and Amazon. And it's like, when he uses the authority of the state to bully Walmart and then the CEO steps down and a new guy comes in that's going to be a little better behaved. It's like, yeah, it's socialism. And because it's motivated by that belief that the government will fix this and that the market or the free market can't fix this. And we shouldn't unshackle the market. Instead, we need more regulation. We need more control for the benefit of the people.
So Trump said some mean words to Walmart and the CEO voluntarily stepped down. Biden implemented power over GM and Chrysler and forced the CEO to resign. So that's where you have two similar events. One's more socialist than the other, and it's Obama.
Yeah, but Obama never nationalized any industry. I mean, yeah, it's like in this tit for tat. I'll give you that. Like what he did with
we have to
Crash
do the
for
tit
Clunkers.
for tat.
Well, no. Like I agree with you, right? Like, but at the same time, there are other things that Trump has done that Obama didn't do, right? I've made my argument enough, I think.
Yeah.
And all right, yeah. And my next question for you, Fabian, would be which specific Trump policy do you believe most clearly qualifies as socialist? And then it's kind of a two-part here. How does it go beyond any like similar action taken by Bush or Obama or Biden?
Yeah, I think you could probably guess my answer, right? I'm really harping on the Intel acquisition.
Yeah, remember, I'm asking these questions because I even if I know, like, based off what you guys said tonight, I like to get these questions out for the chat to maybe hear it again, people who came in late, stuff like that.
For sure.
And also, this goes in a section I'm going to be doing in video form called the Blades Edge, where it's just my questions to you guys. So it's kind of a,
Hell yeah, fair enough.
I would promote everybody and get some good questions answered,
it's hard to define like what is worse. You know what I mean? Like that's definitely a difficult thing to define because I don't look at it per se as an asymptote, right? Like I'm not looking at it as like, oh, Trump's 2.2 trillion is way worse because it's, you know, 0.3 trillion more than what Biden did, right? You know what I mean? Like I'm looking at it more from a philosophical position, which is what goes into a new domain of the state, of the acceptability of the state to intervene in the market. And I think that the golden share of Nippon when a Japanese company purchases US Steel and saying, well, if you want to purchase this company and you don't want to be busted up by our antitrust laws and practices, then the government gets a right to vote on your board. That and, you know, going in and using taxpayer money and monopoly contracts to purchase 10% of a giant, player in the tech industry. I think those two things philosophically are far more than like bailouts, stimulus, welfare. Those things they're horrible. And like every president seems to want to do more and more of it. But I think those things philosophically go towards a new place that we just let the president go. Actually, you know what? This company is the American company. Fuck your competitors. We're going to give them a monopoly, at least in these government contracts, and we're going to own some of you. That's like one step away from Stalin just saying, why doesn't America control all of this industry?
All right. Did you have anything for that, Jazz?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right. So we'll move into the chat Q&A. Chat, you can still get super chats in if you want, and I don't see too many questions here. So if you guys want to get them in the actual Q&A, put them in there too, because we can get to those. So let's start the timer up here, and let me see here. We got a bunch of new members. All right, so shout out to all the new members. Okay, you got a new member on your side as well, JS. So yeah, shout out to all the new members.
Shout out not Voltaire, let's go.
That's what's up. That's what's up. First one comes in, Prince of Dogs, just $5 show support. Appreciate that, Prince of Dogs. You a real one. All right. We got here on JS's side, $10 comes in. Looking sharp this evening. Can't go wrong with bacon and red. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
I had to make up for my lack of knowledge on economics. Where the
look smart. I get it.
No, if you want to look like an econ fucking Chad for whatever fucking reason, you got to go bow tie. I don't know what it is about the econ boys, but they love a fucking bow tie.
I've never worn a bow tie. I don't think I can pull it off.
Sure you can.
The best I can do for you right now is a flannel, all right? But we'll put on a button up. I'm sorry. It's fucking, it gets hot under these studio lights, you know. But
it's true though. The lights make it hot, man. It's crazy.
Bro, that's the one thing nobody talks about. That like it's like they're like 5 hours and you have a little headache. Why? Fucking studio lights, dog.
Yeah,
like, Jesus.
Exactly. Gifted 5 memberships from Prince of Dogs. Shout out to you. Thank you very much. $5 comes in from Prince of Dogs. God bless and Merry Christmas, Easy. You're the best. You're the best, Dogs. I appreciate that big time. A lot of dog support coming in. Here we go. $2 coming in. $5 from Prince of Dogs. Says, send those super chats in. Let's rock that goal. I appreciate that, Prince of Dogs. Then we got Premonition. $5 says, love to the family. Merry Christmas. Wish I had more to share. Every dollar is appreciated. Thank you so much. It all helps and it's greatly appreciated. So thank you very much. Prince of Dogs coming in with another 5, another 2. Legend. Trench Deacon come in, said, who is winning, chat? Catch me up to speed. What do you guys think? Who's winning?
I'll let chat decide.
Fair enough.
Oh, I was muted. I was saying, of course I won. Guys, come on. I read it in Donald Trump's book.
As a true socialist, you know, I will appeal to the will of the people.
That's what's up. Prince of Dogs coming in with 5. or sorry, 2, and then a 5, saying 10 more, and then another 5 saying 12 minutes left for the goal, and then slapping in with 2, 2, 2. Lord Random says 6 more for $5.
just working
They're
on
all
the
just
thing.
hitting the goal here. They're all just
Yeah.
hitting the goal, just showing some support. You guys are amazing. Get your questions in the Q&A because we're flying through these. Right?
Sempiternal, I like that name. It was a good Bring Me
Yeah,
the Horizon.
Sempiternal Chaos with the $2.
That's
Thank
a
you
great.
very much.
I don't care what everybody else says. That was a good album by Bring Me the Horizon. People shit on it too much.
Yeah, you got a rep in the chat over here. Prince of Dogs for another 2. Let's go. Lord Random Person, cheers for $5. Thank you very much, Lord Random Person. Prince of Dogs says nothing for 5. Another nothing for 2. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate the support huge. I think they were actually just trying to get to the goal, and I think they got one short. I think they just missed the time. You guys are amazing still, though. All right, I still counted in my books. All right, that's all right. That YouTube doesn't. I still do. Extra couple seconds. That's okay. But that is it for super chat. So let me move over here to the actual Q&A here. And chat, we only have 3 questions here in the Q&A. So make sure you guys throw some questions in here.
Yeah, dude. The 23rd is a rough day, man. It's just, it's
yeah,
like you know what I mean. Like, I know you guys. I just want to say thank you to both of you guys for rescheduling. I have a connective tissue disorder and mast cell activation syndrome. So when I get like a cold or a flu with like a autoimmune disease, I get fucked. And I appreciate you guys both being just like, oh, whatever, we'll reschedule. And like rescheduling to today is a rough day to stream. So maybe you guys took a little bit of a financial cut because of that. So I appreciate it.
Hey, man, real life always comes first. I understand it, and I'm sure JS understands that too, you know? And actually, my wife's the same way. When she gets sick, she gets really sick because of what she has too. So, yeah, it's I understand it.
I don't know if you can tell, I'm sick today. Like, I'm stuffy and
stuffy. That's what I thought. I thought.
So when chat says I win, he's gonna be like, actually, I was a little under the weather. He got to reschedule and I didn't.
No, but I was sore all day today and stuffy. I don't have a fever, but I'm maybe from traveling. I'm
traveling,
sick.
Dude. I swear, every time, everyone like I just hate being around people's germs, dude. Because like every time I travel, I get.
Bro, I have 2 toddlers.
Cold. It's yeah.
The germs they bring
because of the kids too. But yeah, traveling, it's the worst, man. I don't get it. It's like keep your germs to yourself. Question in from Teriak from the chat says, question for Fabian. So America is National Socialist? Are we Schnazis?
I think I wouldn't call America ideologically fascist, right? Like I just wouldn't. I don't think there are too many politicians that are fascist, right? But I do think you have to understand that there is a underlying philosophy that has been invaded from the West, and I would say, since Marx, but, I brought this up very briefly, ironically, from denazification, right? I think denazification has been one of the most harmful things in politics in world history. And that's going to sound crazy when I'm saying I hate Nazis, denazification is bad, because this was a form of, it's one of the reasons why you see so much more socialism in Europe, is because we worked with the Soviet Union in, de-radicalizing Europe and kind of like, in congruence with the Soviet Union in the early days of the end of World War II. And many of those compromises were welfare state policies and things of that nature. And, the kind of the tactics of the Fabian Society, of which I get my name from, ironically, of this incremental push towards socialism. And there's this pervasiveness that has occurred philosophically, where we have gotten away from Aristotelian logic and formal logic, and some of that via Thomas Aquinas that was enshrined in the philosophy of Christianity, as we've lost Christianity as well, where logos, the concept of truth, the concept of getting rid of contradictions, and our education system has been infiltrated from people from Frankfurt. And so the underlying philosophy of the West has been one now for so long of consequentialism and of this trade-off philosophy, and it's not been girded in logic. And so that has seen a slow movement of the left and the right towards socialist ideals and socialist philosophy, and utilizing anti-capitalist means of engaging with every quote unquote emergency, over time, and has left us with the Federal Reserve, has left us with, Reagan, who gets praised, but he created the immigration system we're currently in, and he expanded Social Security, and Reagan did all of these socialist policies, but he's and it's just this slow march because of the philosophy. So no, I don't think.
Is that why you kept it to 33 years? Because if you did lifetime, it would count Reagan.
I think there are a lot of presidents that are more that are more socialist, even with the continuum aspect. Woodrow Wilson, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Reagan, Abraham Lincoln, LBJ. Like, I think all of these are contenders for sure. Obviously the continuum thing that I'm talking about and the preservation of it kind of tricks it into Trump having to be that. But at the same time, I kept it to 33 years, but really I just meant in my lifetime, right? Because I didn't want to talk about shit that was so old that's like too much historical knowledge is required for debate.
I'm 38, so I would have got like one extra president than you.
Yeah, well, I'm 35, so like I would have gotten like 2 years, whatever, and then he changed it to 33, and I was like, all right, whatever. A third of a century works.
33 because it's my lifetime, so I was like, I'll just go. But you guys can't be too much older than me, so I'll go off my lifetime.
so TLDR, and I'm only being long-winded because there's not to give people more opportunity to get in.
Yeah, no worries.
Is no, I don't think we're fascist, but I think the underlying philosophy that led to fascism and led to communism, that is, Hegelianism and a rejection of Aristotelian philosophy, is one that is also undergirds the philosophy of the current day, and that is a severe problem, and that if left unchecked, it leads there.
All right. Next one comes in from the Panelverse. Says, why is easy a fraud of a man and thus a goof? This sounds like middle school insults mashed together by a toddler. I don't know what you even said here. You're asking why someone's a fraud.
I'll add to it and say this. Red flag for anybody. And Panelverse has been in my chat most of the night, and I'm going to talk shit anyways. Red flag for anybody. If you hear the word weird, you hear the word whiny, you hear the word goofy, you hear these adjectives, just know that you're dealing with someone that isn't presenting an argument. They're engaging in the female tactic of reputation management. They're attempting to find words that destroy your reputation in lieu of a logical argument.
Facts. Yeah, if you got receipts, buddy, you can bring them. All right, but we don't debate static over here.
Just clips other people's stuff.
Yeah, and, monetizes off of clipping other people's channels. Yeah,
doesn't have any good takes of his own. Yeah.
Bitch, don't talk about that. I went to check your channel, and like half your shorts are fucking Crucible clips, bitch.
Who, me?
My shorts.
No, fucking JS Urban.
I do clip shorts. No, I wouldn't say half of them. I'd say there's more JLP, but lately I've been trying to do shorts of my own content. But that's just my shorts.
I just did like a quick inspection to be like, oh, what's this guy? Because I met you.
Everybody just looks at my shorts. I don't even think YouTube should have shorts.
Vertical integration, I guess.
That's another debate to have, huh? We got Seahawk Daddy says Scott's point about Intel was good and fits perfectly with the dictionary definition of socialism. Can JS give an example of another president gaining ownership in an industry?
Another president gaining ownership in an industry. So that Trump does not have ownership in Intel. Well, he has 10% of the company. He's not even the. Can I give an example of another president having 10% of a company? No, but I'm sure there's lots of presidents who.
Yeah, Richard Nixon.
Yeah,
Richard
I'm
Nixon
sure
is
there's
the answer,
presidents
right?
that have
So
had stock in
the
companies.
worse, Rail Passenger Service Act under Richard Nixon created Amtrak by consolidating railway companies.
Okay.
And Amtrak is still partially owned by Congress and controlled by the U.S. government today, which is why our train service sucks so bad, because it's socialist instead of being, unleashed to the market. But Richard Nixon isn't in the last 33 years, so
Right.
Yeah, that exactly. Yeah. Lost Avarice. Shout out to Avarice. Sends in $10 and says, "Yeah, what Fabian said. Lack of urban adventures for real, my dude. Hi, I'm Avarice."
Greed is good, brother. Greed is good. Greed is the highest moral value of man.
When shorts started, I would just clip stuff and put it on my shorts. So yeah, there is a lot of stolen short content on my channel.
I'm just teasing you, man, because you were
I know.
talking shit on something. And I was like, wait a minute, you do that too, motherfucker.
No, that's his whole channel. And plus, he was talking.
Yeah,
shit
to
on
be fair, that's literally the dude's whole channel. Like, he just clips debates from other people, and puts them up. It's wild. And it's literally just copy and paste.
Hey,
It's not
Speakeasy, you're talking to an ANCAP. Fuck IP. Clip my shit and ship it, brother. All right, that just gets me in front of more people.
You know what? Listen. I actually argue about copyright and shit too. I actually argue against it too. Maybe one day in the future we'll talk about that, because I think fuck.
Yeah,
fuck
I don't think he
copyright.
should get sued. I just think
I think
Clip it and ship it,
patents and all
boys.
that
You're
are
fucking
stupid.
amazing.
You know
I
what I'm
love
saying?
you for clipping my shit and getting it out to more people.
Yeah, I always say people can monetize off of clipping me. Yeah, for sure. But I do understand why it's other people look at it as just stealing. But the next question comes in from Rev Russ. Says, do bailouts, tariffs, and industrial favoritism qualify as socialism if they benefit the corporations rather than workers?
Absolutely. Because I think they wouldn't qualify as socialism to the socialist, right? But that's where you always get that argument. Well, that wasn't real socialism. What I would say is that, the Marxist analysis of history is mostly correct, but it's based upon a horrific philosophy, right? It is true that the capitalists in power utilize the state to gain favoritism and things of that nature. And so when you state like corporations love regulations. Facebook loves regulations, right? Meta, right? Google loves regulations. Walmart loves regulations because they have economies of scale and because they have a bunch of lobbyists that can make sure that the regulations that are supposed to regulate them do regulate them, but they're more impactful against their competitors that are smaller companies, right? So they love socialist regulations. I would say that it's not in the vision of what the socialist wants, but it is indeed, because it's the natural consequence of socialism is consolidation of the wealthy elite and more power for large corporations, and unless there's a full-blown revolution, and then they just become, Stalin's or Mao's friends that are the ones that are in power. And Bakunin saw this, as a contemporary of Marx and critiqued him, who was the father of anarcho-syndicalism, which, of course, was the other form of socialism that eventually became fascism.
All right. Next one comes in from Lord Random Person. Says, did you know Chuck Norris was the fourth wise man? He gave Jesus the gift of nerd. Or wait, is that
Right.
neared?
Gift of
Neared? Is that supposed to say beard? I think it was supposed to say beard. Yeah, because B
All
and
I
N
know,
is
yeah.
right next to each other.
All I know is
Yeah.
that Chuck Norris doesn't do push-ups. When he does them, he pushes the world down.
Yeah.
I heard that too. Bass guitar comes in. Question for both. Isn't mercantilist a better descriptor for Trump's economic policies than either socialist or capitalist?
No.
Mercantilist?
Mercantilism is the system of economics that was really popular in Europe before the creation of corporations. I mean, obviously you have a couple corporations, but like before, like you have the British East India Company and things like that. The problem with trying to compare that to now is that mercantilism was based upon hoarding commodity currency, right? So you're hoarding gold and you're doing everything you can to make sure that the supply of the gold that you have is restricted within the within the you're the like the nation's economy, and that you're trying to make sure that that's like restrictive even to the nobility, because the idea of if the coffers swell from taxation and grow, and the commodity is is an inflationary asset, right? It's not depreciating in value like fiat currency via inflation, but rather it is gaining value over time. Then like it, if population's increasing, et cetera, like these are bad. Mercantilism sucks, but regardless, you have a commodity currency and you're trying to maintain that currency as a means of like flexing power. And then if you have to go to war, you have a large amount of currency with real value that you can then put towards towards the military and things like that. And you compare that to like America, where the US dollar is functionally backed by OPEC and Saudi Arabia as the reserve currency, so that we can offshoot inflation to other countries because they have to hold US dollars in order to purchase oil. Like it's just like I think that there's just too dissimilar because of the changes in the way that we utilize currency. Maybe if America went over to like Bitcoin or something, like a synthetic commodity currency, like then maybe you could say it's like similar to that. But I just think the difference in currency is too drastic for it to say it's closer to that than a form of socialism, especially because of the philosophy behind mercantilism is similar but very different. I don't know.
Yeah, I know nothing to add to that. I've heard of mercantile. Is it mercantilism or mercantilism?
Yeah, I think that's how you say it. Mercantilism.
It's one of those words that it's going to be. It's one of those words that's going to be different based upon like where you're from.
Okay. So
I haven't even read basic economics yet, but I think my mom got it for me for Christmas.
You mean Thomas Sowell?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a Chicago school, but like, yeah, you should read it. It's good.
I'm pretty sure it's under this Christmas tree right now.
I've got one. I've got a copy somewhere. I have a hardback. Yeah, it's good. He's no Austrian, but it's still good.
All right. And we got another one just came in there from Bricky. Says, what time is JS due at court?
Yo, you do look like somebody that got a drug charge and showed up to court in the nicest outfit they have.
Yeah. Sleeves rolled up.
All right. So, I mean, if we don't have no more questions in from the chat here, we can wrap up the Q&A. Does anyone in the chat want to get a last question? We got 9 minutes here. The Q&A there is a little low, guys. You guys can get the free questions in now. You got 9 minutes. Get a question in.
Yeah, man. I don't have much super chats tonight either, but like I knew it was going to be a thing like the day before Christmas.
Well, if
Eve.
you have
like,
some, you can go ahead and read them. You can go ahead and read your super chats.
I don't think I have any questions in mind. It's here's some money, enjoying the show, memberships. Someone asked me if I'm going to cover the Epstein files leaks. Yeah, there's no like direct questions for if anybody wants to do so. Hit it up now, boys.
Yeah, that's what's up. We got here. Myrotech says to both debaters, do you agree that fascism is more of a tool to get to authoritarianism and tyranny as opposed to an economic or political system?
Wait, say it one more time. I missed the first couple words.
Do you agree that fascism is more of a tool to get to authoritarianism or and tyranny as opposed to an economic political system?
I think those are two separate axes. So like the anarchy I like the he said it's bullshit, but I like the political compass with the 4 quadrants and there's one axis which is authoritarianism and then anarchy at the bottom, and then there's an economic axis. So I think authoritarianism is not even on the same scale as economics.
Yeah, I disagree. So I would say that it's better understood from the from the from the dialectical perspective of socialism because it's a socialist movement, right? And so what I would say is that what occurs, you can look at it like every time that we've had fascism, what has occurred? Well, you've had socialist revolutions, revolutionaries antagonizing the state because of emergency conditions, right? Weimar Republic, or Catalonia in Spain, or obviously in economic issues in Italy. And so what occurs is there's a growing sense of socialist ideals within the population, and then there is the synthesis, right? And I think the third positionism or fascism is a synthesis of those two ideas, which is instead of having a communist revolution, what we will do is we will adopt elements of the economic socialism, and then we will put in right wing, you could say right wing values, especially within the social domain, and we will synthesize these two things into a political philosophy that moves us closer towards socialism from the Marxian perspective, or protects the wealthy and the people at the top from a full-blown revolution from like maybe another perspective. And so like you see this with the election cycle leading up to the Reichstag and everything within Nazi Germany, right? Is like you have the brown shirts. They're a legitimate threat. And if the left wing had formed a coalition, Nazi Germany probably would have been a full-blown left-wing communist state. But instead, you have a coalition of the right adopting elements of socialism, calling themselves socialists, bringing in former socialists with a socialist philosophy, but it's pro-family, it's pro, like they bring in Ein Volk, right? Blood and soil. So it adopts this right-wing kind of facade in the terms of, its cultural values.
Right-wing socialism.
Well, yeah, it's right-wing socialism, without a doubt.
This is
right?
this is what triggered me that you said at
right, but I mean, it's like it's economically very socialist, right?
You say we need to get rid of contradictions, but then you talk about right-wing socialism.
Right-wing socialism, 100%.
That's a contradiction. Socialism is on the left; it's left-wing.
I agree that it is a philosophy of the left, but insofar as we define right-wing philosophy, right? I don't think there is a definition in that, and by that domain, economic.
Would you agree you could be an authoritarian communist or an authoritarian capitalist?
You can't be an authoritarian capitalist. That's a contradiction, for sure.
You can't be an authoritarian capitalist. Can you be an anarcho-capitalist and an anarcho-communist?
You could have communist values and live in a commune under an anarcho-capitalist framework. You cannot be an anarcho-communist.
No.
And
so
under
anarcho
an ANCAP.
So anarcho-capitalism and authoritarian communism, those two things make sense. But authoritarian capitalism and anarcho-communism, those two things are contradictory. That's not consistent.
It is consistent. You're treating the political compass as if it's like de facto always true to create the concept of the contradiction. So the problem is that capitalism, the more capitalist you are, means the more you are against government intervention into the market. If you are a pure capitalist, then you are for the abolishment of the state.
I could have.
There is no.
I could have an oligopoly
you are
or a
an
technocracy.
ANCAP.
But
neither of those are
neither
of those are full capitalists.
Where the richest person is the person who runs the government, and they can be very authoritarian. Why?
Because you are
authoritarian capitalism.
Because you are against the liberty of people to be able to make choices.
What's
and
capital
to
got
engage
to do with liberty? That's socialist.
No. Capitalism is an economic. Capitalism is an economic philosophy in how we distribute
Capital
resources.
has nothing to do with liberty. It has to do with making money.
Okay,
You
but
lose your liberty to make money.
You are okay. So here's the thing: is fraud capitalism?
No, it's breaking the. If it's illegal, no, unless you have like some sort of capital system where, I mean, is fraud capitalism? You're making money, totally free market.
Well, it's not free market, right? Because fraud would be a violation of private property rights. Private property rights are a cornerstone of capitalism. You cannot have capitalism without private property. If you have private property, insofar as you maximize private property and maximize capitalism, these are synonyms, right? Maximizing capitalism means maximizing private property rights, and so authoritarianism would be violating private property rights, because the fundamental private property of which that establishes all private property is the concept of self-ownership, or at the very least bodily autonomy that establishes private property. So in every single way that you intervene in the market and you violate people's private property rights or their liberty, you are being anti-capitalist.
Yeah, I don't agree with this.
All right, so we got another question here. It comes in from Josh Vett. Sorry. Did the dinosaurs utilize socialism when they built the pyramids?
No.
Okay.
No.
Based. I like that.
They just chased after leaves. The people just walked with
Good
leaves. In their
dinosaurs.
hands.
I've heard that the pyramids is really just a form of free energy that we haven't figured out yet. And free sounds socialist as fuck to me. So I'm going to go ahead and disagree and say that the dinosaurs were commie reds.
That's fucked up. Them fucking commie dinos. Commie dinos. Next couple questions are kind of just joke questions. I was gonna see if there was one that's a serious one, because we got Kokomo says, "Why are you gay?" And then Bricky says, "Does Scott play chess or checkers on that shirt?" That's a pretty good one. Or Seahawk says, "Scott, do you think Trump knows he's a socialist?" This is a good question to end on. Do you think he knows he's a socialist?
I think Trump is philosophically illiterate.
Okay, there we go. IQ experts say he has an IQ of 155. Don't besmirch Trump. Very smart man.
First of all, my IQ is close, but not that high, and there's no fucking way in hell Trump has a higher IQ than me. Second of all, IQ, you can have a really high IQ and still be philosophically illiterate. If you don't choose to educate yourself on political philosophy, or especially philosophy, then you're going to be philosophically illiterate no matter how smart you are. I don't think Trump's like a complete idiot. I think sometimes he can be a buffoon. I think that he can sometimes be easily swayed because he's a little bit
So
egotistical.
you're saying he doesn't know that he's a socialist?
I think that he doesn't have a good
socialist.
So one of the things that's
you said earlier, he is a socialist.
I would absolutely defend the concept that Trump doesn't know he's a socialist. And the reason I would say that is one of his mentors was Roy Cohn. And Roy Cohn was the lawyer for Joseph McCarthy during during McCarthyism, when they were trying to get rid of commie reds in the State Department. It was and Roy Cohn was an avid anti-socialist to an extreme degree. And so I think Trump is a consequentialist that really doesn't have a good, strong basis for what's going on, other than a weather vane of what people want and what he thinks will work. So he's a pragmatist philosophically. Whatever works is what's good. And so pragmatism leads towards socialism, especially when especially when the people become more socialist and when it justifies any action based upon the concept of it working.
No, it's less pragmatic to give welfare to people and to take money from taxpayers and redistribute it. That's less pragmatic than people going to work and making money and paying for their own shit.
I think you're talking about. I think you're talking about the consequences of an action and whether or not you believe it's pragmatic versus the philosophy of pragmatism.
Pragmatism is what's practical, the practical thing to do. The practical thing to do is not to take all the money from the people and redistribute it. The practical thing to do is for people to go to work and make money. to pay for stuff.
But you're not dealing with what is before that, right? Pragmatism is you're right, right? But the thing is that pragmatism as a philosophy that is embodied by most politicians, to be honest, is a philosophy that whatever we can try this thing, we can do this thing, we can just do things, right? And the concept is that there is no philosophical principle, like the non-aggression principle being one. Or if you're a Christian and you have a principle that says thou shalt not steal, right? God commands you not to steal. So you should never steal, which means you should be against taxation, but set that aside. Right? Like pragmatism says we can just do things, right? And if the consequences are good, then they're good. And if the consequences are bad, well, then we messed up some way along the way. So we'll just keep testing it. And so it's very much a philosophy of it's very left-wing philosophy in the sense of it, oh God, now I can't think of the philosopher from the Frankfurt School who wrote, oh my God, the Tolerance book. What the fuck? Regardless. The thing that's important to recognize is what I'm saying is I think Trump doesn't realize he's a socialist because he doesn't have a strong sense of what socialism actually is, or what capitalism actually is, or what philosophical principles are.
So your answer is no. He doesn't know he's socialist.
I said that.
To be clear,
and then I gave an example.
To be clear, he says no because he's retarded. It's okay. I'll say
that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
I'm just kidding.
I'm saying the fact that his mentor was Roy Cohn shows that there's no fucking way he would engage in all of these things, because his mentor is an anti-socialist to an extreme degree, but his actions and his philosophy don't match that.
I have one quick question. Who is the most capitalist president ever or in the last 33 years?
Ever is probably Calvin Coolidge. In the last 33 years, though Calvin Coolidge did make one mistake, which is that he was a philosophy of like, if it's already in the government, then I'm just going to let it go. And so he actually extended the Federal Reserve. Big mistake. Huge mistake. But for the most part, he was fairly capitalist. He saved us from a depression by going after Congress for manipulation of silver. He was a very laissez-faire capitalist. He let the market and businesses fail when people were arguing that they needed subsidies and bailouts and things. And he said, no, like that'll destroy the market. We need to let it fail. And that's why we didn't have the Great Depression, unlike FDR that said, oh, it's an emergency, so we need to spend money. And that's why the Great Depression was so bad and lasted so long. In the last 33 years, God, they're all. I will say who's the least socialist might be the right answer, not who's the most capitalist. And I would say probably Bill Clinton.
Bill Clinton, less than Bush Sr.
Bill Clinton repealed Glass-Steagall Act. Bill Clinton worked with Newt Gingrich on welfare reform to an extreme degree. Bill Clinton, he did build some border wall, which people would say is a good thing on the right, but I would say it's probably.
I'm not a fan of AI, but in prep for this, I just asked Grok. I was like, "Can you rank presidents in the last 33 years of who's the most and the least socialist?" Grok said Obama was 8 out of 10, Biden was 7 out of 10, Clinton was, I think, 4 out of 10. And then Bush Sr., Trump, and Bush Jr. were all like 3 out of 10. That's 10 being the most socialist.
That's just
what Grok says.
I'm doing again. I kind of do it from a position of philosophy, and so I think the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act is a huge one for Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton also left without what was it, like less than $1 trillion in debt? It was like a couple $100 billion, and he balanced he was like the only president I think in this term in the last 33 years that actually balanced his budget and didn't increase deficit spending, right? So it's like, but I think I probably give him more credit than Grok is giving him on the repeal of Glass-Steagall.
Fucking Grok. And we got one last super chat that came in. W to speak and team, loving the debates. Merry Christmas to all. God bless. Merry Christmas to you as well, Mo. And yeah, I'm glad you've been loving the debates, and we got lots coming. The new year is already the starting of the year, getting filled up with lots of crazy content, so including great debates. So yeah, be ready for that. But thank you all. And that right there, okay, is gonna wrap up the Q&A for tonight. Again, thank you to everyone here for all the questions, the engagement, the support. Seriously, this is uh, again, I can't explain how much I'm thankful for it, first off. And this is what allows me to keep bringing you all these debates, and the entire Swords of Reason experience week after week has been big time because of you guys. So I appreciate every single one of you. And of course, huge thank you to another big part of it, our debaters, for stepping into the arena tonight. Again, whether you agree or disagree, make sure you're going to sub up to both of them, because it takes a lot more than you guys know to come out here in front of a live audience and do this all. Just to be quick before we move on, you guys are both planning to stay for the after panel?
I mean, for a minute, you know what I mean? I'm not going to like stay until the wee small hours.
Oh yeah, you don't have to stay the whole time. No. Just wondering if you're going to stay at all. That's all.
I'll stay for a little while in case someone wants to grill me on something or something. You know, like they're like fucking putting in a super chat. I want to yell at this guy for a second. I'll be like, all right, whatever.
Yeah,
when the intro ends, I'll probably won't be back at the chair yet because I'm gonna go have a cigarette and stuff. But
yeah, no problem. That's no problem. That's no problem.
But I will be back.
Okay, perfect. So here's what's happening next. We're gonna roll the debate outro song and video. It's gonna run for about like 4 minutes. Gives everyone time to use the washroom, grab a drink, stretch your legs, whatever you got to do before the Chaos and Chill open panel begins. During the outro, I'll drop a link in the chat for anyone who wants to join. Open the open panel, test your ideas, continue the conversation, grill any of the debaters, anything like this. Just make sure you remember, all right, if you're going to try and come up to spurg over everyone, start trolling, trying to bring personal dramas, any of this, you're just going to get muted and then booted really quickly. So think ahead with that idea and just quit. All right. And before we want to run the outro, one last reminder, make sure you subscribe to both the debaters. Their links are in the description. And if you're enjoying these debates, hit subscribe on the Speakeasy channel as well, so you don't miss any of the upcoming Swords of Reasons. We have Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where logic meets passion. All right. We're going to roll the outro here, and we'll see you all in just a few minutes.
Step into the circle where the echoes collide. Truth through the static, no place to hide. Iron tongue, sharpen fire in our breath. We dance with conviction on the edge of death. Your words are bullets, mine are storms. Ideas forged where lightning forms. No retreat, no treason. We clash our swords of reason. Cut through lies with steel.
Ugh. Jesus Christ. Why does AI music generation just fucking love Black Tide? it's all Black Tide. It's all like fucking a modern take on 80s power metal. It's just like what? Do I want anime music instead? Dude, I do love some anime music. I want the mixture, all right? What I want is fucking baby metal, all right? I want kawaii metal for all of this. I just want chocolate, 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 chocolate. Give me chocolate. You know? What's funny is this shit'll still get fucking copyright claimed by like some random fucking bot account somewhere. You know, like you do a full song with no interruptions, someone's gonna claim it's their song, and like you have to actively go through and be like, no, it's not.
And we're back.
Hey,
Let's go. Welcome in, everybody.
hey.
I have a question. What is it about AI music generation that just fucking loves Black Tide? Like, why is it all a modern take on 80s power metal? Every time you make a rock song, it's like, in truth collides!
Like that's specific. So the one I use is actually really good because you can get like super specific on how you want the beat to be. So yeah, that one definitely probably, yeah, it sounds similar to what you're saying. But if you ever want to try out, it's called I Love Song. .ai. It's the one I use, and a lot of people seem to use like Sunos and these other.
Yeah, Suno does that a lot, where it's like a lot of power metal-y shit.
Yeah, but this one isn't where like you write in for it to write you the song. You gotta write the lyrics in, and then you prompt the beat, and then it makes the song for you. So like, and when you do the prompting for the beat, you can do the beats per minute. You can literally tell it anything, and it'll do exactly what you say.
Suno does that too. You just
so that's good. Yeah.
Hey,
and you can even make instrumentals on there
where you
too.
at?
Bricky's
There you
hiding.
are. There he is.
But let me see. I seen it was.
I'm just trying to figure out the audio is getting that for us.
Avarice came in, and then I think it was bass guitar came in next. So if any of you guys have a question.
I do, but he's not here yet. So, do you have a question for Poindexter?
Yeah. I got.
Oh, now I know who you are, Avarice. You're the first person on the internet that I recognize you by your face instead of because I actually met you. I was like, cool, Greed's good, whatever. And I didn't know who the logo was, but now it clicked. I needed the face.
It clicked.
What's up,
Someone
brother?
went to DebateCon. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was the giant one.
The giant one. Well,
No,
actually, I see that. Unfortunately, I didn't get to go, but I did see the like all the pictures. There's apparently, it seems like there was a lot of giant fucking dudes there. I was like, holy shit, I fucking look small up next to all these guys. God damn.
No, so I can wait. I'll let bass guitar take the stage.
Yeah, go ahead, bass guitar.
So okay, I just want to push Fabian because I think we actually would have a good discussion on this. I really do think that Trump's policies, the best descriptor of it is mercantilism. Okay, let me lay out my argument.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if you think about things that Trump says, like things like tariffs make us rich, that is like a purely mercantilist view. He has never, ever, ever talked about trade as being mutually beneficial. He always is like, If they're winning, we're losing. That is a purely mercantilist view. Mercantilism is also a command economy. So all the things that you were associating, like socialism as being a command economy, all the things that you were associating with Trump's policies to socialism are more broadly attributable to being a command economy. And so that fits as well to Trump being a mercantilist, which is, in my opinion, 1,000 times dumber than socialism, because at least socialism has the hindsight of capitalism. And not that I'm a socialist. I'm capitalist 100%. You know, I mean, there can be government.
I'm capitalist 100%. Let's be honest.
Well, I mean, do you think Keynes a capitalist?
No.
You don't think? Okay. Well, see.
I'm an Austrian. I don't think the Chicago School of Friedman and Thomas Sowell are capitalists. Not purely.
Okay. Yeah, you're definitely 100% capitalist.
But no, I take what you're saying. I don't know that I necessarily disagree with you that it might, in a Venn diagram of like policies, right, and statements, does this match up more with mercantilism? And like, I still think mercantilism being pre-fiat currency is kind of like a big deal, though there is some fiat currency in late mercantilism with like coin clipping and certain forms of like issuing of coinage and stuff. But
I mean,
like, but to what you're saying, like I agree with you that if we were to Venn diagram them as policies, my problem is like going down to a baser level philosophically, which is
I think
the
I would
view
agree
of pragmatism and
Can I get a thesaurus, please, for all these big fucking words?
Of course you need it, you fucking
brother.
ignoramus.
Mercantilism is shit you learned in social studies in elementary school, or at least middle school,
or econ. You know, but
what's elementary school?
Primary, I think.
Well,
might be what you would call it.
So, I mean, like, I would agree with you that Trump doesn't. I don't think like there's a economic ideology that's like motivating Trump. I think he's kind of retarded, but that is. But I think if we were to look at it, like you said, with a Venn diagram, I think mercantilism fits much more cleanly. And
I'm just not going to fight you on that. I feel like it's an interesting insight. I also think that as a populist and as a pragmatist, he is grabbing onto ideas that sound good to a large majority of people because of whatever his motivations being, like, I just want to do what works and what's good for America. And like, so I don't think he's coming at it from a mercantilist position, though, or a socialist position, really. I think where he's coming from is just a weather vane to what people want. And as our philosophy is becoming more socialist, that's occurring. Because I don't think there's any like mercantilist economist advisor. You know what I mean? Like,
well, but I mean, if you like a lot of like some of the mercantilist views were things like, you know, excess is bad. So take that and also look at what Trump says. Oh, you don't need 30 pencils. Just get 2 pencils. You don't need to buy your kid $10. Buy them 2. Right. Is that
mercantilism, or is that just cope because you're trying to deal with the fact that you fucked up the economy? You know what I mean? Like, we might be trying to stretch it to fit the theory here, but I don't disagree with you that a lot of what he said is one-to-one to mercantilist arguments, you know, in the late especially into like the late 1600s, where it's like dying off and already kind of getting blended.
Well, no, I mean, mercantilism didn't really die off until like the mid 1800s.
I said,
sorry, don't mean to interrupt. Just got a super chat here to read still. Cannot wait to see what next year brings to this amazing channel. Much deserved every step of the way. Mark my words. 2026 is Easy's year to explode. Let's go. You know, I am definitely going to be working hard to making a bang in 2026. I have a few big plans that I kind of wanted to do this year, but I realized I needed more time. And Mr. B member for 1 month. Let's go.
Good luck.
I appreciate that. Big time. Oh, speaking of new content, coming, we do have, just so everyone knows, okay, first off, every second, and for anyone that wants to partake in this, pay attention. Every second and fourth Thursday of the month, we're going to be doing a show called Knower Prep Debates. Okay. So the idea here is Rob Knorr, okay, is going to be debating people. He doesn't know who the debater is going to be. He doesn't know the topic coming into the night. And he is, you, the debater on the other side, get to pick the topic as well. So you have full control. You get to prep for the debate. And Rob is going to come in completely unknown knowledge of what's going to go on. And he's going to debate. And if it happens that you guys agree on a topic, he'll either take devil's advocate or maybe find somewhere that you guys still disagree within that agreement. But this is a chance, all right, for, you know, especially any of the lefties, okay, that you want to take your shot at. You get to control the topic. You get to pick your side, all right? And Rob doesn't get to even prep for the debate, all right? So make sure you guys hit me up if you're interested in doing it. I already got the first 2 for the first month lined up here.
What's the
all I
time
ask,
period?
right? All I ask is that you guys, whoever partakes in it, doesn't promote it ahead of time, because it kind of defeats the purpose. Like, I'm not even asking Rob ahead of time if he's against these topics. Like, that's how much we're keeping Rob in the dark here for these ones. All right. This is because this is
That
where
means
Rob's
don't
gonna
tell
really...
Avarice any of your fucking topics.
That's right. That's right. Don't tell Avarice shit.
Yeah. But if you pay me, all right, I'll be in the back and I'll fuck him up real good with some banners and some distractions. All right.
How much? How much?
But
How
that
much?
is a new debate
$100 distractions.
show we got coming.
What's
Me
the
and Rob are
time
going to
period?
collab on that.
What time
Pardon?
is it? What's the time period that it's going to happen?
It's going to start at 8 p.m.s.
8 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah.
I don't think I can
Till-
do that. I don't think.
Shit yourself
I
already,
feel
haven't you?
I just feel like people would give me so much shit
Finally,
because I'd come in like
sorry,
prepped on a debate and they'd be like, "Really, you did that? That's cheap." Like,
no, that's
my
the
people
point of it.
would.
No,
My people would be so pissed off at me if I like did something
Don't
I
shut
prepped for
up
that he
and
didn't.
Enjoy the content. Come on.
I might watch some. That'll be fun to watch. You know.
I was first in line, bass guitar, and my questionnaire
Yeah.
is back. So
Yeah,
let's
yeah, yeah.
see.
Go for it.
Yeah. So I want to go
Thank
back
you,
to my
Kokomo.
original question. This is to JS Urban Adventures. Why do you name your YouTube channel Urban Adventures when all your content is obviously Crucible content and not Urban Adventures?
Exactly. Great question, Avarice. Great question.
This has obviously been standard. We could tell by Fabian just browsing your channel for 15 seconds, and that's all he sees for fucking.
My bad.
Content.
My bad, JS.
No, actually,
my bad.
If I may, Avarice.
Fuck you, man. My bad.
If I may, defend JS.
5% of my shorts are Crucible clips.
Okay, where
Yeah, exactly. Because he was
That's what a man does.
he was playing 4D chess, Avarice. He was playing because he knew that he was going to have this debate against Fabian. He was prepping for it months in advance. So what he done is he put out the shorts to distract Fabian. It was all part of the plan.
No, I don't even know what he was looking at, because you got to scroll through to find like Crucible clips. I had a lot of Pierce
My
Morgan.
For You, no, it's fucking my For You thing. So like they're more popular
So
than
that's
your
not
content. I'm sorry. So like when I go to your page and it gives me suggestions, that are more popular, which is going to be
things that
big
you
shows.
watch. You probably watch
like,
Andrew
the
Wilson's
closest
content,
thing
so it's
you'll
gonna
find
show
is
you.
like the closest.
I've watched some of
content
his
you'll
stuff,
find-
yeah.
Well, Fabian, it's even worse than this. The closest content you'll find is like JS Suburban Adventures, not even urban. He doesn't go out to some far-flung town of like Tillamook, Oregon, or Rochester or some Rhode Island town. He goes.
Yo,
to,
Tillamook
like,
makes
his
some
fucking-
good cheese, bro. All right,
He goes.
let's be
He
careful.
goes to his. It's one of my favorite towns.
Do I
He
get to
goes his
answer the
local-
question, ever?
He goes
Do I
to
get
his
to-
local McDonald's.
No, this is a
here.
struggle session.
Pounds of
Welcome to
beer.
socialism, motherfucker.
In pounds of beer, right? In pounds of beer. It says
No,
this is
full-blown
urban.
communism at this
This
stage,
is
bro.
an urban adventure. That's what he
You
said.
just gotta take it, JS, man.
Listen. My
when I started my channel, it was Urban Adventures because I was urban and it was all like always in the city. So, and that was for
Well, isn't
2
that
or
more
3 years.
suburban?
And then over the years, I've been like, should I like rebrand? Should I change the name? And everybody's like, no, just leave it.
You're still moving. You're still like pivoting from the question. Isn't that
And
suburban?
and
adventure?
hopefully one day, I would love to do like on the ground journalism and be able to travel around and go to protests and go to.
You're a
events that are
homeless
happening.
man. You should be used to on the ground.
Well, I could get a van
Journalism.
and do it. I could just get a van and travel
And
around.
live down by the river. Yes,
I
Chris.
could-
van down by the
I could see you
river.
doing that. I could see you doing that. Yeah.
That would
I
be an
could see you
urban
do like
adventure.
a Bonnie Blue type of round trip in a van. Yes, definitely.
I heard
Definitely.
van.
Listen, I just wanted to come on really quick, and I wanted to ask that question. I appreciate your time. It's holidays, so I got things to do. I'll be real honest.
Understandable.
Yeah, I'll be real honest. My pre-order came in. I'll even show you how nerdy I am of my new
Oh, shit.
Gundam. Yeah, so I'm kind of building that right now.
Nice.
Whoa, you still
dork.
building that.
I'm doing the panel lining and everything. I'm even panel lining these things out. So this is my day.
Fucking nerd.
I like to
yeah.
do a
You know
Lego
what?
set on Christmas.
Nah, fuck everybody else. All right, treat yourself. It's the holidays.
Yeah.
Don't get burnt out from all the family
I
bullshit.
waited a year for this thing to be on pre-order, and I didn't even think I was going to get it till 2026. So this is a
You ready for food?
blessing in disguise. All right,
It's
God is good. All right.
Lasagna.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Lasagna. Daniel,
Me and hey, Average, I agree. You got to treat you and Fabian. I agree. You got to treat yourself. Okay, I've come to the. I'm very like hard-headed on spending money on myself. Like it took forever. Like my wife had to convince me to buy this chair. This is like a $500 chair. You know how bad I didn't want to buy this, but she's like, you sit in the chair for hours every fucking
Is it
night.
a Secret Labs
Just
chair?
buy
Is that
the
what you got?
chair.
Is it a
And I was like,
Secret Labs
all
chair?
right. So you're right. You got to treat yourself every now and then. And we've decided, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna change this, right? I'm kind of over the green screen background. Right? It's been beautiful having it, but I'm kind of over it. So we're gonna actually I'm gonna go grab some there's some cool artwork at this shop nearby that I'm gonna
called
grab,
Hobby
put it
Lobby.
on the wall behind me, put some shelves here. I'm gonna build the whole set back here instead of having.
You can do that all for $20 at
a
Hobby
made
Lobby.
up one. A 20
Yeah.
bucks.
I mean, I could do the same thing. I could literally, I could go to Hobby Lobby, right? Then
I don't
or
like
just
green
display-
screens.
That's true. I didn't even buy my PS5 until my wife just convinced me just do it.
Well, see,
I
I'm
didn't
the
even.
same way,
I was like, I'm not gonna play it that much. What's the point of having it?
I don't buy anything for myself, right? Like, there's this one item I've been bitching about this whole time, and it's more because of curiosity, right? So there's this game. I know nothing about the franchise. But it's a game called Digimon something. I have no idea about it. Hold on, I know nothing about
Just said
Digimon.
Digimon, dude.
I know
Sounds
nothing.
gay.
Hold on, I know nothing. But hold on, if you look this thing up, all right, I swear to God, go look this thing up. If you
At
look
least
up reviews-
Pokemon. At least play
Hold on.
Pokemon.
Hold on.
No,
Stick
dude,
with me. Hold
the
on.
new
Stick-
Digimon game is better than the Pokemon.
I knew you were a
Hold on,
nerd,
stick
but I
with-
didn't know
hold
you
on,
were
hold on.
gay.
Stick with me for this roller coaster for a minute, okay? Because I said the same thing. I don't even know what the fuck this is about. I've never played anything like this before. But if you go and look at the reviews, 5 stars across the board, thousands of reviews, and the game has never gone under $100. Why is this game?
Listen,
why?
I did.
Why?
There was I do remember a cool Digimon game when I was younger, where you have to like raise the Digimon the whole time. You're like making sure it stays fed, and like there's a lot like mechanic. It was pretty ahead of its time, so I think that's why the game was like there was a lot of shit it added into.
I don't have the heart to buy myself a Digimon
Ahead of its
game,
time,
so I
and it's
told
just a
myself-
Tamagotchi.
I told
Listen, Avarice, I don't like buying any game that's $80. The fact that all these games are $80
No,
now,
but
I
you
don't
can
want to buy
connect
any of them. I just
Yeah,
have the PlayStation Plus that you need to play online. They give me
Yeah.
2 free games every month. That's good enough. Well, I'll find the game in there, like so.
I have my, like I said, I have my models, and this is gonna take me a month, so. But, all right, well, yeah, all right.
Any
time
man
to,
playing a fucking computer game at your age, you should feel.
All right, yeah, let's Let's get back here. I think Base was
all
still
right, I'm gonna head
going
on out and let the next people up behind me. Good to see you. Happy Merry Christmas. I'm gonna
Merry
say
Christmas
Merry
to
Christmas
you as
to
well.
everybody.
God bless you, Argus, my friend. You and the family.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Everybody. So everybody have a good one. Homeless guy,
You as
if you need a roof during the time of need in the cold, let me know. I got a spare room. You know, I know it gets
Got a
rough
few
out there.
Mexicans that'll build it.
All right, being homeless. So, all right, later, guys.
Later,
Avers.
Take it easy, Avers. But gentlemen, if we agree that like the whole economy is based off the businessmen, all this kind of shit, shouldn't the government just get out of the way? You know what I'm saying? We go back, we make Rome great again. You know what I'm saying? Let the businessmen do their shit. Let the economies, like certain businesses fall if they fall, all this kind of shit.
Bring back the Colosseum.
But we can think of examples where we need regulation in the market, right? No?
No.
No.
Yeah, Fabian's going to say no.
Like, what do you...
I know.
The market regulates better than the state. Yeah.
But we're going to have to regulate currency to some level.
No.
That's the capitalist part. That's why anarcho-capitalist is dumb, is because how can you be anarchist but still have a system of capital?
Maybe
currency?
After all of your experience tonight, maybe not start with your whole ideology is dumb to me. I've been real nice, all right, brother?
Well,
you really think I'm dumb or I have a dumb ideology? You know what I mean?
You're dumb. I don't think you're dumb, but I think you're maybe being provocative. I think it's half like it's like a high school mentality to be anarchy anything. It's like your brain advanced, but your soul is still like, I want to rage against the machine, bro. Fuck the system. Like the
anarcho-capitalism will be far more conservative and far more discriminatory than the state.
Anarchy only works if you go out in the woods by yourself and live off the land, hunt, gather. Then the anarchy works. But as soon as you introduce capital or you introduce a communal system of living, you're going to have hierarchies. You're going to have to manage these things, and that's when you get to regulation. Then authority has to step in.
Well, even Adam Smith, in The Wealth of Nations.
How can you have a system of capital and currency and still be anarchic?
If you define it in the vein of like Kropotkin and post-left anarchism, where it's
I don't know what that means.
I'm explaining where anarchy is anti-hierarchy, then yeah, sure, it would become a contradiction. But if you are like, even what the fuck is that noise in my left ear?
Breathing again?
No, it sounds like I can hear like someone in the kitchen or something. Anyways, regardless, it's super distracting. So if you define it that way, sure, then then anarchism and anarcho-capitalism. Bro, what the fuck is that?
Okay, yeah, I just heard something there too.
I've done that deliberately to piss him off. I've done that deliberately.
Fuck off,
there.
Rick.
Yeah, that was just Rick fucking around. It might have been my chair moving. I don't know.
I was like, nah. Anyways, right, like, but even Noam Chomsky in On Anarchy in 1972 said that like anarchy was, accepted voluntary hierarchies, or like, was against unearned hierarchies, right? So this is kind of like a new leftist redefinition of anarchism to like, and in many ways is designed to push out libertarianism from the anarchist movement, to try and say that it is anti-hierarchy. Anarcho-capitalism, whether or not you believe it meets the definition of anarchism, is pro-hierarchy and is pro-authority. It's just not unearned authority by the state.
They have. I understand that an anarchist thinks they can have.
One sec, Jess. One sec.
Hold on.
One sec, Jess. I just want to, because the mic thing. Rat, can you mute Wrath the Reason for a second? No, it's not Wrath the Reason. Who the fuck is it? Bricky. Mute Bricky.
But wait there. It's always fucking me. I've just listened back to myself, right, and I've got no echo. So if it is me, right,
just mute him for a sec, easy.
Just stab a few buttons, and you can shut the fuck up, Teriak.
Yeah, just mute him for a second.
Well, he can mute himself. Mute yourself for a second.
Mute yourself.
I don't even hear it, so I don't know what everyone's hearing. I'm tripping out.
It's not Bricky.
No, it's not Bricky either. Wait,
Anyway,
bass
I
guitar.
know that-
Yes.
Yeah,
Is
mute
it
me.
me?
See if
Is
it's
that why
me.
I don't
you
hear it?
stop.
Yeah, mute yourself,
Oh,
bass.
Terry only blames me because he doesn't like me being on ya because I take the piss out of him.
Well, you're British, so it's and I'm Irish.
I think it's
kinda goes with
JS.
the
He's got a
territory.
vibrating chair. That's what it is.
It does sound like someone has a fan on in the background or something like that.
Present.
I'm gonna mute
Christmas
myself.
present early.
It's dogs or bass guitar.
No,
whoever just muted.
it's bass guitar. Yeah, that's who it is. Oh, okay. Maybe I was hearing it and I just didn't realize I was hearing. Now I get it.
Yeah, it's like
You heard
it was
like
white noise. Yeah.
like like a
Like a
Yeah.
horn, yeah, like a
Do you
fan
have
or
a
something.
fan on, or maybe your gain's up a little loud? Check your gain. That could be it. Brick, fuck up.
Brick. See, that's why I always blame me, you cunt.
Is that better?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, seems better.
And
that
back
better?
to the philosophical conversation.
That's
and
much
I
better.
Yeah,
understand
well,
the
now that
fuck
we've
about it.
totally derailed, and I don't remember what the fuck I'll just. No, I know the anarchist
Yes, you're
says.
spawned out your box, my friend. You
shut
didn't
up,
even
Rick.
understand the debate you were in with Scott. He took it easy on you, kid. He did.
Okay.
I
Okay,
mean,
let's-
I was rooting for you to start with, GS. I was. The further the debate went on, I'm like, this bloke with the chest.
One
fucking
sec.
board
This
on his
cunt
back.
always comes in and he just gaslights people into thinking that they lost debate. What was the prompt, Ricky?
What was the prompt?
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. Doesn't even understand what the fucking prompt is, but he's giving his debate fucking analysis. This motherfucker.
give
This
the
is why we can't
chance.
have nice things, Ricky. This is
All
why
right,
Europe
boys.
is a shithole.
All right, let's get back to JS. Answer what you were answering.
I was gonna say, I understand the anarchists' claims to believe in hierarchies and they want the hierarchies. That's because anarchy doesn't work. It's an extreme end of any political spectrum, and all the extremes are like crazy people. And so when I see a smart guy who's a capitalist, who's like, I'm an anarcho. Why are you adding the anarcho to it? Like every anarchist I talk to, I ask them this, like, why are you? It'd be like if I added fascist. I'm a fascist conservative. I'm a fascist theocrat. Like to my name, you're the radical extreme. It's like a communist. If I said I'm a communist,
Socialist president in the last 33
anarchist,
years,
communist, fascist. These are like radical extremes.
So
that
yeah,
you know
I'll
these
answer
things don't work.
So first off, I'll say, claims made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So you didn't have like any argument other than just the claim that it doesn't work. But to answer your question, right?
The
which is
anarchy
why
doesn't work. Oh, do I need to? How much? Can you name me a successful anarchist system? You get what? You get the French Revolution out of it. Nothing good ever came from France, dude.
Yeah. So again, two things. Number one, I could name the Republic of Kospaya from 1440 to 1826.
I've never heard of it.
Agreed, right? But like, yeah. But also like that argument isn't an argument. Like the demand for this hasn't worked, therefore it doesn't work. It's not an argument because I mean, let's say you were a believer in liberal democracy, right? If we were in 1775 or 1788, right, a year before the ratification of the Constitution, you could easily argue and go, okay, well, where has a liberal democracy and a system of federalism ever worked?
Okay,
and you would be a complete like you would say that it's a completely valid argument.
Well,
now,
explain to me
in
how
terms of
it works.
Hold
how
on, no,
you-
I'm answering your actual question. The only actual
Well,
question.
this
you gave.
goes back to the
Yeah.
original question in the first place.
I'm going to
that
the
I-
question, which is why do I call myself an ANCAP as opposed to just an anarchist? I'm
But
perfectly
before
fine.
that, I said, how do you justify?
Oh, okay.
anarchi-
Have you had a little to drink there, buddy? You can't. Can you calm down for a second?
Oh, sorry, I stayed calm.
Getting
in
a little
the,
excitable
That's just
boy,
JS.
right?
But yes,
Fagan, that's just
now we're in the
JS.
panel. Now we're in the
Excitable
panel. I'm
boy, they
just
all
having a
said
little
it.
fun.
Ooh, oh, he's just an
Okay.
excitable
Get
boy.
to the point, dude, and don't
So,
tell me about Noam Chomsky and a bunch
Fabian,
of books I gotta
Fabian,
read.
JS flat out denies that racism even exists.
That's weird. That's
It's
funny.
true. And dinosaurs built
Easier
pyramids.
for
So
the
If
two
racism
And
doesn't
dinosaurs
exist,
built
then how do you
pyramids.
explain
don't
my
reference me to
views?
Noam Chomsky. Just tell me how it works.
Well, I was giving you evidence for my claim. I understand that that's a foreign concept to you, but to me it isn't. So why do I call myself an ANCAP? I can just as easily call myself an anarchist or voluntarist. The reason that I use the term ANCAP is because it's more accurate in describing my ideology to people that have maybe only briefly encountered anarchism or those philosophies, right? Like, I'm like, there's many different veins that represent a set of ideas, and those ideas obviously do contradict, right? If I said I was a post-leftist anarchist, that'd be inaccurate. If I said I was an anarcho-syndicalist, that would be inaccurate. If I said I was an anarcho-communist, that would be inaccurate. I think that my version of anarchy is the only logically consistent form of anarchy. So I'd be perfectly happy to just say I'm an anarchist.
Doesn't matter what the fuck you say.
But people don't know what that means. People don't know what that means. They know what ANCAP means, kind of.
The only logically consistent form of anarchy is anarcho-primitivism, where you just go live off the land in the mountains, get away from the government. Right now, hold on. Shut the fuck up, Brick. I know what I'm talking about. Right now, you're on a computer, on the internet, you're paying bills, you're in the system, you're a part of the system, and you're just complaining. Like anarchy,
I'm just complaining as opposed to whatever you're doing. Are you just complaining on the internet? Shut up. You like the internet. Shut up, bro.
Living life.
Everything's great. I mean, if Kamala gets elected next term, just shut up.
I'm not complaining.
You're using the internet, bro.
I'm content.
Like, come on, these are silly arguments. Like, you're just attacking to attack.
Because
I just want to let everyone in the chat know. Well, actually, first off, my wife. I need more coffee. But second off, everyone in the chat. I put another super chat goal there. Okay, because of it being the holidays, we're gonna wrap up around 2 hours from now. But if you guys
I'm not staying that long, brother. I'm sorry.
No problem. No, that's you're
got like maybe another half hour in me.
Yeah, you're not obligated to stay. No problem. But chat, if you guys want me to end tonight on a hot seat, you want a hot seat tonight? We gotta hit the 20. Wait. Why does it say 20 teal? I fucked that up. Let me fix that. It's supposed to be 20 any amount. Let me end that goal. I'm gonna remove that goal. Okay, hold up. Because it's supposed to be any amount, and it said
see what
teal.
you've done, Scott and JS, with your fucking bullshit, right? You've
fucked it up. Fucked it up. See what you did?
Anyway,
right.
Anyway, Scott, I'm on your side, by the way, my friend, right? Okay,
hit the goal and we'll hit a hot seat.
You're still a pair of dickheads, to be honest with you.
So
he's all.
You don't even understand what he's saying. How can you take his side?
I use big words.
I'll be honest, Scott. I like debating anarchists, and it's one of my favorite debates. And in this debate,
me too. I love fucking debating fake ass anarchists of the left, but they're too pussy. They won't fuck. They know I'll fuck them up.
So, Fabian, okay. Do you agree with Adam Smith when he says that if people of the same industry ever get together, they'll always end up conspiring against the public?
No. I think I don't.
So
think
doesn't that doesn't that mean that there should be some kind of government regulation
to
offset that?
No.
So we just have to suck it up?
What are you talking about? I already said I don't believe in that, right? Like you gave the follow-up question as if I said I did believe in it. No, I don't think it is. I don't think it's a necessary precondition for people in the same industry to form a cartel and conspire against others. I don't think that's. I think cartels fail on their own pretty easily without the government involvement. It's inefficient. Right. Like I think a cartel, when a cartel is formed, like people are
monopolies
incentivized.
Are inefficient.
Yeah. And monopolies are granted by the state.
I think monopolies can exist on their own.
Negative.
They can exist without state intervention.
It's impossible. It's a myth.
So bigger companies can't buy out the smaller companies without the government?
No, I think you have to redefine what monopoly is in order for it to be possible under capitalism. What you have to redefine monopoly as market share or a majority
you
market
need to define monopoly, because monopoly is you are taking over that whole section.
Yeah, it's exclusive.
Business.
It's exclusive
so if you're
control.
A big business, you keep buying the small ones. That is a monopoly.
No.
How is it not if you are the only one in that business?
Because a monopoly is a state-granted privilege to be the only one in the business that is enforced through some form of coercion or violence.
Where does the state come into it?
So I gave a whole
because
explanation.
The state has the monopoly on force.
I have, because the state has a monopoly on force, but right. But I gave
in
an
a small country
if
where the richest man has all the power, that's not the case.
Okay, sure.
The richest man has all the force.
if I already covered this in detail.
So government intervention is not necessary in a monopoly. And in
I already
fact, in
covered
the
this.
extreme,
I already
in extreme
covered
capitalism,
this in
the capitalist is the government. So you could argue that Trump being influenced by big business and things like that is because the capitalists, there's the 7 families who aren't. It's not about politics. Their names are hidden. They're just rich as fuck. That's capitalism.
But it's not capitalism. It's anti-capitalistic. But nevertheless, you would even call it crony capitalism, right? Like you would even give it a modifier.
I'd say they're doing crony capitalism. Right. It's a trickle down from the top.
Well, question for you both.
Again, I've already answered this. If you want to, you probably missed that part of the debate or whatever. But there's a portion of the debate earlier where I talked about Alcoa and the aluminum company, the maximum amount of profits they received, and how they were in competition despite having 100% market share. So it just
for you both, like
it's
you
just
can answer
rehashing
first.
something.
You can answer first, Fabian. Just because based off what you said here, and I'm kind of curious what you think. Then, if like with Microsoft in the '90s, there, right, or like maybe an example of a natural like Google. Like I'm trying to think of more like recent ones. I know like you could kind of like go to like AT&T and Bell system, I guess, was kind of like the dominant provider.
Yeah, AT&T
but my question is like, these are but
might not be a good example,
so,
right? Like
that's why
created
I tried to stay away from that. So what I would say is like, would you consider Microsoft what was happening there? Like, do you think they could have naturally become a monopoly, or it was literally impossible, even the route they were headed?
If you have a completely free market economy where the state is not giving exclusive control and the state is not giving, contracts to them, et cetera, and they happen to have 100% market share of a product, right? This is because they are so efficient at providing the product that no one is able to enter the market and create a superior product. This is why I went over the example of Alcoa, where they never made more than 12% profit, because you can't jack up the prices too high, because if you jack up the prices too high, then you incentivize capital investors to come in and compete against you. So prices need to constantly drop. And then even if they have 100% market share in that specific product, like I mentioned with Alcoa and aluminum, you're still in competition with other minerals, other businesses, right? Like pots and pans are made out of aluminum now, and aluminum foil is a product, right? As the prices fall, other things like steel and cast iron and other things that they don't have control over are in competition. This is the same thing happened with Standard Oil, right? Standard Oil essentially destroyed the whaling industry, because one of the things that was keeping the whaling industry afloat was whale oil. But whale oil is a lot more expensive than what Standard Oil was able to do with kerosene. So if Standard Oil had jacked up the prices of kerosene, which they did,
own like 90% of it at the time.
At the peak, they owned 87%.
Oil refi. Okay, well, yeah, close.
87%, right? And so when they entered the market, kerosene when they entered the market, kerosene was over $20 a barrel, and when they were being broken up, kerosene was under $5 a barrel, right? So yes, did they engage in like some shifty shit? Absolutely. One of the things that they use is they utilize the state, right? And they I don't remember if it was, I don't remember who it was, but it wasn't.
But was it market tactics alone that they used to get? That's what I'm asking, because it seems
there was
like
a few governmental
it's
forces.
Impossible.
There's a few governmental forces. One of the things that they did is they bribed a politician, and he bribed a politician in one state so that he could like gain access to land to try and cut off a competitor from being able to have like an oil pipeline or something. But for the most part, most of what he did is he brought in accountants, and like most people didn't use accountants in the kerosene industry, but he brought them in to meticulously count like nuts and bolts and streamline the process. And he discovered new means of developing kerosene's byproducts into other things, right? Like that's kind of the beginning of like the plastics industry, kinda, in the sense that he created new markets, right? And all of these things were done to lower price. What I'm saying is that you can get a large portion of market share. But even with 100% market share, it's not a true monopoly because you are in competition with future investors and you're in competition with other products. It's only when the state says, hey, Tennessee Valley Authority, you have the right granted by the state, enforceable by guns, to be the only person that is allowed to sell energy in the state of Tennessee. No other company is allowed to compete with you. That's the monopoly. That's where you have truly no competition. In a free market,
no true Scotsman,
you have.
though.
Well, that's dictatorship.
No, I just explained it. He just
Yeah,
explained it. Well, real quick,
But
Fabian.
I mean, it seems like no true Scotsman. It's like there's no true socialism. There's no true anarchy. There's no true monopolies. There's no
No, he just explained that there was a true monopoly of the state.
Yeah.
It's a
What are you
state
talking
before it requires the state to
All right,
enforce
never mind.
monopoly.
Well, but even in that example that you gave with the aluminum company,
You talked for a long time. Maybe I'm just commenting on one thing you said. Sorry,
I apologize. I'm very verbose, and I apologize. But
Was
I'm
it
trying
just
to
a
make
cigarette
good
you went
argument.
and smoked?
No, Fabian, you made a coherent, solid argument.
That
Like
could
you
be,
addressed
that
all
could
of
be
the
reason.
things that.
That could be
but-
it. What? A cig of weed. But
Well, so like,
But real quick,
even in
Fabian,
that
what-
even
Yeah,
in that
no, go
example
ahead,
that you
basically.
gave with
Christmas,
even in that example that you gave with the aluminum company, like that, just because it's a monopoly doesn't mean that it's not going to have like a market price. Like there is going to be a market price, but even if it's a monopoly, it's not going to be like what should be the true market price because there's inefficiencies built into a monopoly can't accurately respond to the demand, which is going to create distortions on the market price. And that's what I mean by like the inefficiencies, and that would exist without government intervention, right?
Right. We don't live in an evenly rotating economy, right? Like profit is the reward that the capitalist gets for the universal time preference, right? Someone, if I want a pizza, it's always going to be true that I want a pizza now, not a pizza in a month, right? Like the price isn't going to be the same. The capitalist says, I predict in the future people are going to want more pizzas in this town. So I'm going to build a pizza restaurant and I'm going to like invest capital because I know that in the future there's going to be that. And if I'm wrong, I fail. And if I'm right, I make money, right? What I'm saying is that even if you have a majority or complete market share of an individual product, that product is still in competition with two other things. It's in competition with other potential investors that may invest in the same product, right? And then it's in competition with substitutions that fills the same niche, right? Because, if it costs me $50 to make a pizza, right? Then most people are probably just going to eat a cheeseburger if the cheeseburger is only like $5, right? So I'm in competition with cheeseburgers despite the fact that I'm only making pizzas.
Scott, you sound like Kamala Harris. You do.
Just real quick as well, Fabian.
Shit there that meant nothing. Honestly, mate, I was rooting for you before. Now you just sounded like a proper waffler. Like no one's
He's not.
selling
He's actually making sense.
cheeseburgers if they're selling pizzas.
Fabian,
Pizzas and cheeseburgers are two totally different things. You do realize that, don't you? Pizza.
That's the point. Is that if I have 100% of the market share of pizzas and I sell pizzas for $50, you're going to go eat a cheeseburger.
Took my money and started selling burgers, right? Okay. No one else is selling pizzas. If someone wants a pizza, it costs me $50 to make. I'll sell it for 60 or 70. If they don't want to buy it, they don't fucking buy it. But it looks like you would buy it.
That's his point.
You're literally making my point for me and saying that I'm making it.
Exactly. But Fabian,
So then why don't I just start selling hamburgers?
Exactly. That's
the
his
point of my argument.
That's his point, Bricky. That's his point. This is what I'm saying. You guys are mentally deficient. You're mentally deficient, Bricky. Shut the fuck up, Fabian. What delineates like why would you go for the anarcho-capitalism and not, let's say, libertarianism? Like what's the delineation there?
They're the same thing as far as I'm concerned.
You said a really big word.
Oh, same thing. Okay.
What capitalism? What kind of capitalism?
He's talking about anarcho-capitalism. So in terms of like, I would imagine like you'd say like in terms of police. In terms of one sec, Brick, I'm explaining. In terms of police, judiciary, and military, that's the only thing the government should be doing. The rest of it should just be up to the markets.
No, I'm saying we should abolish all of those.
That's what I'm saying. Like in terms of libertarian, at least that'd be military freedom.
You just said this is what he's saying, and then he just said no.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm
No,
saying.
that's what, like, in terms of the question I just asked,
you
in terms
shut the
of
fuck up,
libertarian, he
dickhead.
said it's the same
You shut
thing.
the
I'd
fuck
say
up.
I'd disagree and say libertarian would say
Scott,
in terms
Scott,
of the
you're not a
judiciary,
lefty,
police, and
you're
military.
not a
Well,
lefty.
I would say
You're not a
that
lefty, are you?
No, I would say that the libertarians you're talking about are fiat libertarians, and that they do not hold the non-aggression principle as core to the ideology, and therefore it is antithetical to libertarianism in itself. Most people who call themselves a libertarian would agree with what you said. Most people that say, "Oh, I'm a libertarian" or "I lean libertarian," many of them are minarchists, right? They're not anarchists. They believe that the state should enforce contracts, police, enforcement of the border, citizenship, and like a minimal state. I think that a minimal state is a contradiction, but that gets deep into the theory, right? I would just say that Rothbard was an ANCAP. He was the one that championed the term libertarianism in the American vein and took it away from de Jacques, in Europe. And that, so when we were talking about libertarianism in that vein, we should be talking about anarcho-capitalism. They are 1-to-1. I would say those people are fiat libertarians.
Well, then who enforces the border?
It'd be private borders.
It depends who lives on
Yeah,
the
so
border.
then there's no longer a state.
Exactly. I'm an anarchist.
Yeah,
Right.
like that's what I'm saying in
Back
terms
to
of
tribal days.
differentiation.
Back to the tribal days. Someone comes in your fucking land, you do them in. Right? Okay.
Well,
No.
Hey, speakeasy. I gotta head out. I'm gonna watch a Christmas movie with the wife. Thanks for bringing me up. Hey, Fabian.
Base.
Good chatting. Yep.
Hold on. There we go.
Thanks for coming up.
The camera's shrunk down a little bit.
I think we should let her
Premonition, what do you got for us? I see you came to join us.
I just have a couple of questions, and then I'm going to undo the thing and listen. Firstly, speakeasy. I am very impressed with your outside of the box thinking in the things that you are creating. Your Friday night arguing thing, that's really cool. And what you just mentioned, you're thinking outside of the box, getting Rob Knorr in here and have people go at him. You continue doing that, and you're going to explode. I am doing my very best to try to help your numbers, but I can't do anything except for watch you. And
I appreciate that.
No, but you're going to do very well. Keep thinking outside of the box like that, because you're coming up with things that are expanding the space and other people aren't doing. So keep doing that. And to the gentleman, I just have one question, and I know it's an insane question and has no answer. I will first say that, and I know this is off topic, but I believe that our Fort Knox is empty. There's nothing in it.
I believe.
Actually, fair play to Premonition for that, because what happened to the audit? I'm still waiting for that audit.
Yeah, nothing
Fort
in
Knox.
Fort Knox. And as far as the Epstein thing goes, it's been years that I've been saying, forget Epstein. Everybody's in it, and now they finally released the stupid. Now that can go away. That's just stupid. But
No, it's not going to go away.
For you men who are it should
get
be.
worse.
It's just dumb. And the victims are mine.
We got people calling for Trump to be executed in Minecraft. For
not in Minecraft. In reality, he should be drawn and quartered publicly.
Everybody, all of them should be drawn and quartered publicly.
Correct.
Think of one that shouldn't.
Correct. All of these fucking politicians that steal our money so that they can bomb people, so that they can have more power. Yeah, fuck them all.
Look at what
Bring back the gallows.
Whoa. One second. Fabian. Sorry, Premonition.
I'm a huge fan of Musk. And Musk went in there with Big Balls, his little guy. And they looked at it and they said, okay, this is all you got to do, and we can clean up the whole thing. And he was looking at a supernova when he went in there. It was a supernova. And he went in there and said, okay, supernova, you guys cannot be cohesive the way he does his work. his guys are cohesive. So they stepped out. But what want to ask you guys before I close my camera down, I used to be firmly upper middle class. Grew up my whole life like that. My father owned a successful business. And boy, have we dropped. And I'm wondering from all of you, is there any act that can be done that can reset the whole thing with, like, okay, demand to go into Fort Knox? And I mean, don't take no for an answer. And then reset it all, get everybody out of wherever they're not supposed to be, and reset the whole thing. Is there any way that can be done in my lifetime? I'm in my 60s.
Violence
No.
and force.
I think it would cause chaos.
Violence and force.
But to the core,
violence if it's in the right towards the right things.
But that's
not pulling up little kids that don't have or conscripting little kids off a street and throwing a gun in their hand and saying go and fight. I think
it would be actual anarchy, and then all the anarchists could see what they were asking for, and it would be hell on earth.
But like that to the core of that question, premonition, that's basically the answer in terms of like if you want to see that sudden change, it's going to be require violence. Which to the question I want to ask Fabian, it's like, do you not think that war is necessary?
Isn't war necessary at this point?
What I'll say is one of the biggest. There's a wonderful
dancing around in a circle necessary at this point. I hope I didn't break a rule there, but isn't that activity necessary now? Aren't we in one right now? I mean, I live out in the rural area, but aren't we already?
I'll say this. I'll say this. One of the okay, so I'll say this. The biggest misconception that people have with politics is that they equate order and perceived short-term stability with a lack of violence. And nothing could be farther from the truth. We already live in an insanely violent political system. It's killing people over there. It's stealing somewhere between 40 to 60% of our wealth, which is the stealing of our life. Right. And so like we already live under a violent, extortionary system that violates all of our rights. So this idea of like, look, I don't want to break out civil war. I'm not calling for revolution. I'm an incrementalist insofar as, I advocate for one policy or another, but if you give me the magic button that destroys the US government, I'm pushing that shit. And is it likely? And I don't think it's.
Hang on a second. Like, would you not agree that there will always be a throne? Even if we had capitalism worldwide, there will be like infrastructure like BlackRock and all these companies, all these venture capitalists that will accumulate all the wealth, and there will be a dude like Larry Fink who has ultimate control. He sits on. There will always be a throne. This is what I'm saying. Like you can't just ignore this whole thing of like, I don't want there to be a throne.
I'm not
There'll always
ignoring
be a throne.
Nobody's ignoring that, right? Like
there always has been a throne.
Right.
There always have been thrones in regions, but in those regions in the past, those sitting on the thrones kept under control, but tried to keep some kind of hierarchy, even if it went down to a caste system. But there was control.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Now,
there's a fundamental misunderstanding that many people have, that order and short-term stability are not perceived as violence. But when you have a state, then you are definitionally violating people's rights. Anarcho-capitalism, so far as I believe, and I think I'm right, is the only system that does not require that. That doesn't mean that human beings will live in this utopia and won't lie, cheat, steal, accumulate resources. Warlords won't exist. But we live in a world with warlords. We live in a world with extortion. We live in a world with, as you said, thrones
Anarchy doesn't require violence.
I'm okay with thrones.
Anarchy doesn't.
Half the people that we have killed.
Okay.
See,
have their civilizations under control.
Anarchy doesn't require violence. And then when you put anarchy and capitalism together, how would you control capitalism in an anarchy state, right? Without violence? It would need force, wouldn't it?
I didn't say that, right? Okay, you're interrupting me. You're interrupting me to aggressively misunderstand what I'm saying. Right? So I didn't say.
Apologies for being violent.
Also, that's the same question
you're
I
just
asked
being wrong.
2 hours ago, Britt.
No, you're just being wrong, right? So again,
I'm just being wrong.
nothing.
Well, I think I'm being right. And what if I'm more violent than you?
Bricky,
what are you going to do?
Give me 2 seconds to answer, because like I said, this is the core to it.
Right. So I'm not saying that violence is a necessary condition of the human experience, so long as humans have subjective values and biological and cultural and experiential differences. Right. We're all going to be different, and we have different things that we want, and some people are going to violate other people's rights. You need violence to stop those people. Like, libertarianism is not pacifism. It is simply saying that it is the basis upon the non-aggression principle, right? People will aggress, and you can use violence against those people that aggress. What I'm saying is that the state, by its very nature, is aggressive and violates rights. And a system of anarcho-capitalism has the potential to create a system where there is no violation of the rights. That doesn't mean that there won't be cheaters and liars and thieves and people that come in. And yeah, you got to use violence against those people.
Unless you go against it.
Unless you go against the rights of other people, then I'm going to fuck you up. Yeah.
You're going to violate those rights.
Where do you get the rights? Where do you get your rights?
There you go.
Where do you get your rights from?
No, one sec. It's like when they aggress, you violate their rights, correct?
Well, no, they don't. They lose their rights by argumentation.
Yeah. So in terms of like collectively, like there needs to be some sort of authority that like deems when this happens in transgressions, correct?
If you have a society of people, then obviously for ease of the complexity of the problem, you're going to want to put someone as an arbiter of that. But yeah. We argue for a voluntary system.
Like a government. Yeah,
but
I'm not against government. I'm against the state. These are two different things. A corporation is a government.
If you put somebody in charge of
it's
something,
the same thing.
They would be governing something, wouldn't they?
No, so
we got a
corporation.
Sorry to interrupt. 1 second. Sorry to interrupt. We got a $5 super chat that said, "Without bringing a classless society into the equation, can Scott clarify the difference between socialism and fascism?"
Well, I would say that fascism is a subcategory of socialism that maintains the illusion of a capital market, right? Number one, and number two is ordered or structured around right-wing values, right? So you don't like you fascism as a subcategory of socialism is, you're not going to see a one-child policy under fascism, right? Because it's a pro-social behavior, presumably, so long as you're the right race, right? It's going to be pro-family, it's going to be pro-nation, it's going to be pro-identity within the collective that you are. And it's also going to, you see things like the Strength Through Joy program, right? Where it's attempting to create an ordered and structured society, much the same way that like communism.
Wait, are you talking about Kamala's or Hitler's?
I'm talking about Hitler. It was Strength Through Joy.
They both had a Strength Through Joy program.
Hilariously enough, right? But the Strength Through Joy was like a huge system of state intervention into the market, right? So they created the largest labor union to ever exist in human history per capita, and then they mandated work weekends. They mandated, like whether or not you can hire or fire someone. They mandated where people would work. They put people in charge. They taxed the ever-loving shit out of it. They mandated where you could buy products from. They controlled every aspect of production through government mandates. But then they pretended like you had a market economy, as opposed to, Stalinism or Maoism, where they just said, no, the state controls this, right? So there's a great book by Gunter Reimann, who's a communist economist called The Vampire Economy, and it does a great job of showing how the economy of Nazism specifically, and the economy of Soviet Union is like a difference without a distinction. They're essentially the same.
Yeah, but like that's what I'm trying to say. Even with the anarcho-capitalism, you end up with the same thing because like just as a sign of good faith, I'm gonna like steal man like when Scott says like have like private military and all this kind of shit, like that seems batshit crazy. But technically, anytime you've been to a club or any shit like that, that's private security. You know what I mean? So it's like you can't technically have a system like that. But what I'm saying is you fundamentally end up with the same thing. But instead of like
there's
Trump,
two distinct differences, right? So the first and foremost is that a nation state that uses its authority or power to conquer has violated the non-aggression principle and has stolen land and interrupted the market and the liberty of people. And number two, when the state justifies its actions in involuntary means based off of consequentialist rationalizations, etc.,
Yeah,
it's also doing that same thing. So a private company or a private government is a purely voluntary system that hasn't violated anyone's rights.
I get that, but just let me clarify, because in terms of the way that like where I'm going to say you end up with the same thing is that like if we were to switch to anarcho-capitalism, what would happen is BlackRock would take over. Larry Fink would basically be the president or the king, whatever role he Caesar, whatever the fuck, and like all like the private military companies which do all the technology for your military anyway, like nothing really changes. And then like when you look at like the whole kind of like corporatism thing. One sec, when you look at the whole corporatism thing, the whole thing of we just buy the land and then we put whatever we want in there. That's the whole thing of like the Middle East conflict, because what happens is the locals say we don't want that to happen. They revolt against the thing. Then you have to send in your private military, which basically is the whole
that would be fascism.
situation you have.
That would be fascism.
Well, I mean
you end up with the same thing.
Right. So your argument is I can tell the future and I know all of these things and I'm not going to evidence any of them. I just completely disagree with what you think will occur under anarcho-capitalism. And I just don't think the incentives are there.
I know I just said I was going, but I am actually going in 2 minutes. I'm just going to say it, and you guys will probably get pissed. I like Putin. I'm sorry. I like Putin. Putin likes his people.
Can I take her home, please? Can I take her home with me?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly, Premonition. Hallelujah.
Say
Say it again for the people in the back, Premonition.
I like being able to have enough speech to be able to talk against Putin, without having a cop come next to me and say that I'm protesting in a group and then go get thrown in the gulag.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, Scott, 1 sec. You're going to say that into the camera, and then also at the same time, what happened to that MIT professor that died of natural causes, aka getting shot?
Look, you think that I think America
we can all talk about the KGB, but we're not allowed to talk about the other alphabet boys.
I know they kill people.
What? What world are you living in where I'm not critical of the government? I just did a whole fucking debate on how I called Trump a socialist and called for him to be executed.
Okay. But what I'm saying is, what I'm pointing out is that like when Premonition says I like Putin, it's like that shouldn't be like a crazy thing to say, because when you look at like
it's a crazy thing to say, because and I would say the same fucking thing if you say I like Trump.
Yep.
If you say I like Trump, I'm saying I think we should kill him.
Anybody who ends up in that position is going to be like a mob boss. I think like the leader of a mafia. You know what I mean?
He likes his people. He sticks up for his people. His people like him. And he's nice to pets. He's nice to animals.
All right. Well, Putin is better than Mitt Romney. All right.
And something else, when they killed Gaddafi, they go in and they kill these leaders that have their civilizations under control, as I see it. They killed Gaddafi because he wanted to stop using the US dollar and wanted to create his own currency. And so they went in there and he died in an ugly, ugly way. And then the guy that they're blaming for the Twin Towers, even though it's not sure who did that, Saddam Hussein, he stepped up there and they, but he had his country under control. Before,
wasn't that Osama bin Laden?
I mean, he was Saddam Hussein dead before then.
they were mean to their people and they have a caste system, but he had them under control. And isn't that what we want? Now we got chaos. Now we have people running all over the planet.
No. Fuck that prescription. I don't want just people under control.
What you would call anarchy.
Yeah, I mean, I'd take America over China or Russia. But
Scott, can I ask you a question? Serious question. Who would you have control? Your anarchist capitalist government? Like, what way would your
there couldn't be a control? What do you mean, Brick?
You're not asking me.
I'm not asking you.
Who are you going to control? Your anarchist capitalist government?
Yeah, it's kind of like saying, when did you stop beating your wife?
It's
a leading question.
He's the one advocating for it. How would this work?
How would this work? All right, brother, schedule a fucking 10-hour conversation with me, right? But in all seriousness, when you say who would you, in all seriousness, when you say who would you have control it, it's a leading question, right? It's the same thing as saying, when did you stop beating your wife, right? Any answer to that question assumes that I beat my wife, right? Like I
thank you for coming
again,
up.
Under anarcho-capitalism, I want 1,000 Liechtensteins, right? So like I want the Amish, which are the most ANCAP of anybody in the world right now, right? To be able to have their council of elders and their religious community, right?
They're theocratic.
Well, no, they're far more ANCAP than they are theocratic because it's a completely voluntary
they're far more
society.
Theocratic. It's based off
it's voluntary.
There's a hierarchy within the Amish and the Mennonites where there's a hierarchy.
Is it voluntary?
The priest
is it voluntary?
System, yeah, you can leave if you want. No, theocracy doesn't force people to stay. You get banished. You can leave.
You know that.
You
know
that
not
things
ever
can
talk
be
to
your family again.
You realize
you
that two
on
things.
Your
I know this is difficult. I know that this is difficult for you, but you know two things can be true at the same time.
It's not difficult. The Amish and the Mennonites are theocratic. They're not anarchic.
What about them is not commiserate with anarcho-capitalism? Name one thing.
They're religious. It's based off of religion. That religion is their hierarchy. The priests, the men in the community. There's an order.
None of that is against hierarchy.
Okay, well, it's
yes,
not even capitalist. Well, to a degree, they are capitalist. But they're not anarchic.
I was to debate him, right? Okay.
They are 100%
anarchic.
Now,
JS. What Fabian's saying.
Everything within the beachy Amish and Mennonite community, right?
They're capitalists, and so are theocracies.
Is voluntary. Ergo,
it's voluntary. Completely.
Yeah.
Like, and even when you're a child, you still go on. You see, yeah, that's the whole point of anarcho-capitalism, is to maximize voluntary transactions. If you want to live under a council of elders, they have Rumspringa, right? So even if you're born there, you still have to go out into the world. Right. It's a completely voluntary society.
If you don't want to
That's what
become
anarcho-capitalism
you're
is.
banished. So
If you don't want to live by their rules, then you are no longer allowed on their private property.
Okay.
It's anarcho-capitalism 1-to-1.
Okay, in an anarcho-capitalism system, if I say I don't want to leave, you're going to force me out, right? You got a police force, you got a voluntary police
you go
force.
Tyrone.
Who's going to come pick me up and carry me out?
Okay, so what happens if you refuse?
Authoritarian.
No, you dipshit.
No? What do you mean?
No, it's not authoritarian. I told you several times, and you know this. I have stated that anarcho-capitalism will be more discriminatory and more conservative than any other political system we have currently. If you are a private property owner, you have exclusive control and right to forcibly remove people from your property. If I say get off of my property because you don't follow the rules here, and the rules are, you have to wear stockings, and you were like, fuck your property. I'm not wearing stockings. I get to go, okay, if you don't leave, I'm going to force you to leave. And then if you fight me back, I'll fucking kill you.
You just want to burn the whole system down.
No.
Well, what is this? Because it's like you blend capitalism.
I want so much more than burning the whole system down. That's only some of the things I want.
Who lays out these rules and regulations to say these things? That's what I'm asking you. Like, if I don't want people to come on my property wearing stockings, okay, and I think that's wrong, then who do I plea to, right? Once I shoot the cunt, right, and I go, well, he came on my fucking property with stoppings. Who do I?
Yeah, it
who
depends.
do I like? Who do I?
Yeah, it depends upon where you're living and what community you're in, man. Like
Right,
if you're
so
in an
like,
Amish covenant community, then obviously they have a council of elders, they have a
Council of
religious
elders.
theocracy, right? If you're living in quote unquote Ancapistan, right, then you
And what
probably
do
have a
they do?
rights
What do them do?
enforcement
Them elders,
agency.
They govern the
Listen,
people. They govern the people.
you keep thinking you've like got me on some trick thing,
No,
but
man,
again, it's
I'm
just you
asking you. I'm just
misunderstanding.
asking you. I'm just a dumb fucking Brit, me, mate. Don't think that I'm trying to get you. I'm just
Sorry,
a dumb
I'm
Brit.
sorry. I'm sorry. I hear the British accent, and all I can think about is your cucked nation getting fucked over by Pakistanis, and I just like, and it
Yeah,
and
you're
it
gonna get
triggers
it
me.
as well, son.
Yeah,
You're
but
gonna get it
well,
as
to
well.
that
You're
point,
gonna
actually,
get it
I'm
as
not being 100% here. Like I hear the
to
British
add to
accent,
that
and
question
the bigotry comes out in me.
To that
Hold on,
apologize.
Pasca, I got a question here based off to continue what Bricky's saying there.
Sure, but then we get out of here. It's past midnight.
So like, if Bricky's in that community and then like they were like, oh, you can't do that, we're gonna banish you. But then Bricky has like 20 other guys that are like, no, we like doing this. Do they now own that community, right? In like that anarchist society?
Yeah. So like the answer is might doesn't make right. Might makes reality. Right, like if I have a bunch of fucking
not
guns and
that
a
it
bunch
makes
of
it
people,
right. It wouldn't be right, obviously.
it wouldn't be right.
that
But I
would
mean,
be
like
the
Authoritarian
outcome.
argument, dude.
So anarchy
that's
is
an argument
forced.
that I gave to Andrew Wilson, or like don't even like he got that from me.
You're not the first person to say
How
that.
in the world?
Oh,
do
shit.
you
Easiest
stop anarchy?
reaction there. Priceless.
shit.
I've heard people
I gave
saying
that to him
for
years. I gave that to him
But Scott,
years ago.
But Scott, be real though. Like realistically,
Careful,
though, like,
he might be listening right now.
we
He got that
just
shit from
end
me,
up
and he
with the
knows it.
same,
Big claim.
but we just end up with the same damn system of the throne. You know what I mean?
No, I disagree.
You
I
do
just
long
disagree.
term.
So one second.
have to do
How does your system account for the mafia? How does your system account for like the Islamistan that like England's coming turning into?
What like so? It's I always find these questions interesting because you're watching.
Answer them then.
Oh, no, I'm gonna go on an exposition as much as I fucking want to, right? Because you're asking how do you solve all the world's problems that nation states can't currently solve?
Scott,
Okay,
I'm
well,
very
fucking,
good with
you know what I mean?
language,
You
right?
know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean?
Word.
Like, maybe I get more than one word fucking answers on solving all the world's problems.
Let him answer. Let him answer.
You know what I'm saying? It's like how would you solve this problem that's currently happening under the system I'm advocating for? Like, fuck off, man. Like, yeah, it's like private borders and private communities that have exclusive rights to that domain are going to make whatever rules they want. If they want Pakistanis there, they'll want them there. And if they don't want Pakistanis there, they'll say, guess what? No fucking Pakistanis allowed. How do we get there slowly? The first thing in America, abolish the Civil Rights Act and make discrimination based on racial categories and religious categories and ethnic categories legal again so that we can actually have a free market where people go, my town is a white only town and I don't want other people here. Like that is your God-given, if you're a Christian or, you know, the right to do so, right? Like, so like the problem is that the nation state is creating these problems. And one of the ways that they're creating these problems is a massive welfare state that is bringing in people that can't fucking contribute to society. But if they steal enough from the middle class and the wealthy, all of a sudden they can subsidize these people to be socialist voters. Under an anarcho-capitalist system, you have private borders and the community, whatever it may be, a covenant community like the Amish or a city like Ancapistan that runs under insurance systems, 1,000 different Liechtensteins. If they fucking want people there, they come there. And if they don't want people there, they don't come there. You're like warlords are never going away no matter what political system you have. War is never going away no matter what political system you have.
Well, one sec, because like I said, like to be honest, like to be one sec, dogs, one sec. To be 100% like clear with you and transparent, like Scott, like I agree with like 90% your prescription, all this kind of shit. Like I do generally think that we need to go or at least head in that direction or that mentality of anarcho-capitalism or this kind of thing. But I don't think that itself, like in terms of a static system, it would be the best, quote unquote, best or ruling system. You have to be able to factor in motion.
If I am arguing from the most principled position, and I am speaking as Liquid Zulu says, you know, to the remnant. to the 1% of people that I think likely will be here, like from Isaiah's job, right? I am speaking to the 1% when this fucking system collapses to hopefully build a better system, because it's fucking doomed to failure as far as I can tell. Maybe it isn't. But if I do happen to get everybody, me and people like me happen to push and get 90%, as you say, and we have this, very, very, very minimal argument, we'll revisit these conversations then, because I think a lot of the things that seem fantastical and seem insane won't seem fantastical and insane when the capitalist market or capitalistic market is handling 90% of shit that the government is currently handling. And with that, I bid you adieu. I appreciate all of your time. Thank you for having me on. I'm going to go enjoy Christmas.
Tell
Eve.
everyone,
fantastic job, kid.
Tell everyone in the chat where they can find you.
Fabian Liberty. Just Google Fabian Liberty. You'll find my Twitter account. You'll find my YouTube account. That's where I'm at mostly. Don't follow my Twitch.
What about your OnlyFans account, Scott? What about your OnlyFans?
No. I think whores and degeneracy should be shamed everywhere. I think everyone with an OnlyFans account, when we find out about that, we should spit on the sidewalk so that as they're walking, they're never able to stand on clean ground ever again. And that is the level of social stigma and shame that we should give whores.
Hats off to you, Scott, my friend. Hats off to you for doing what you've done tonight.
Thanks again, Scott. That was fun.
Thanks for coming, man. Great job.
Appreciate it. Hopefully I'll see you soon. All right, boys. It's always so quiet when you leave a panel and there's no background music. It's always so quiet. Well, this went on longer than I thought it would, but fuck it. It was fun. I had a good time. I didn't make a lot of money, but it's right before Christmas. I'm sure some of you people are broke. And I get it. You know what I mean? Don't fucking give me money instead of giving your kids and family Christmas presents, man. I'll gobble up all that Christmas money after some of you get some money in your Christmas card from grandma. It'll all be good, boys. I appreciate the love and support. Like, share, subscribe, join the Discord. That's where the go lives always are. Because you can't trust the notification bell on YouTube, even though you should click it. And follow me on Twitter when you want to see my shower thoughts and random shit. Sometimes it's a long expose. Sometimes it's just me being, horny posting on Maine. Who knows what you're going to get, but it's a fun time. I appreciate all you guys. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas. Or, whatever fucking other dumb holiday you fucking celebrate instead of Christmas. I hope you have a good one. And I will see you guys, I think Saturday is the next time I'm scheduled. Because, I'm not streaming in the middle of Christmas. No one, be with family. I don't even want you guys to watch me. I want you guys to be talking to family and shit. So I'll be back Saturday with, what am I doing? Checking my calendar app real quick. Yeah, I was sick, so I had to reschedule that conversation on Argentinian politics. And then Sunday, I'm working on my car, and Monday will probably be Prime. So I love you guys. Appreciate all the love and support. Merry Christmas. Have a good Christmas holidays. I'll see you guys Saturday, or you'll probably see me talking shit on Twitter or, in the Discord or something, but we'll